synonymous with him. A lot of the time when you talk about 1 hour dash, you think Dr. Mike Verrier, you think Andrew Horn, and he too is up there in the fray and is going to be working hard to get things going and to be as quick as possible from the third row of the grid. Right behind him is Roy Aubrey in the fourth row of the grid, and side by side with Roy is Mo Mia. Of course, Samlin Racing's number 95 with Wayne Roach and Darby and Darby van der Merwe are side by side with Mike Verrier. So
I don't see that 911 of Mo Mia's on the grid. I could be mistaken. I'm having a look.
There is an opening there, so we do need to learn exactly what the issue is. Yeah, on the left-hand side of the grid, there is a gap, and that's where Mo's car is meant to be. So we're going to learn what the issue is with Mo's car.
As the cars peel away from the grid for the formation lap for the flying SAES races, typically start on a rolling start, and you'll see the entirety of the field all bunched up now. The guys getting some temp into their cars and peeling away from the grid, standing slots on the grid start.
100%. And if you're wondering why we can't see that signature, that Slingshot 2.0, the obscure looking backdraft with a wing, that is because it's actually being put aside.
It's been retired, I heard so.
Steve Clark and Mike McLaughlin will be competing in a standard production backdraft car, so they're in the black backdraft with the red stripe that you saw earlier with Steve Clark inside the car getting ready to get things going. That is Anthony Marks that you see there also in the 1 hour dash. He's just ahead of David Franco, champions of what was Class D, now is Class C. That is Roberto Franco rather, as well as David, his son. And going further, there's so many competitive people, so many racy people behind them. We'll go through into the official grid. There we go. There's Dr. Mike Verrier, who just came in and out of the shot there ahead of Sun Moodley, another 1 hour dash runner. And then Mo Mia definitely not on the grid. We're not going to be seeing him, it
I don't
seems.
spot his car anywhere.
He's not going to be joining there, so it's only going to be Inter Africa Racing that's peeling in from the pits. And there they are, ready to get things going.
Inter Africa just talking up the wheels one last time. The onboard jacks disconnected, the car hits the ground. I'm guessing, I think it's Stewie White behind the wheel. He'll be taking the first stint.
Yeah.
Is he shown on the start grid? He isn't shown on the start
Yeah,
grid,
he's
but
going to reflect once he gets onto
once
the
he trips
circuit.
the timing loop just the first time. So we have the cars heating up.
Yep, for a second
formation lap.
100%.
Getting some heat after they've been sitting on the grid for about 20 or 30 minutes, getting some heat in the tires and the oil, making sure that nothing's going wrong, no alarms are going off. The heart rates will be going up. I've been in the situation before. Your heart rate tends to elevate to its highest level at the start of a race.
Yeah, absolutely.
It becomes the most nervous part of a race. Interesting that your heart rate really peaks at the start of a race, and then it settles as the race goes on, because as you go further into a race, you sort of you calm down and you end up in a space where you're in a rhythm and you know how to drive. It's 100%. Just the beginning you worried a little bit about. Well, it's interesting.
Yep. We've got a number of the cars starting from pit lane here. We've got the Inter Africa. We've got 5 in total. We've got also the Trans Am, the number 32 there. That is the Jacquet Racing car. The Alfa Romeo as well, number 33. And the, I think that's Alvarez Alteza.
The Alteza,
also starting from the pit lane. But the safety car's done its job for the first 2 warm-up laps. And we're getting things underway for the SAS 4 hours of Zwartkops. Proudly sponsored, of course, by Samlin Racing. This is going to be an exciting event. The benchmarks have been set. It all has been said and done. There's no practice, no qualifying. It's racing now. We're lights on for round 1 here at Zwartkops. Lights off and we go racing. Start the timer. It's 4 hours and counting down. Down into turn 1. It's Charles Ranges as well as Nick Adcock looking very close there. Nick tried to close the door, but Charles Ranges insisted. We've got the Inter Africa car getting onto the circuit. Trans Am as well. The Alpha, the number 33, onto the circuit. Getting a clear picture now. Sun Moodley getting racy with the GSW right behind him. Nick Adcock ahead of Charles Ranges. Made sure he claimed that space and did it quickly. Getting things cleared up now. Look at that. It's Hammond. Hammond is already getting into the mix in that front running. Shayur Harpal in the top 5 as well. He's kept his place. And that is Damien Hammond now. Also leading things up. We've got the G&H McLaren down side by side with that Samlin Racing Gallardo. We'll get a picture of that in a moment. Dr. Verrier We've got Andrew Horn as well. Anthony Marks also in that 1 hour dash trios. Everyone is grouped up so quickly. It's difficult for them to get a space. Look at that. Someone tucking in the inside. That is Roy Overy side by side with the McLaren, the G&H McLaren. He's getting a place ahead. Sun Moodley still defending from the GSW of Roberto Franco. Anthony Marks being blocked off by Dr. Veria, going down the inside, but Dr. Veria defends even more going down into turn 1. He's not letting him around. Anthony Marks is going to have to find a space somehow, but once he does, he's got a G&H McLaren to deal with. Sun Moodley may benefit from that slowing down. The Inter-Africa Racing Lamborghini now in the fray, and it's going to start reflecting on our timing screens. In the meantime, a lot of traffic for Stewie White to slice through. The 95 Gallardo making clear running look easy. It's not an easy thing to get clear running. Look at that. The 1 hour dash race already competitive. Obviously things hotting up a lot quicker for this particular class. Side by side into turn 4 with Anthony Marks as well as Dr. Veria. And Anthony Marks makes it stick. How long can that be so going up into turn 5? We're really getting exciting for the 1 hour dash as the 4 hour cars try and get things settled.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start. And look at that, Stewie White up to 15th place. The race is 2 laps old. He's gone from almost stone last starting in the pit lane up to 15th, and Stewie takes another position. That'll put him in 14th, passing, is that Mike McLaughlin?
Yeah, that's Dr. Veria as well as Anthony Marks.
Yeah. In fact, Stewie is actually further up the field. He picked up more people since the last time we looked at the timing sheets. He's now in 9th place, and he is directly on the back door of London in the McLaren, and he's making big work of that. He's dispatched with the McLaren even before they get to turn 4, showing a proper turn of speed is Stewie, and we all know how fast he is.
And that is signature Stewie.
Absolutely.
Signature Stewie.
Yeah, he's decisive in traffic.
Yeah.
He doesn't mess around. He lets you know that he's there. Sticks up the inside. That green car, the bright color really helps. Probably people see it coming a bit easier than a white car or a grey car. Stewie showing now in 9th position, and further down the field we've got Marks in 10th, Mike Verrier in 11th, Sun Moodley in 12th, David Franco in 13th, McLaughlin's showing 14 and 15, Sechaba Machiko in 16th in one of the back drafts. There's a real gaggle of cars further back down the field. The front of the field, Nick Adcock has opened a gap already on Charles Ranjis in his Porsche. Adcock driving the Nova Proto opened up a gap. Hammond in the Lamborghini is sitting comfortably in 3rd position ahead of Harpel. There seems to be a little bit of a breathing room between them. Hammond in the other Lamborghini is in 5th. Oberoi is enjoying 6th position right now. He'll be looking to catch the car ahead of him, the Lamborghini of Nick Hammond. Oberoi in that 911. Stewie now showing as 7th, having claimed 2 more positions in the laps that I've been talking.
And we're on board with Stewie at the moment to see how things look. Oh man, this is a shot to behold. This is exactly what you want to see, exactly how he's attacking the curbs and getting around the circuit. Made light work, of course, of the number 95 Lambo, 2 different classes. That's a Class A car that Stewie is marshalling versus a Class B. That's why it won't be too much trouble for him to get past, apart from the fact that these are generations apart. And Stewie's car, of course, being the newer of the 2. Down into turn 1 goes Stewie White, and he's going to make sure to undo all the loss and minimize that deficit that they've had to incur having started from the pit lane. And bumped into him just before he got into the car, and he was telling me that it's important for them to be active and to be present from round 1 all the way through, because every point counts and they have to defend. These are the defending champions are into Africa Racing. As Stewie makes his way, gets a bit of curb there at turn 4. It looks like he's approaching
Harpel.
Yeah, that is Harpel. I nearly mistook it there for the McLaren of London, but it is Harpel, and Harpel's also going to have to clear. So Stewie White is collecting heritage Lamborghinis, it seems, almost like a Pac-Man, so to speak. But he's making great progress at the moment to mitigate and minimize that deficit that Inter-Africa Racing have had to take, given the issues during qualifying.
Yes, Stewie is a seasoned campaigner racer. He's done thousands of laps on racetracks around the world, and I think people see him coming in the attitude of the car. And when he's on a flyer as he is now, he's pretty difficult to catch and to touch.
Yeah, difficult to catch, difficult to touch, and difficult to be in the way of. If Stewie is on a hot one, get out the way.
Get out of his way. You can see it in the attitude of the car. It's looking properly racy. Going on board through turn 3, man. Total commitment, absolute commitment. A dab of the brakes, grabs a bit of apex, curb, lets it run out. He's using all of the road up there on the rumble strip and a bit more, up onto the tabletop, on the dotted line, and a nice late break.
And that is Nick Adcock, of course, getting past the backdraft. That is the number 27 of, I think that is Steve, yes, Steve Clark, as well as Mike McLaughlin. That's the backdraft they'll be running for the day, the black with the red stripe. In the meantime, though, it's Nick Adcock also slicing through the traffic, making sure he can get into a rhythm. He, of course, is going to be sharing the wheel with the likes of Ryan Nyker as well as Michael Jensen, so we're going to see them hop on later on, all of them at an incredible pace. It's quite a fast benchmark that is set across the entire team, so you can imagine the pressure for all of them to perform is evenly spread. And they, of course, are other contenders that have come close and not quite as many a time over the past couple of years. The incentive is massive across the field in Class A. When it comes to what was Class C and Class is now what was Class D and is now Class C, that is the champion there, Roberto Franco, who Nick Adcock is about to get past in the Super Cup Polo. Exactly. Those are former Class D champions. Now, of course, it's a fused class, and we have one class in the form of Class C. So Roberto Franco and David Franco are going to be competing for honors, pseudo defense honors, let's call it, in Class C this year.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's interesting that Aranjis and Adcock, Aranjis is keeping pace. He's got him within his sight, and I think Shaw will be looking to use some of the back markers or take advantage of guys maybe slowing Nick down a little more than they're slowing him down. And Aranjis and Adcock are really lapping guys in the field.
Yeah.
And no one's hanging about in the field. No one's on a Sunday drive. Everyone's going for it and trying their hardest. These cars in the front just happen to lap exceptionally quick. They take just on a minute to cover 2.4 kilometers of Zwartkops Raceway. That has 8 corners if you count them all up. It's an incredible achievement to drive a car to that pace, lap after lap after lap. You can see it right there. Aranji's Porsche sliding out of turn 6. He hasn't let Nick Adcock go. He's just 2 seconds behind him. Perhaps Nick has a bit of a wiggle. He probably won't. He's a steady driver. Charles keeping the pressure on. He'd like to lead this one as much as he can.
Yeah.
We have to tell viewers and race fans, of course, that there is a race within a race.
Yeah.
So about, I think it's like 10 of these cars will peel off after 1 hour, so people shouldn't get concerned and confused. The first 10 or so cars will peel off having completed a 1 hour dash, and their race will end with an MSA, sort of white and yellowish with a South African flag in it waved. They will continue at racing speed and then peel off into the pit lane, and the remainder of the field will continue to race for another 3 hours. So their total race time is 4 hours. So people don't get confused with cars coming in when you think that they retiring or should be stopping for a driver change. Their race actually ends after 1 hour.
And the lead of that particular race within a race is Charles Aranjis, and you see he's definitely in comfortable trim at the moment. The man getting into a rhythm in hot lap mode is Stewie White in 3rd place overall now.
3rd place overall, starting in pit lane.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Yeah, sounds exactly like Stewie White. He's reversing the damage and he wants to get this done as quick as possible. And this is a domino effect of pressure, because now it means Nick Adcock also needs to push and to try and maximize on the advantage of the fact that the closest competitors had to start from the pit lane. You need to get some sort of benefit from that.
So here's the number for you. It's 12.3 seconds. Stewart is off the leading car by 12.3 seconds, having started in pit lane, dealing with 24 odd cars worth of traffic, 2 dozen worth of cars. Now 12.2 seconds off the leader. We'll keep an eye on that. It's likely to chip away, and we've gone on board with Stewie, so you can see how he's attacking the track down to turn 8, deep on the brakes, gentle on the inside curb, runs it wide, and he'll be full commitment through turn 1. Oh man, he just turns it in there, hard on the gas, runs it out to the outside, doesn't use all the outside curb. I'm surprised. He's already caught, oh my word, he's just reeled in Sun Moodley at an alarming rate. There's a Polo getting out the way. Sun Moodley knows this car is not in his class. He's not fighting him. Stewart tucks it in a bit tight inside of turn 3. He knows Sun is no longer there. He will run it wide and blasts up to turn 4 before fighting it through turn 4's embankment and up onto the tabletop.
How do you love that shot? Listen, we're giving you all sorts of angles right now, from that onboard to the drone shot. Full and proper perspective of just how much Stewie White is maxing out on this track, and everybody for that matter who's on the circuit with that onboard camera. And the onboard also gives you a sense of just how much the car is loading and unloading on the front. You can see the nose dipping and tucking under braking, and then sort of relaxing a bit more as he opens the car up and goes down the straight. Particularly there at turn 8 is where you could sort of see that, and you'll see it a bit even more actually going down now into turn 1. You can see how much he's having to put every wheel right going into it. Look at the focus.
And here we got him in shot.
There we go. And someone you pointed out the blinking.
Total concentration. If you watch Stuart's eyes, race fans, this is so cool to watch. This camera going back into the cockpit, looks at the driver's eyes. Stuart doesn't blink that often through a lap, and he's probably pre-programmed his mind as to when he's blinking. On the straights, not in braking, not at apex. So he's going to pick his moments when to blink. That's such a good shot back into the driver's eyes. I told you the time gap was 12.3 seconds 2 laps ago. 6.4.
Incredible.
So he's half that gap to Aranji's. Sorry, to the leader. So he's only 2 seconds off Aranji's now, and he should be reeling him in. We'll see him arriving on the back of the orange 911 sooner than later.
In his sights now is the Dr. Mike Verrill. No longer in his sight.
Now in his rearview mirror. Now in his mirror, and you can see the orange Porsche up the road. So that will bait him. That will give him a proper incentive, and he can see the Porsche is probably listening. Oh, Charles knows.
And you can see that he is definitely under pressure. You can see something bright green and very fast in his rearview mirror. So Charles knows that he'll soon have a bit of company when it comes to that particular part in the front 4 running of the grid at the moment. But Nick Adcock is really the one who should be worried about what's coming, because the traffic at the moment is helping both those front 2. But once Stewie White has cleared this traffic, it's nothing but a pound-for-pound fight in that Class A battle. And as far as raw pace is concerned, it'll be a sort of indirect fight between Stewie White, Nick Adcock, and Charles Arangis. But of course, Charles Arangis, like you aptly said and put it, it is a race within a race, and he's in the 1 hour dash, which right now he looks very comfortably to be leading. He's ahead of Damien Hammond. Damien is second place for the 1 hour dash, and in third at the moment is Sayur Harpal.
Stuart has set the quickest time of this race at 59.6 seconds. That's
quality times.
That's also quali times that the guy's doing. So that's the kind of mode. He's in attack mode, in quali mode. Nick Adcock not far behind. Stuart's on a 59.6 now, and Nick's best time, which was a while ago, was a minute flat.
Oh my goodness! How wide can you go?
Yeah, that's track limits.
Stuart White is putting down an application for widening the circuit, like an indirect application right there, because that is so much curb to be taking, and he's keeping all 4 wheels onto the circuit. That is incredible.
Look at the attitude of this car. It's squirming, it's moving, it's on the springs, it's compressing, it's unloading. You can see it all happening. There's so much energy going on because Stewie's trying to extract every ounce of pace out of it. Now he's got Charles in his sights. We can almost see them in the same shot. You just can't see a bit of the Lambo, and then you see, oh, there we go. You see the Porsche disappearing out of shot, and the Lambo appearing in shot. That will give Stewie a lot of incentive now. It's like, I've got him. Charles will know that this isn't his fight.
Of course.
He's easily leading the 1 hour charge. He's got a bit of breathing room on his nearest rival. I think he'll want to have a bit of fun. I think he won't make life easy for Stewie. I don't think so. Stuart will relish the fight as well. Those are 2 properly matched cars. They're doing not dissimilar times at the moment. Stuart's last lap was minute 0.6, 60 seconds, 0.671, and Charles' last lap was a 102 flat.
Every time when it comes to one class versus the next, or one race versus the next in this context, it's always honor where honor is due, and knowing that their swords don't exactly go head to head here, they're going to respect each other, give each other plenty of room. But as far as being a benchmark, Charles Rangi's right now is a good benchmark because effectively it shows us just how close Stewie is. So where Charles Rangi's at the moment is, which is 4.7 seconds off the lead of Nick Adcock, effectively that's where Stewie is because they're almost on the same braking marker at the moment. Within a handful of laps, Stewie has managed to mitigate that gap. Now, what I've enjoyed so far with this onboard camera is the sense of, firstly, how low Stewie is set, or all of the racing drivers are set in their cars, and the sense of width as well. You get an idea of just how wide the circuit is, and that then helps the racing drivers' spatial awareness, because you don't necessarily get the sense of how much they know what's around them when you're looking at a distance from the outside. But when you see their line of vision, their sight, you can see exactly, for example, here, Stewie knows where to go and where not to go, where his car can fit and where it can't.
Look at him thread through here.
Everyone get out the way. He's flashing his lights frantically.
There's a lot of traffic there, and he's really picked them off. And I think
someone just pitted. That is, we have many racing cars on the circuit, but from the commentary booth, we just heard something very loud. Okay, but that could be a false alarm. All of the cars seem to be on the grid. Until further notice, everything is running as per program. But at the moment, it is Charles Rangi's and Stewie White on the same braking point now.
The story of the opening part of this race at least has been Stewart's charge through the field from the very back, now challenging for second position. Oh, look at that. Charles got it sliding. Charles not giving this one up easily. Rangi's in the orange Porsche, climbing on the gas, letting it slide. Stewie showing him, hey, buddy, I'm here. I'm here. Have a look.
Here's something interesting. Charles is going to have to try and navigate, sort of letting Stewie past the Class B car. I thought that was going to be a bit of a challenge, but they seem to have navigated that a bit easier. Being down the home straight, of course, would have helped that. It would have been a very tricky situation, having to try and get out the way and keep position at the same time.
Stewie laying down a pair of black lines out of turn 2, looking for the slipstream. They've caught, is it Sun Woodley for the second time?
Woodley,
That is incredible. And Stewie looking for the slipstream, and now into turn 4. Is he going to get off the brakes? Oh no! He's just given Charles an edge, and he's thought the better of that one. He may try again. Probably up turn 5. He's a bit further back. He's letting Charles know that he's there. And
Charles lost the rear and gone into the kitty litter at turn 5.
Charles was driving in his mirrors and he left it too late. Charles, what have you done?
Oh no!
So has that handed the lead off yet? No, I don't think he's
can recover the car.
I'm sure he'll recover the car. How far back was Hammond? Hammond
was 30 seconds,
30 seconds back.
back.
If Charles Rangi's can recover that orange Porsche out of the kitty litter, it will bring Hammond into play. However, how quickly he can recover is going to be crucial. Here's that replay. Stewie was late on the brakes. I think Charles was maybe watching his mirrors. Perhaps thought Stewie was coming through.
And now here's the thing.
He's recovered. Hang on, that car is leaking.
Yes, it is on the left-hand side. A lot of fluid, and it's coming from the front.
That fluid actually may have been coming out of the front wheel.
It's coming from the front.
Causing
you can see it coming out of the door.
Causing the initial slide. I did catch a hint of it. I caught a hint of it. If we see that replay again, we'll see a little bit of fluid coming out. Is it?
Now we've got another of the Hammonds. Number 57 of Damien is beached now. That looks like the exit is at turn 3.
I think it's between 2 and 3.
Between 2 and 3.
He's parked it on the inside. It's not the worst place to be parked, but that's a shame. That's 2 cars out within the space of a lap. They are now inspecting the GT3R, the 911 GT3R of Charles Rangi's. He would have reported, guys, there's something not right here. The car seems to be dripping some sort of fluid. I don't think Charles would have seen that, but perhaps the fluid caused the incident. I thought that maybe he was looking in his mirrors watching Stewie White, but I suspect there may have been fluid on his front wheel. There's a waved yellow at turn 3 for that stricken Lamborghini. So the field's quietened down a little bit.
No overtaking.
May call a safety car. It's that car. It's not in the worst position.
Not in the best either. Safety car board is out.
That's SC board is out. That's
safety car board is out.
The entire field's going to get bunched. I wonder if Charles will be able to get back out.
Buys them time. It does buy them time.
It does buy them time. But I think it's Prince, we should really run through the field. It's
given a chance to breathe.
We've had enough action in the opening
sequence.
Opening quarter of an hour.
Yeah.
We've got 4 hours to go. It's quarter of an hour.
Yeah, and that is Stewie White. We're on board. Was that Stewie?
That was
yes,
Stewie,
that was
and
Stewie,
the Nova Proto.
And the Nova Proto as well. They're getting in for a refuel, splash and dash for them. Remember, the Nova Proto has a smaller fuel tank than its competitors in Class A. If I'm not mistaken, stands at about 90 liters as compared to 120.
110, 120, yeah.
110, 120 for the GT cars. So they will be fuel savvy as much as they need to be for the race to go smoothly. Out they go, as they now understand, of course, that they actually used and consumed a lot more fuel than they may have wanted to because of the pressure Stewie was putting.
Because of the pace. The pace was really hot at the start.
100%. Yeah. So they needed to recover that deficit. So the safety car came at a very fortuitous moment for them to recover. Stewie also now has to get back to normal fuel levels. So the pace
will. If you're new to endurance racing or any form of racing, when a safety car is out, it makes sense often to take a pit stop because your entire the entire field's going really, really slowly. So in typical racing conditions, you would stop while everybody's at pace and you would lose time. And if you stop while there's a safety car, your loss to the field is actually quite diminished. So the leaders thought, hang on, this is a great chance for us to splash and dash. We'll save some fuel. We'll slow the pace down. Under safety car, cars consume much less than they do at full race pace. The fields are bunched. It will also help them to deal with traffic. They'll pick off some of these guys as they stop, and then they'll filter back to the front of the field.
Yep, and we just received news there about your Charlotte Rangi's number 86. What was the story there?
Yeah, so it seems that there was a cooler that burst a pipe, perhaps, on the front right of the car, and that caused the braking issue. I thought initially that Charles was perhaps looking in his mirrors.
Oh, geez, what an unfortunate thing. Yeah, initially I thought so too, because I was just about to make a comment about Stewie making it a difficult thing for Shaw just to open up, and Shaw was never just going to open the door. He'd make Stewie race through, but of course being as fair as possible. But then, the leak just came into the way there.
If we catch that replay again, we'll be able to see the tiny splash of water emanating out the front bumper, and that splash of water then ends up on the front wheel, which is the one doing all the work. And Charles then was spun around because he didn't have full braking force at turn 5. Unfortunate way to go out. That cars raced throughout the weekend in other categories. It's practiced, it's qualified.
But it seems we do have some news from Nadine in the pits.
Okay, I'm here with Charles Rangi's at the Stradali pits. He's had to pull in. I hear he had a burst water pipe. Sorry, Charles, before you get in the car, what happened to the car?
Yeah, the burst oil pipe. I think, I felt summers, it's quite hot outside. So, European cars aren't always built for South African weather. Yeah, but I mean, it's who would have known? I mean, we got this car a week ago, so, we can't check everything. But the boys are working hard, so we might be able to still finish the race at least. See what we can do. Never say never, I guess.
Yeah. Well, everything of the best out there.
Thank you.
And good luck to the team.
Yep, and that was the Stradali Motorsport 911 GT3R being repaired. They're tending to that water pipe issue that now needs a certain quick hand. They have a closing window. I mean, they're part of the 1 hour dash. We're halfway across in terms of race distance there, and we were praising that beautiful, beautiful car to the sky, the racing driver at hand as well. We're going to get back into racing conditions. You can see the cars are now at pace because they've got green and we're ready to go racing once more. Stewie White getting into a bit of he's the bottom slice, should I say, in the sandwich there. He, as well as Nick Adcock, were getting past Sun Moodley. The 2 Class A cars need to establish the picking order quickly. They are in a direct battle now. This is a battle for position. They are on the same lap.
And the lead of the race.
For the lead of the race. So that is a live race we're looking at right there. And they're going to make sure to firstly slice past the traffic and then establish who is the king and who rules the roost at the moment. Before the time being, it's Nick Adcock who's going to go. I don't know how he's going to go defensive here when he's got all back markers doing it for him. Andrew Horn is trying to get past some of the backdrafts while he's inadvertently now blocking Nick Adcock. Nick Adcock somehow found a space in between the two backdrafts on the left-hand side. One of them being, I think that is Mark Harvey in the car. I stand to be corrected. But in the meantime, Nick Adcock has made light work of that. He now passes Steve Clark on his right-hand side. We have this thanks to the onboard on Stewie's car, because he's making the same passes that Nick Adcock is making, getting past these back markers. And off they go now, going into turn 1. They've cleared all the backdrafts, and now their next obstacle, let's call it, is a 1-hour dash competitor in the form of that is Andrew Horn.
It's Andrew Horn.
That's Andrew Horn. Down the inside they go at turn 2, and now you've got Roy Aubrey to clear. It's so much admin and so much hand-eye coordination that is needed, hand-eye-foot coordination that is needed, and controlling your temperament. Nick Adcock had to avoid going around the outside. He nearly went into the rear of David Franco there.
Yeah, I think he was a bit caught out because the Polo has such a earlier brake marker, and he was trying to slipstream that Porsche and the Polo.
Yeah.
Suddenly they were braking and he wasn't, and he had to duck out of that one instantly.
Yeah.
He's got by the Porsche now, and he's got a Lambo up ahead of him.
Yeah.
And he's picking off the Lambo pretty quickly. I think it's one of the Hammonds, and in front of that is a back marker. Is it the Altezza?
Yeah,
that's the Trans Am.
It's the Trans Am, the 32 Trans Am.
Very far down the field, and Stewie's going to try and duck up the inside here. Turn 8, make quick work of this car. Nick hasn't gotten away. They've both suffered in the traffic a little bit. It's a part and parcel of endurance racing that there are always slow cars that you have to navigate as the race leader, the overall race leader. But this is a full-on battle for the lead, and Stewie will be looking to take that position when he hands the car over to his driving partner, that he hands him the car with maybe a bit of a cushion. That's Adcock into 4, passing one of the Lamborghinis, the white Lamborghini off. Is it Harpole? I think it's Harpole. So these two chaps have now lapped everybody up until 3rd position.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
the place. Oh, Nick Adcock locks up at 5. Tabletop is going to be a bit difficult now. You've got your mirror full of green, and you have to find traction. Something went awry there, but he seems to have found himself again. And off they go now, going down to turn 8. It's Nick Adcock having to try and make his Nova a bit wide and challenge down and try and slow down, rather, Stewie White, who's been pressurizing him from the back of the grid, and now he's right behind him, full in his rear view mirror. Let's see how Nick Adcock places his car now, going down into turn 2. Under braking, Stewie has a look down the inside.
Oh, that's getting close. It's getting so close. It's all parked under his wing.
Man. I love this onboard.
3 of a second as they cross the line. Stewie's, as a reminder, if you just joined us, oh my word.
Someone beached on the left.
A car parked on the side of the track, probably recovering.
Jeez, we'll get into that in a moment. In the meantime, it's Stewie White, and we're on board with him in it's just incredible. A couple of seconds ago, we're back on board with Stewie again. This onboard is addictive. If you do not come out of it, it's a bit of a whiplash to see life as we see it as spectators. But as a racing driver, this is what life looks like.
This is the best view in the house right here.
100%.
You can see the Nova moving around, searching for grip. Nick would be well aware of that green car behind him. He's climbing on the gas as early as he can, and man, oh man, the pace is so hot now. The guys are at the minute mark, dipping just below a minute. There's that Lamborghini they passed. Now stricken on the outside of the circuit. That may be a problem because typically safety. Oh my word, that's Stewart. Oh, he's getting so close. He could smell Nick's aftershave. My oh my, that was really close. He almost parked under the wing of that Nova. And now they flat out, this may be a yellow flag section. I don't see the flag marshals. Stewie searching left, right. I think he's going to have a go on the tabletop.
I just saw a flag come out at the corner of my eye. We'll get confirmation now where the Damien Hammond's Lamborghini is out at turn 3. We'll get confirmation just now. But what Stewie's doing now is making Nick compromise his fuel consumption strategy.
Stuck up the inside. Oh, that's nearly contact. That was nearly contact. That was so close. That was measured in centimeters, not even meters. And they're doing all of this while picking their way through traffic. They're slower cars. For people on the outside, if you're following the race really close and want to know why Stewart can't pass, is that the Nova is not a very heavy car. So its advantage is under braking, where he can brake much later.
Yep.
And mid-corner speeds are really high because he can climb on the gas early and carry the speed.
Yeah.
The Lamborghini is heavier.
Facing body roll like
has
crazy.
more power. You
Yep.
can see the Lamborghini moves around a lot more. There's a nice indication of the speed. The Lambo reels him in, but the mid-corner speed of the Nova is high. You can see Nick Adcock opening up a gap through the apex of turn 4. Back onto the tabletop, I think Stewie has just taken a breather. It looks like he's eased off a little. Nick is gone defensive. He's well aware of what's behind him, so he's off the racing line, compromising his times a fraction. But right now, it's not about the lap time; it's about keeping your rival behind you. Stewie is an old hand. He knows he's not old, but he's an old hand. He knows that he can use the traffic. Look at the attitude of the Nova, leaning hard on its tires. Nick's not leaving anything on the table. We're going lap after lap. 1 minute flat for both cars. Sort of qualifying times the guys are doing. They've still got 3 hours, 30 minutes of this to get through.
Yeah, they're going to be juggling.
Absolutely crazy. I hope you're following this on the live stream. If you are, let us know. Give us a shout. We want to hear your questions. We want to hear your comments. We want to hear your criticism. Guys, if you think we're doing a bad job, no, don't say that. We don't want to hear that. But the entertainment's been at the front. There's so much racing going on down the field. Currently lying first in the 1 hour dash is Shayur Harper with the retirement of Charles Ranjis. Nick Hammond is lying in 3rd overall in the race. Already a few laps down on the leaders. Andrew Horn is 3rd. Roy Oberoi is 2nd in the 1 hour dash. And
Stewie on the outside of Nick Adcock, I beg your pardon, but Nick now has to break and has the advantage of the fact that you've got 2 backdrafts on the left that are blocking Stewie off from making a move. Stewie's getting very close because of the traffic to try and make a move, as you were.
No, it's fine. I mean, this is more entertaining. This is phenomenal. Driving from both bends. Stewie's having a look up the inside of turn 4. That's not going to work out.
Look at that Nova fly out of the corners.
Nick was wise to Stewie being offline there, and he just fired it on the outside. And he knows that he's quicker through apex at turn 4. Stewie's going to have to make his move among all this traffic, maybe into 8, where both cars seem fairly evenly matched. The Nova is really working through the S's at 6 and 7. You can see it leaning really hard. Stewie down the hill looks like he's fallen slightly further back. Following another car that closely is not ideal. Your temperatures go up slightly. There isn't as much aero across your it's aerodynamic grip across your front axle, so you lose a little bit of grip. So perhaps backing off a little, give you some breathing room. They're passing another slow car. It looks like another Lamborghini.
Yep, number 95 of, I think that is Damien Hammond.
Oh,
Nathan Hammond. Yeah, that's Nathan Hammond.
Nathan Hammond has gone back. He's fallen down the field now. He's behind Roy. So the leader in the 1 hour dash is now Roy Oberoi in his Porsche 911. Excellent stuff. Roy's been chipping away. He's a couple of laps down as well. However, oh my word, that's Hammond.
Samlin Racing.
Parked on the circuit. That's not great. I think that's going to be full course yellow. Yep.
Oh no.
Full course yellow. It looks like the car has a puncture. It doesn't quite look level. Yeah.
Is it?
It's got a right rear puncture.
Yeah.
Now, this is going to be interesting because the last time there was a safety car, the leaders came straight in. Fuel and straight back out to the back of the train.
Oh, let's see how this affects us. But now we need to understand what's going on with that number 95 Gallardo, which is beached just before turn 3. It looked.
No, I think it's between 3 and 4.
Between 3 and 4.
I think it's between 3 and 4. Yeah, you're looking at turn 2 now. That's the flag stand at turn 2, and the guys are going to be heading down. Hopefully, we'll get a shot of there. So there's a bunch of cars in the pits taking advantage of the safety car, and let's do this current. Oh, there's Mr. Hammond
Yep,
waving.
that
waving
is
for
turn
help.
3. That definitely is turn 3.
Yeah.
There is. I don't think there's a better looking patch of grass on this circuit. That's my landmark.
The inside of
At
3.
turn 3. Yeah.
Yeah,
Start a
typically-
little golf game on a corner.
You don't see cars up there, so the grass is pristine.
100%.
So we'll do the current leaders over on the races. Adcock and Stuart White, you've been watching that battle relentlessly. And the 1 hour leaders are Roy Obery, sorry. He's doing a great job there in his Porsche 911. Shay Harple in his Gallardo. Andrew Horn lies in 3rd.
Yep.
Anthony Marks in 4th in the 1 hour, and Mike Verrier is 5th. If we look into the overall race, the next car behind Adcock and White is Tafani, and he's in 9th overall. So those are the front runners in the endurance race overall, and in the 1 hour dash. Sun Mudley is in 10th place in the race. He's currently in 6th in the 1 hour dash. The clock's counting down. We've got 24 odd minutes left for the 1 hour dash. So if anyone fancies pushing themselves up the grid, challenging somebody ahead of them, they're going to have to make a move now. The safety car really helps. We've got a train of cars forming behind the leaders. This is going to make things very interesting now with Stuart White and Nick Adcock and no traffic ahead of them.
Yeah.
So at the last time the safety car cleared, they had to deal with 20 odd cars worth of traffic, which takes lots of time. This time they're going to be faced with clear air, which is going to be very interesting. How will Stuart attack? Will both cars have their tires up to temp quickly enough? Will Stuart catch at Nick napping? I don't think so, even though I think it's the sleep car.
The adjust for sleep.
Just for sleep.
Well,
I think
at
Nick
the
is
moment,
wide awake.
Yeah, he's adjusted for racing at the moment.
Nick is wide awake. You can see the Lamborghini being towed away by one of our rescue vehicles that's heading up towards turn 4. Once they get him towards pit entrance, I think probably just another lap of safety car running. We can talk you through some of the other classes. In Class A, as you said, it's Adcock, White, and Tafani. Class B, it's Hammond and Alvarez. Class C, it's Fonk, DeFranco, and Alves. Class D is led by Barton Pretorius, Seth Sharper Machiko, and Harvey in 3rd.
And we have Nadine ready for us in the pits.
Bruno, we said it on the grid. We said it last year. It's time for a new car. What is the problem?
Cables from the gearbox.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, burning again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you guys, you're going to manage to fix it?
We're changing, yes. We're
Okay.
changing. We hope in 20 minutes we can go in again.
Okay, cool. Lucky it's an endurance, right? So it's still a long race ahead.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, well, everything of the best.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wishing you and your team everything of the best. Let's quickly chat to David. Yeah, David, you have been in the pits twice already within the first 40 minutes. What's happening? Is it still problems from yesterday or?
No, we don't think problems from yesterday because we seem to be fine during qualies, but I think putting a bit of heat and strain on the car has brought some other problems around. We don't know quite yet what it is. Seems gearbox related, but we'll find out shortly.
Okay, well, I'm so sorry to see you guys in the pits, and I hope you guys can get out there quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll hopefully get it sorted. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but let's see what they can do.
Yeah, that Audi is calling your name.
I know, it seems like it, eh?
All the best.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, there you have David in high spirits, despite the fact that the car is in quite the opposite temperament at the moment. A couple of updates to that car, none related to heat, bearing issues or bearing the strain of heat. Nothing gearbox related either. It was just suspension and brakes that were worked on to update the car to get ready for this particular race. But now something else has come up. And yeah, rightly put perhaps by Nadine, that Audi that they have waiting somewhere in a garage somewhere is calling their names. But in the meantime, we're also going to find out a bit more from the pits about what's going on with Samlin Racing. Of course, the current full safety car that we have at the moment is because of the second Lamborghini out of their stable, the second bull, as it were, the number 95 of Wayne Roach, as well as Hammond.
The safety car is peeled in, exactly that. The safety car is peeled in. As we approach the start-finish line, we should get racing again. Stewie's going to be all over the back of Nick. He's already showing him his nose. We're heading for the start-finish line. We're on board with Stewie, and let's go racing. Let's go racing. Turn 1, will he dive him into turn 2? Stewie on Nick Adcock's tail. He's looking racy. This is his best chance right here.
How
right here.
How
right
late
here.
was Nick on the brakes?
Nick's gone defensive.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh man, how did he hold him back? And now it's a case of who's got their temps up in their tires and who's willing to break that fraction. Oh, there we go. He's had a wiggle. Nick's had a big wiggle, a oversteer, a snapper oversteer. Turn 3, Stewie takes his chances, fires it up the inside of turn 4. Who's later on the brakes into the tabletop, turn 5. Come on, let's see who's got it, chaps. Ooh, Stewie holds him out. Stewie holds him up. That's brave, brave, brave. For a smaller, lighter car. Now he's put car length on him immediately. Stuart White in the Lamborghini, the bright green Squadra Corsa colors of Lamborghini there. Chased by Nick. I don't think Nick is going to let him just disappear into the distance. He had the pace to hold him back for lap after lap just before the safety car. Oh my word, and Stewie's like, he's trying to stamp his authority on this already.
Off into the sunset.
He's put some distance on him. I want to see what Stewie's lap time is. Oh, there's that great shot back into the cabin. You can see Stewie's eyes. Mirror check, looking down at the apex, looking at the alarms on the dashboard, looking at the screen, the data logger. Can't quite place where he is on the track right now. I think that's green. Oh, I can't quite tell where he is. But there, mirror check. Where is he? It's such a great shot. He's hard on the brakes. That's probably turn 5. He's hard on the... Yep, turn 5. Whoa, nice. Big power slide coming out of 5. He wants to put some distance between him and Nick Adcock. The gap is showing us 0.6 on the screens. However, visually, I'm guessing it's a little bit more. I want to see this lap time because Stewie was giving it his all to get away from Nick. Crosses the line, sets a 59.6. Nick goes 1 minute 0.5. Sorry, Stewie's a 59.8, and 7/10 further back was Nick Adcock. Yep. And there is the Lamborghini of Shea Hoppel. Roy Aubrey should be in the pick somewhere. He is leading the 1 hour dash, and we're going to cross to Nadine really quickly in the pits to give us some more information.
I'm here with the Hammond brothers. Both have had an incredibly unlucky start to round 1. Damien, you first, my bro. What happened?
Yeah, off to a good start. We were thinking it was going very, very well. Car gave us a bit of trouble. Popped up a couple of warnings, fuel pressure warnings, engine, gearbox, overheating. Today just wasn't our day, unfortunately.
You know, it's crazy for me how everything's fine in practice and quali, and then as soon as it's race, there's just gremlins.
Unfortunately, I think the bug has bit again from last year. We have to break it though. There's only one way forward, but we'll come back stronger next time.
Yes, you will. But also don't give up today. Your team are hard at work, I'm sure, on the car. You're only doing the 1 hour dash. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were really hoping for a good result. We were hoping to take the fight to the Porsche. We just didn't have the upright pace with the Porsche, so what we could have done is just keep the pressure on.
Okay, well, all the best, eh? Sorry. Nathan, and you, what happened with your car?
Going into 5, we got shunted in the rear, and from there, gearbox started to jump gears, and coming out of 2, the car was just completely dead, no drive. The electronics is on the dash, but there's no fans, no drive, and the car's stuck in gear.
Oh dear. Well, I'm so sorry to hear. I see the team is working on your car, so hopefully they can get you back out there to finish the 4 hours. Rooting for you guys, and yeah, just keep the faith.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully we can fix it. The gearbox sits at the back, so hopefully it's not gearbox damage.
All the best. Thank you. Let's go back to commentary.
It's It's coming in thick and fast for the Samlin Racing team on both sides of the garage. The number 95 still has a bit of hope. It is a long race, and the team are putting in their all to get their car back out onto the circuit. But you can hear there is fighting spirit there.
Prince, look at this battle. This is for the lead of the 1 hour dash. This is Shea Harpole chasing Roy Obery. The white Lamborghini is Harpole, and the red and white 911 Porsche is Obery. He's giving it his all. I hope his team's informed him that this is for the lead. Harpole's in the 1 hour dash. We can see some technicians working hard on the Hammond Lamborghini there, trying to find some electronic glitches and sort those out. But the on-track action has been phenomenal. See, Stewie White has put some distance between him and Nick Adcock. He's opened up 3.6 seconds. I think Stewie was on a proper charge, and when he's on song and he's in that sort of full-on attack mode, he's a force to be reckoned with. Nick may have just decided to ease off, and he knows it's a 4-hour race. We 3 hours 15 minutes through. Whoa!
3 different classes on one corner.
That's
turn 4.
awesome. That's one of the backdrops getting out of Stewart's way, and he will be passing that Alfa Romeo Giulia. Yellow flags all over the tabletop. We don't have there's the Nova now in shot, so it's not that far behind. There's a lot of traffic, but I think once this shakes out, we'll see that gap at about 3.5 seconds. Harpole is caught Oberoi at quite a rate, and he's just 0.4 of a second behind. There's a lovely onboard shot here showing the
that's Baron Pretorius, the backdraft, the V8 roadster of Baron Pretorius. In his rear view mirror, we get an idea of who that is that is chasing him. It's Mashego, Shishaba Mashego. That is a battle that is almost fully ripened. It took shape a couple of years ago. I think the seed was planted last year at Red Star. There was a bit of a coming together, not contact necessarily, but they definitely did share very small spaces of tarmac at our Red Star round last year, and Sitaba Mashego made himself known.
There's a bit of payback coming.
100%. So this battle, just watch out for it. It may not come to full temperature at the moment. Oh, well, maybe it will. Sitaba Mashego having a look down the inside of turn 4. I spoke too soon.
That's brave.
But Baron Pretorius later on the brakes, Sichaba is making himself known. Let's see if he'll be able to make a move stick, but he's going to cool down for a bit now, going up into 5 under the braking zone. They have to be a bit careful because you're losing the rear now, and these are very rear happy cars, so you want to be sure to be in control of your throttle when you get back onto the power again coming out of that section.
And this is the kind of space where, as a driver, you're looking in your mirror, you think, I'll just climb on the gas a second earlier, and this is the kind of time to hold your nerve, not to give in to the temptation of, let me get away from him, let me get away from him. You've got to really be metered here and not driving your mirrors. You've got to sort of drive your own race while sort of trying to stay defensive. Pretorius is doing a great job of just keeping his line. He knows there's a car behind him. You can probably hear it in his helmet. He's looked up into his mirror. He's using a slightly more defensive line, but he's not driving down the middle of the road. He's not made it really wide yet. I think the blue-red car is going to have a stab. He's going to have a look. He's going to have a look.
What an angle.
It's such a great shot to watch one car approaching at high speed from behind.
And now what's interesting is that this onboard is serving different dynamics and showing different degrees from car to car. In some of the cars, of course, the tin-top covered cars, you can't see what's going on behind the racer. But here, we get a look at the competitor, Barend, as well as the guy right behind him, doing all that he can. That is Shitaba Mashego at the moment, trying to mimic what Barend is doing and possibly improve on it at every point in the circuit. Past the Alteza they go. Around the outside of the Alteza is where Mashego had to go, and so did Baron Pretorius. In the meantime, Samlin Racing working hard to get that Gallardo back onto the circuit. An electronics issue, it seems, at the moment, but they're hoping they won't have to disassemble that gearbox to have a look at what the problem is. Stewie White doing things that Stewie White does, getting past one of the back markers so he can open that gap between himself and Nick Adcock in that Nova Proto 2.
Gap's now grown to 4.4 seconds at the front of the field. Harpole's now taken over the lead of the 1 hour dash. Andrew Horn's in second place in the 1 hour in the 1 hour race, and Andrew Horn is second, and Anthony Marks is in third. The next car in the 4 hour race is Tafani in 7th position, car number 40.
Yep, and at the moment, it's there we go. Shea Harpal, leader of our class when it comes to the 1 hour dash, and they're getting close to collecting that checkered flag. It's the last few minutes for the 1 hour dash. We're, I think, 8 minutes to, we passed 50 minute mark, and we're going to the close of the race. Shea Harpal pretty much did everything you need to do if you're in a top 3, top 4 position, because out at the front, the guys are going to be quite aggressive and get a bit racy for the lead. And if you keep it consistent, if you keep it clean, it's going to pay off. And it's paying dividends now, because Shalarangi's fell away ahead of him. The Hammond, the Liqui Lamborghini as well also fell away. So it's a bit of a battle now that it really is about your concentration. Put all wheels right.
Obery was leading
Yeah.
in the 911, and it wasn't, I don't think it was a pass on track. We didn't see it, but Obery is showing as in pit. So he's dropped a lap to the leader, which is a shame, handing the lead to Shea Harpal, with Horn in second and Marks in third. Verrier showing in 4th place in the 1 hour. Oh, Shea's getting into it. Oh, my word.
Potential race winner for the 1 hour dash, getting the battle later.
There's no need for that.
Yeah.
There's no need for it.
Yeah.
But he's got to get by these guys, or those chasing will end up catching him, which is unfortunate.
Yep, and it is likely. I mean, it's not completely out there to think that Andrew Horn, there he is, same frame, same shot. He just got onto the home straight, and Shea Harpal is clearing it, going down into turn 1. So
this
there definitely is.
This little battle in front has cost Shea Harpal some
Yes.
time, hasn't it?
Yes, he's going to have to get super aggressive.
Horn's right on him.
Yeah, he's going to have to get super aggressive now when it comes to getting past these back markers. Can someone tell Shea to put pedal down, to put foot down, because right now it's a first place win, a first place result that is at stake.
It's complete luck of the draw where you catch back markers, and if you catch them in a particularly unfortunate spot like in turn 4, that's really high speed, can cost you a lot of time. Looks like Horn's also lost a bit of time navigating some of the backdraft back markers. Stewie White just launching up the inside, passing the backdraft and Horn in one go, one decisive move into turn 5, and now he's about to pick off another one of these. I think it's going to be Pretorius. Was it Mike Harvey? He's going to fire it up the inside there. He's not holding back.
Yeah.
Shea Harpal's got some breathing space. He's picked his way through all the backdrafts. He lets Stewie White through. If he gets there in time, he's going to get by the next 2 backdrafts, hopefully into turn 2. Both Lamborghinis on a charge. Oh my word, look at that pace difference.
Yeah. Under braking, so much more commitment there. Steve Clark is going to have to clear the way now for Harpal as well as White. Harvey also in the mix there.
And now Stewie will try and get past Harpal as well. And Harpal is the leader in the 1 hour race. Horn has actually struggled a little bit in traffic.
Yeah,
the gap has been maintained.
And Horn has had to not only try and get past back markers, he's also a back marker himself to certain cars. So he's making way while also now losing the aerodynamic benefits that he has of having that lower profile and the general build of that car. Handling wise, it does get affected by losing that clear air as compared to some of his competitors. So he's definitely paying the price to some extent, but he's trying to mitigate as much as he can. And the latest of the cars that are passing him, that was the Nova Proto 2 of Nick Adcock, which sits in 2nd place overall and in Class A. And Nick Adcock is now about to clear Shea Harpal, who is the leader of the 1 hour dash, which in 7 or so minutes comes to a close.
Horn is still in the mix. He's only 2.3 seconds back. He is definitely a contender there. If Shea gets held up somewhere or sort of puts a wheel wrong, is this Alfa Romeo trying to unlap himself? This Alfa Romeo Giulia figures he's going to have a go at this Gallardo. Under braking, not quite.
Fonk is in a different fight at the moment.
Yeah, the Class C Alfa Romeo Giulia now decides he's going to get out there. And look at that, Horn's closed him right down.
Yep.
He was, Harpal was held up just a little bit through the back markers, and Horn is now on his tail. Look at that. Same shot, they're sharing tarmac. And in the background, we've got, I think, the orange. I was right. the orange 911 of Charlotte Ranjis.
Yeah.
Repaired and back out, possibly just to perhaps get some points, or maybe just test the car under race pace.
Yeah.
Because the 1 hour flag will be out
Yeah.
in a matter of 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Shea Harpal's now looking in his mirrors. I hope his team has told him that this is a fight for position, that he's got to keep Horn behind for another.
What is Oranges
5
doing?
minutes.
What is Oranges doing? This is a battle for the win. Oranges, clearly the quicker car between the two, is now back out onto the circuit and waged himself in between Harpal as well as
The
Horn.
podium sitters, yeah, and he's a backmarker, technically a backmarker. He's
He is.
allowed to unlap himself by the rules, but he's got the pace. He shouldn't be getting in the way, ideally.
Listen, I was about to say Harpal should make his Lambo wide as possible, but I never said he was going to turn it into two cars. For a moment there, it looked like the case, but Charlotte Ranjis had cleared the both of them, and now the two front runners for the 1 hour dash can resume their battle, which is an on the lap battle. By the second, that window is closing for Horn to get that first place, which Harpal has fought smartly to attain.
And the gap now between Horn and Harpal is shrunk down to 0.3 of a second. It's all to play for now in the 1 hour dash. Who's going to hold their nerve to take the victory in the race within a race?
Super defensive there from Harpal going down into turn 2, and size, strength, power, all of that is relative. If you look at the Gallardo, it looks diminutive compared to many of the cars on the grid when you have the full grid together, but now it looks like a giant as compared to that Ligier.
Next to that sport prototype. Harpal seems to have opened a bit of a gap. That gap strung out fractionally to Horn. Harpal, hopefully he was saving a little bit of pace over the last few laps, and now he's put the hammer down. He's got 3 minutes. That's just over 2 laps if he gets it to the line now.
Yeah, Horn would be hoping that Zwartkops had more corners, because the corners is where he's gaining an
Making
advantage.
up all the pace.
If it was if he had just one more sector where he could find 0.2 or so of a second, he'd be even more neck and neck than he is now with Harpal. But at the moment, it's an even split between straight line grunt and that handling ability,
cornering speed.
That cornering speed that Horn has. Closer he goes at turn 2, and you watch that be neutralized possibly to nothing. Is that the Gallardo of, yes, Samlin Racing's number 95 is back, but you have perfect timing. We'll get to you in a second.
Bit of a slipstream,
because
look at Shea getting a bit of a slipstream from his fellow Lamborghini racer. Oh, he hasn't gotten out the way. He hasn't moved out the way. He should be out the way by now. He's held up Shea Harpal fractionally. Horn gets the blue flag, and the prototype gets through. Shea holds on for another lap. Sun Mudley in front. He is 5th overall in the 1 hour dash, having fallen back a little bit. He's going to let Harpal through. I think he knows that these guys are the leaders. He's got to turn in. He's let Horn through as well.
Yeah.
And that recovering Samlin Gallardo, which is now back on track after their issues. They found the electronic gremlins, obviously found some gears in the gearbox, and off they've gone. Stewie White now 4 seconds ahead of Adcock, but this is the battle. This is the absolute battle for...
This is the closing of the 1 hour dash now. Andrew Horn has tried all he can to reel in Shea Harpal, but Harpal has done equally as much to stay ahead, slicing and dicing through traffic, cars bigger, smaller, faster, lower in profile. He's done everything to try and maintain that lead that he fought smartly for. He was in position in around 3rd or 4th at the beginning of the race. Some of his competitors fell away. That was Aranjis, that was Roy Aubrey as well as another, the number 57 Lamborghini of Samlin Racing. Once they fell away, it was open air for Shea Harpal in the 1 hour dash, and he absolutely has earned first place for the 1 hour dash ahead of Andrew Horn, who fought all as much as he could for the remainder of the race. But it is Shea Harpal who now is on his closing lap at the top of the hour mark. The 1 hour dash is now coming to a close. We're going to see the MSA flag not too long from now.
It should be the end of this lap. It should be the end of this lap.
At the end of this lap, we're going to see
there's
another of the back marker for good measure.
Oh, jeez. He's held up the Lamborghini big time. I'm not sure who it was, but he's held up the Lamborghini big time. Oh, look at the grunt of that V10 engine. Just fires away from the prototype. Disappear, dabs on the brakes, in through 4. Watch the closing speed of that prototype.
Incredible.
Mid-corner speed is so much higher.
Yeah.
But as they climb on the gas, the grunt of the Lamborghini will get him away. The clock winds down. The seconds tick towards 0. That's the hour.
There it is.
That's the hour. So
the MSA flag is going to come out not too long from now as Shea Harpal makes his way down the home and the start-finish straight for him to claim his first SAES 1 hour dash win. What an impressive campaign from him. It almost, some would think it came out of nowhere, but a lot of preparation goes down into this. It goes down to the wire, almost a photo finish. But Shea Harpal takes the win with a 1 hour dash ahead of Andrew Horn marginally.
Oh, Horn was
marginally.
of a second.
Oh my goodness.
0.4 of a second over that after 1 hour of racing. That was brilliant.
Oh, jeez.
And it's Marks in 3rd position.
Yeah.
And Mike Verrier in 4th. Son Moodley in 5th. Mike McLaughlin in 6th. Roy Aubrey showing in 7th. And Aranji showing in 8th position. They'll all have to cross the line to cycle through and get us their final positions in the 1 hour dash. So for those who have just joined us, there is a race within a race, a 1 hour dash. About 10 cars or so will now start to peel into the pits. They are not retiring. They're not doing driver changes. They have raced for the first hour of the 4 hours of an endurance race. They maintain their speed so as not to get in the way of anybody. And now they will pull into the pit lane and they will celebrate their podium positions. The win there going to Shea Harpal provisionally with Andrew Horn just right on his tail all the way to the line. 0.4 seconds when the flag fell. Marks was 3rd, Mike Verrier 4th, Son Moodley in 5th, McLaughlin in 6th, Aubrey showing in 7th, Aranji's in 8th, and Damien Hammond showing as 9th, 31 laps behind. So that is the end of the 1 hour dash. 10 cars will now pull off the track. I think it's 9 now. Will pull off the track, and the remainder of the field will keep pushing on for a further 2 hours and 57 minutes.
Yeah, Brown in that number 32 Trans Am still pushing on. They've come across a few challenges this weekend. Has been a smooth one, but at this point and at this juncture, not only does the 1 hour dash class and the 10 cars peel off into the pits, we also have a change and a bit of a pit change for us, as Steve Koenig will now be joining me in place of Sadir Matai. It's been a great hour. We're going to see Sadir a bit later. He's going to catch a breather and get some information for us. What's going on in those pits, so we can get some more secrets and possibly project into the end of the race. But Steve, so much has happened, and I know you've been in Cyclostevia as well as Steve Cyclopedia. You haven't chosen which, but I know you've been doing a great job of keeping our fans on our YouTube channel abreast of regulations, specs of the cars, the shape of things in terms of our series. So I hope they're all well informed, and keep those questions coming. And what we don't know already, we will be able to find out for you and get that answer to you ASAP. But we love the engagement. Keep it coming. We're really enjoying the questions and the comments. So please keep that coming. And if you've just joined us, welcome to the most exciting race on African soil. I'm going to say that boldly because so many unique things, so many unique points in history are happening and descending upon this racing event at round 1 at the SAES. 4 hours of Zwartkops.
It's been absolutely incredible, but listening to some of the radio comms from the drivers, even behind the safety car, that's when it got worse. Everyone complaining about the heat coming and really starting to affect them. The humidity is the one that's playing up. A lot of the drivers are saying it's getting to an absurd amount in the car. They're really starting to battle. Even your more open top vehicles are starting to feel that impact. And just absolutely some amazing shots from our iCams. Got 21 of them working around in the different cars, which is just tremendous. As I said, wants to be on the Christmas side of things. But yeah, I'm loving the racing so far. 2 safety cars. Yeah, it's come out though, but thankfully no major breakages. So hopefully we can still see plenty of action out on the track, and the fans getting exactly what they came here to see: fast and fierce action.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's coming in thick. It's coming in fast. At the moment, we're on board with the number 33 Alpha, and that's been an interesting feature. As under braking, it flashes its hazards, which is a very interesting electronic feature with the car. The history of the car towards the end of last year, there were some niggles at the Kyalami race. I remember they struggled a bit at the SAS 9 Hours of Kyalami with the electronics, but they overcame that. They fought as hard as they could, and yeah, they're great to see them back out onto the circuit enjoying Zwartkops as well. It's going to be a long season, so you got to learn as much as you can and attend. Be there to finish. You don't want to just miss out on an opportunity. That's why you see a lot of all of the cars, even though they break down, they fight. They want to be there to finish the race because all of that information is going to be worthwhile. Now, Steve Cyclopedia has not suddenly turned into a person with a honey voice. That is Chloe. Chloe Grayson Panza has been on the ground finding out exactly what's going on for us as we enjoy this lovely onboard with the Alfa Romeo. Chloe, what's on the ground? What's the ins and the outs of the race so far in the first hour? What have you seen?
All right, so I just came from the Samlin garage, so currently a lot of heartbreak and disappointment from Damon's side. I mean, he was really feeling confident in terms of the car, but it's quite unfortunate because of the heat. So he's a bit down.
I can see his body language.
Yeah, even now, he's literally going through all the data till this moment.
Whoa, someone just went off. It's one of the Edwards. The Edwards backdraft just went into the dirt there and kicked up some dust at turn 2. Wow, you cannot take an eye off this race.
You absolutely cannot, because even yesterday, I think we saw a few Lambos hitting, just saying hi to the lawn and getting back on the track. So it does show that it really does need...
Outbraked himself, went out too wide, no grip on the outside. It's nothing but marbles. That's exactly what happens at turn 2. How Sadir would put it is you're buying real estate on Zwartkops and you're going to need to talk to the Dutoy family as soon as you're done doing that.
That is definitely a lovely way to put it. Gonna have to pay your dues there. But besides the heartbreak at Samlin, I mean, you talk about that never giving up spirit. We're seeing dust on the other side.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
across the track on turn 4, you can see it there. There you go. You've got another of the backdrafts just went by. It's the number 23 of Mark Harvey. He just went off at turn 4. Dan Hirsch is now taking advantage of that. That's a loss in position there in the same class, of course, in the V8 Roadsters. Oh man, Mark Harvey's going to be kicking himself. Turn 4, there's something about turn 4, I think, for the V8 Roadsters in particular, because we saw this yesterday with Gabiani. We saw this with someone else. I just don't have them off the top of my head. But the handling characteristics of those burly V8s, the weight shift when it gets to turn 4, something is amiss there. But they'll definitely be able to. They're definitely going to have to keep sharp on that because we've got 3 hours of racing to go. Certainly, it's still early in the race. But as you were saying, Chloe.
Yeah, no. So about
the Hammond number 57, Damien looking,
No, I was down with Damon. I was going to Andrew Horn, who I think more than anything, his story is also quite the interesting one. I mean, when you look into his history in motorsport, having of course competed in the Formula V and Formula Ford, so you kind of see the experience. Hence, he is currently where he is. So it's really great to see that as much as yes, there are challenges that Zwartkops is throwing their way, but he really is handling it well. So really great to see that. But also on the ground is the fans. More than anything, everybody is taking pictures, even as hot as it is. I kid you not. People are stopping by to take pictures and just and cheering on the cars. It's incredible how even the kids. I think the kids. I love kids, especially their passion where they're like, "Come on, you Lambo, you can do it."
And some more insights from Nadine in the pits. All generations around, and the youngest of generations is really enjoying the racing we have here.
No, 100%. And it's not only from the endurance perspective, I think from the entire day, because we had, of course, the motorcycles earlier on, and everybody was just excited. So I think just hearing the engines roar really does bring South Africans and moto lovers really together. So it's really been a great sight to see here at Zwartkops, and more than anything, the drivers also have been engaging, and the riders as well, engaging with, of course, the fans here. So it's really it's a welcoming space. You could walk up to a Stuart White. Oh my goodness, what has happened?
Turn four for the same car, the number 23 of Mark Harvey, and now it's looking a lot more squirrely than before. Something is amiss there. Something's going on, eh?
In less than 5 minutes.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Literally 1.5 laps ago, he was coming out of the same patch of the circuit, and he's.
You know, pit stops, why yesterday I would have forgiven this, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of the drivers were alluding to the fact that, okay, we're just still trying to get grip, right? But we've done that. Yesterday we did that. Today it's hot. So maybe it's more the heat as well contributing to, of course, then the lack of performance from the tires, and hence we're seeing a young Bambi show in this heat.
A Bambi show. Yeah, the tires certainly do struggle with overheating. I remember at Red Star there was an issue there when we went last year. A couple, especially the backdrafts in particular, struggled quite a bit with tires overheating. So it may be the case right here. But it seems like Mark Harvey's going to have to work on that. Whether he gets into the pits, it's going to be a bit different. But fatigue also is definitely a factor there. Being reminded by the team, it absolutely is a factor, regardless of the fact that we're only, a quarter of the way across into the race. 1 hour at pace in these cars is absolutely physical. It is brutal. Nadine will be one to tell you. She got a hot lap with Dan Hirsch last year. And if you listen to was it an onboard mic that we have? You want to hear the engine. You want to hear the suspension compressing. 100%. But no, you hear Nadine screaming.
Oh my goodness.
The entire time.
It's crazy you say that.
It is difficult.
I was having a conversation yesterday with Wayne Roach, and he was just saying that, you know, in the hot laps that they've done in the Lambo, a whole lot of people be screaming. Besides the fact that it is really hot in there. That's the one thing that I also experienced having jumped onto the cars, is that just by wearing a vest pit stop, I am sweating within a split second, and I feel like, oh my goodness, can I even breathe? So when now the speed element is also added to it, so you also have to really respect the drivers for what they're able to do in this heat, because kid you not, it is not easy, because there is so much that happens, of course, on track in terms of also the mental aspect that sometimes we don't really look into, but 100%. You really have to say, I gotta go on. I was actually 100%. Talking to one of the drivers, and they were saying that at some point they were driving with a muscle spasm, but they couldn't stop because they told themselves that there is no way I'm going to stop.
100% tenacity. You got to push all the way through. The two-wheeled racing we saw earlier today. It is Malcolm Govender on his BMW S1000. He also had to fight through the pain he had in his right hand. And that's just the nature of races, just fighting through obstacles. No matter right now, an obstacle for that number 95 Gallardo is Mark Harvey, who struggled a bit with traction at turn 4. Side by side they go, but that should be an easy one to clear. You just got to be careful when it comes to back markers. You know you're faster, but you still got to be careful, because spatial awareness is everything, and it can change in a split second.
No, 100%. And I mean, you are racing in a different race. We might be on the same track, but we've got different goals right now that we are pushing. But
100%.
It's really great to see the car number 95 back on track, especially after they've experienced, I think it's enough heartbreak for Samlin. So hopefully they can finish as well the 100%. Race in car number 95.
100%. And I'm trying to get a picture now of who's in the car at the moment, because I haven't had the transponder go off. I think it's Nathan.
Yes, still Nathan.
It's Nathan in the car, and they haven't switched up. They've stuck to their strategy. Wayne will be jumping into the car a bit later. So it is a matter of Nathan, I guess, also gathering data possibly. It definitely was then an electrical issue. If the shunt, he described it as a shunt, so that would have destabilized something that affected their ability to shift. And now that's been overlooked, and the electronics were reset, and they're able to get things going once more. Nick Adcock the perspective, Nick Adcock's car looks so big when it's on its own, when it's in its own space, but then when it gets closer to the GT cars, it's like it becomes so diminutive, and you have to look around to find it. A car certainly that is not diminutive is Stewie White. He has been incredible incredible.
From pit lane.
From pit lane.
From pit lane, pit stops.
What was that like? Because he's driving it so aggressively, and you can see the body roll to a certain extent here from the screens, and the viewers at home can see that. What is it like when you're in the pit lane seeing him drive the car so aggressively?
So you know, one thing that is for sure is that not only from Stuart White's perspective, even the pit crew understood the assignment at that point, because everybody at that moment understood what was just about to happen. So I'm sure they had discussed it. That, okay, Stuart, you really need to push right now, because even his teammate Oliel Klaka on the other side, and just saying it's game time. So it was really great to see that everybody was just so engaged and one with the driver, because it's one thing to be doing your own thing on track, but to have the backing as well of the guys with you to say, Stuart, go do your thing. This is your time to push, and he's doing it. He's delivering on the mandate. So I think that's absolutely fantastic.
Beautiful
and definitely, I'll go on and get you more team news, find out what's happening, and engage with more spectators.
Please do. We love it so much. We enjoy it so much, and I'm sure the viewers really enjoy the insights. The team spirit at Inter Africa Racing certainly is palpable. What also is palpable is the level of professionalism. You walk past a garage and a setup, Steve, and you can feel the different aura and vibe with each team. It undulates. It's always around the happy vibe. Everyone is really happy to be here. That is just baseline, right? But when it comes to Inter Africa Racing, you can sense that this year, as reigning champions, there's more intensity. There's more urgency about things. You get the sense that when you walk past that pit, it's just everything is on the clock and ticking in the direction of defending this championship, and nothing is going amiss. Fingers crossed for them this year.
Well, it's also they've been consistently doing well overseas, across the border, same as the Just for Sleep team. They've been going and really stepping up the bar in the championships. But you go further down the grid, like the National V8 Roadsters, you've got the Pesty Racing. They coming as defending champions for the class, and now a little bit further down the order, they're trying everything to gain that little bit of time. And as a family-owned car, being one of the very few that are owned by the team, the rest are more rented races. They've got a lot to prove.
Indeed. Someone who's got a lot to prove as well is the likes of Sichaba Mashiko. I think he stated his presence. He announced his presence a couple of times during the championship last year, and he's going to be chasing after that Class E leading, the Class D leading rather, the car of Barent Pretorius, looking to defend the class for the V8 Roadsters and continue on that standard and level benchmark that they set last year. But a benchmark that certainly is not dropping anytime soon is that of Stewie White. As ever, lapping back markers. We've got a couple of the new backdraft competitors there. The Edwards car, that 131 of Jonathan Edwards, as well as Barry Glanz, has been making the rounds. A couple of oopsies, of course, it happens. It's the initiation. It's the school fees. When it comes to any racing circuit, you will visit the Kittilita at some point, but they've been able to kick the dust off quite literally and keep it going. And we do have Nadine ready in the pits in a moment.
It's something really special to come out after a long time and to still feel that I've still got what it takes to put it on the top.
Yeah, well, congratulations. I mean, Stradali's had an absolute spectacular weekend. You guys have bagged so many podiums. What a team to be a part of.
Oh, this is an incredible team. We've done a lot of work over the Friday. I didn't start off like this, certainly, obviously, trying to oil my bearings again. But with the help of an exciting team like this, it gets your mood up, gets your energy up, and then you can focus on the job. They make it easy.
Well, massive congratulations to you and the team, and we hope to see you at round 2.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Okay, let's quickly grab second place, Andrew Horn, who managed to finish first of all. I mean, last year was really tough for him. And sorry, Andrew. And now he's managed to just bag a second place in the 1 hour dash. How does that feel?
It's a big relief after everything we've done with this car. So yeah, I'm very happy with that one,
How did the car manage in the 1 hour?
It was good. We were getting a little bit hot behind Roy Obrey's Porsche with the hot air coming off his car. It made us run hot, but other than that, car's perfect.
I don't know if the heat was coming off his car, off him. Shame. He had to come into the pits to finish up and go to the medic stage to get checked out.
You're joking, really? Oh, shit. Sorry. Well, Roy's a good mate of mine, so I don't want that to happen. But, very happy with that result. Car went well. my team, just awesome support from them. So happy days.
Well, congratulations, and we'll see you at round 2.
Absolutely, you will, yeah.
And to our viewers, don't worry, Roy is fine. He's been checked. He's all good. He got the go-ahead. Anyways, let's go back to commentary.
Well, there's that determination. As we get back reintroduced to the circuit again with the leader of Class D, Gianni Gabbiani, at the moment, the defending champion for this class, RPST Racing, of course, with Warren Pretorius, so they'll be looking to get past this beautifully colored backdraft car. Andrew Horn saying, absolutely, you'll see me at round 2. That's the energy and order that I was talking about with each team and each setup you walk past. You sense the determination, you sense where they're at in their ambitions. With one end of the grid, it's defending a championship. With the other, it's challenging. With the next, it's getting into consistency. With the next, it varies so much, and it's palpable across the grid.
Well, that's it. And Malcolm, his usual race pit boss, was just a starter motor on Friday, and then unfortunately had to leave the circuit to go and get a visa to go to Spain. I mean, why do you want to go to Spain when you've got some fantastic racing here? So he had Kenny going and keeping an eye on him. But I've got to take my hat off to our current leader, Gabbiani, who has been on an incredible pace throughout the course of the weekend, really getting to grips with the car. He's lost it a couple of times, just trying to push it a little bit too far. When I had a chat to him, he said he's just trying to find where the limits are when he needs to use them. At current, he's trying to just keep a more consistent pace. Remember, performance of an index is another factor that many of the drivers are starting to factor in. I do want to take my hat off to the likes of Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark. They're in a production backdraft and currently running 3rd in Class A.
Which is interestingly enough, speaking of Class A, the Class A battle for the lead right now, Stewie White and Nick Adcock out in the front in the heat of the battle, where Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark are 3rd, but this is where it's at. This is where it's the hottest, and it's been burning white hot, so to speak, as Stuart White blasted out of the pits from the rear end of the grid and is now leading ahead only marginally ahead of Nick Adcock. The preparation behind these teams is incredible. When you follow their journeys in this series and also follow what they're doing outside of the series in preparation, in getting to the level they're at in competitiveness, this late braking is years in the making. This defensive driving is months and months of preparation on many a track, not only on African soil, across the world for both of these teams. This is the culmination of a battle that is going to be written and etched in South African motorsport history for a very long time.
2 South African exports, multiple champions in their own rights in variety of sports. I mean, you've got the Just for Sleep that's currently racing LMP3 cars, going and having a lot of fun there. And now they're going to put a backdraft in the middle between the two of them. Stuart White's got the best line under braking.
Dan Hirsch.
I think he's said a few words under the helmet there, trying to straighten the steering out. But Stuart White knows he's under some serious pressure and will be keeping an eye on the mirror to see if Nick Adcock's going to box him in, because that is going to be the main thing to do, diving in the inside of turn 4, and will immediately get on to the back of the Samlin Racing Lamborghini Gallardo. But Nick coming over the crest, trying for the outside yet again, goes for the cutback and just can't get the power down. I mean, you've got a V8 in that Norman Nova Proto MP02 up against the V10 of the Lamborghini Huracan. He's got the braking advantage into turn 8. If he can sweep it across, wow, you couldn't get closer if you tried.
Couldn't go up and under there either. The straight was the next section of circuit, so it definitely lends to Stewie White's strength with that V8 you mentioned, Steve. This is going to be race long because, one, the preparation level, the minimizing of mistakes is at its peak between both of these teams. I don't see them letting off all race long. They're going to give it their all and make sure somehow to offset each other's strategy. But one thing we saw earlier on, I think we can sort of try and elaborate as we enjoy this beautiful onboard with Stewie White here. The aggression that Stewie White can enjoy leans in his favor as far as his fuel consumption and capacity is concerned. Is that the case? Rather, let me pose it as a question. Is it the case as compared to Nick's V8 with the smaller tank?
think it's a little bit of a difficult time because you're still trying to slice through back markers. So your lap times will have some big variations to it. I mean, last lap time for Stuart White was 103. We've seen him get down to the 1 minute dead and sub 1 minute. So is Nick Adcock, 103s. So they're trying to find a bit of a balance, and already 2-second difference from their previous lap of a 101 now, both crossing the line. So it runs a little bit on the difficult side, trying to figure out what's going to be the best idea, when to get in the pits. Remember, Nick Adcock has to change drivers. He's got 2 drivers after him, and then Stuart White has got Mr. Lukaka to get in behind the wheel as well. But due to it being a 4-hour, the pit stops tend to bottle with one another. 120 litres on the Lamborghini does help, but remember, 2 extra cylinders means a little bit more fuel needed in the tank to get going. That's it. So you've got to be very, very cautious on your approach to it. And with both pushing each other very, very hard, that 1 or 2 laps you went a little bit faster than planned will be the 1 or 2 laps that you need that extra 10 litres at the end of the race.
Now every drop counts, every corner counts at the moment. Not a wheel put wrong so far over the past hour and change, and doesn't seem to be the case going into the next few laps for these 2 cars. Absolutely brilliant racing between the 2. White and Adcock will be handing over at some point to their teammates. They've got very capable racers waiting in the pits and watching this closely, and this onboard is just it just is something, just to get the perspective rather of the racing driver, how wide the circuit is, how low they sit in the car. Their ability to perceive also is heightened more than the normal civilian, because when you sit in the cars, all you can really see is curbs and tarmac. So it's really all you understand. It's the only way you really have of perceiving the world around you. And of course, your rear view mirrors, you're seeing your competitors. So it's an interesting sensory experience, because you actually become nothing but a racing driver for that moment. You don't have time or break to think of, I don't know, your favorite Netflix series, unless the straight is long enough. But all you're really thinking of is the next braking point and trying to keep the guy behind you further back behind you.
It's also interesting to go and look at the race drivers, especially there's been studies with where they're looking. They're not looking at the corner coming up, they're looking at the next corner after that. Just trying to eye things out, thinking 2 steps ahead. And when you're in a battle like this, you can't look at the corner you're going into. You have to figure out how you can get past your competitor. For Nick Adcock, he can't see anything once he's in that slipstream right up against the exhaust.
To look ahead.
Well, you've got a Lamborghini taking up all the space. He needs to move slightly out to see where he needs to go. Muscle memory comes into play.
100%. That's an evolutionary feature of the racing driver. What humans can attain to, you find out by talking to racing drivers and athletes at their peak. And again, a back marker features and says hello, and the 2 Class A cars say goodbye as quickly as they came. We're looking at the, wow, how time flies. We're almost 30 minutes across the second hour already. We're descending on the halfway point of this race. Like, what happened to time? It got dissolved in part by the battle between these Class A cars and overall leaders of last year's championship. And we need to emphasize that point, that we're not saying things are set in stone. By focusing on this battle, anything can happen. We've got sleepers. We've got the likes of third placed Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark in that backdraft, strategically entering in Class A. They traditionally obviously have a Class A competitive car, but they're not competing in that car. But their names being registered in Class A allows them to compete, and they will then collect the points that they can salvage for this race to put them in a better standing and not to lose as much going into round 2 and overall for the rest of the championship.
Yeah, by doing that, they also they have to comply with the rules of being within 107% of the fastest cars. But here's a huge concertina effect. Stuart White's worst nightmare, getting caught behind one of the backdrafts, and now having to try make up a bit of ground into turn 1, touches curb, a little bit unsteady on the exit. You can see the car going and snaking around at the moment. Nick Adcock has got a bit of breathing room, and we've got to mention, we kept talking about the heat, and Andrew Horn pointed it out. By going and sticking behind a car for so long, your temperature gauge starts to climb, and that's exactly what's happening to the Norman Nova. So he has to back off, get a bit of breathing room, allow the engine to come back into its own to go back onto the attack.
Oh man, incredible. and the insight you get from racers as soon as they come out of the cars, it's a whole other world that they're in. And Roy Aubrey, of course, getting the thumbs up in terms of his conditioning after getting out of the car and before getting into the car, because all of the drivers are subject to health checks. So if you see a racing driver behind the wheel on the circuit, all of them have been given the A-OK and are in condition to actually race at the level and this level of competition. But in the meantime, we've had some really enjoyable times on our live chats. The fans are really enjoying the insights, the progression of the race till this point. Some interesting questions have come through on the technical side, on the simple side. For example, let's start at the fact that this race is not over, the day's still long, and you still can get tickets. 100 Rand is all it takes for you to come and see Stewie White braking as late as he can, and also facing what Steve Koenig says is what he dreams of at night, which are back markers. I can't believe you just said that verbatim. Steve said Stewie White dreams of back markers, and he's terrified of them. So it's Stewie White and Nick Adcock in the heat of a battle. You still can catch 100 Rand a ticket, gets you access to all of this and then some. The family vibe certainly is there. The sun is out, and I'll leave it at that in terms of weather reports. I've been blamed for heinous crimes when it comes to predicting the weather. Stewie White, we have that beautiful onboard. This is one of our favorite features, and I think that's also what's lit up the live chat, that onboard, getting to see what Stewie White looks ahead to and what's behind him, all of the electronics, the frame, the chassis, to see where certain gadgets are attached, for example the ECU, and you see where the ballast is sitting in some cases if your angle allows. With the backdraft you can see the opponent behind him, but behind Stewie White is a massive V8, which it just sounds like explosions behind him if his helmet isn't as soundproof as we'd imagine it is.
I think he's got the V10 before the V8 that's screaming at
the
him
V10,
first.
I beg your pardon. So if Nick Adcock is close enough, then maybe he might hear a V8, but I doubt it. A couple of decibels higher is a V10 than a V8. But there looks to be on Stewie White. We'll get back into his onboard in a bit, but I saw a screen. I do believe I saw a screen to the top left. But in the meantime, it's slicing through back markers, and the said V8 of the Nova Proto 2 also clearing back markers past Steve Clark rather, in the black and red backdraft. There's that screen to the top left. I do wonder what that is detecting. And again, it shows you there's so many things going on, so much information that is being absorbed, processed, and turned into some sort of advantage or improvement by the Inter-Africa team. And I bet that is something that makes a difference. I really want to know what's going on there.
I got a funny feeling it's telemetry and onboard cam forward-facing camera that the team can receive all the information.
So it's their individual camera as separate to the iCam that we see.
Exactly. Yeah. iCam is beautiful for us to see, and also when they tune into the live streams, I mean, it's fantastic. But every team's got to keep their secrets. You don't want to show your hands just as yet. And when you're getting valuable information of your gearing, where your cornering is, and also learning information as well, because they will then overlay the video footage of what's going on in the car, outside the car, the throttle inputs, brake inputs and such, to ensure that they stay in it. But Nick Adcock back onto the attack, got caught behind a bit of traffic, a little bit cooled down now, and looks for the inside once again to try and move Stuart White off turn one's apex. Wasn't able to do it, but he is starting to put his nose in a little bit more on the attack, a little bit more comfortable. And now saying, right, you time to earn it, buddy. You need to push as hard as you can. These two champions are going absolutely nose to tail, and you have got power to weight ratio versus brute force strength going at one another, and you've got a GT3, an equivalent of an LMP3 car, going at it here on South African soil.
Yep, and world-class racing descending upon, well, for the time being, turn 5 at tabletop. Down the inside goes Stewie, defensive. He cannot open a door, show a crack, or any sort of weakness in the armor. In the meantime, a beast backdraft. Who does that look like? Well, I think that's Thomas away from not mistaken.
Car.
Yeah, before turn 7. Issue there. Look, it's a couple of meters away from rolling down into the pits. If he can get the car back on its own steam, he would be able to get back into the pits, but for the time being, look.
I've got a bigger problem. If that stays there, guess what's going to come out? There it is. Safety car coming out. This is where critical times for pit stops. When are you going to get in and get sorted out. The drivers have been going at it for quite some time, 2 hours and 25 minutes to go. So if you have a variety of drivers that need to get in the car and back out, this is the optimum time to do it. But for the likes of Stuart White, it gives him a little bit of reprieve to just take that deep breath in. For Nick Adcock, is radioing into the team. Oh, Pesty Racing's got to be very careful not to overtake just as yet. So he's moving out of the way. I don't think he was actually going for an overtake there. I do apologize. I think he's moving out of the way just to get a bit of airflow into that radiator. And at slow speed, this is where it gets into the worst. The slower you go, the closer you to your competitors. Exactly. Lack of airflow now starting to go through. It just turns into a bit of a nightmare time. But the teams will be radioing in, saying, right, pit stops. I do see that Stuart White undoing it. He's lifting the belt a little bit, just relaxing it for a quick pit stop as he enters the pits. Now, you're not allowed taking the safety gear off, but going into the pits, going and just loosening it ever so slightly. He's trying to get any second to make sure they can get back out. And considering Nick Adcock is in the pits as well, he's going to be handing over his seat either to Michael Jensen or to Ryan Nyker, who will be fresh into the seat. And it does look like a driver change into Africa.
Yep, in goes Xolile Tlaka. Stewie has done his bit in getting the car out the pits and into the lead of the race. And now Xolile Tlaka is now going to take the reins, and we want to see now what's the story with their rivals at Adjust for Sleep. Are they doing a driver change? Highly likely at this point. I mean, you think about the fatigue. We've passed that 1 hour 10, 1 hour 20 mark when it comes to driver. Yeah, we're at the driver change mark, so it is highly likely that they're doing the driver change as well.
Fresh rubber being put onto the Lamborghini as well, so just going and preempting. You got a new driver, refuel, fresh set of boots on, get it back out there and continue on the race. It's going to be the right thing to do for them to ensure that they stay ahead out, and it's all good going.
It's quick.
I've got to ask, the Tonka's favorite car, what will it be, a Lamborghini or a Ferrari 296? He's driven both. They're both Italian. I know what I would go for.
Okay, what would you go for? Okay, what would you go for?
Lamborghini.
Well, I think about it.
Because it doesn't have a big asthma pump connected to it for a turbocharger. The V6 Ferrari 296 turbocharger is good, but naturally aspirated sounds better.
Also, which cars he won a championship in? I think he's going to love Lamborghinis for the rest of his life. You can only do it once. You only get it for your first time once, and he did it in a Lamborghini. I don't see that changing. But
Aston Martin as well.
Aston Martin.
His AMR V8.
Yes, made history in that. Ooh, okay. In the meantime, while we figure out our reigning champions' taste and affection for Italian cars, we've also got a Nick Adcock possibly stepping out of his Nova Proto 2 safety car. Still, he has stepped out of it. Okay, we've got Michael Jensen in the car now. And I wonder if they too have gone on to new rubber, because look, they're going toe for toe now, and they've been in the elements to the same degree. They've driven their cars in anger to the same degree, so they're definitely in each other's wake when it comes to strategic calls. So let's see if that is the case. But at this point and at this juncture, I'd imagine that car's getting back out not too long from now, so we won't get a chance to understand, at least for now, in real time, whether or not they have new tires, but we should find out later on with our pit crew. But in the meantime, we're still under safety car conditions, and if you've just joined us, it is not a bird, it is not a plane, it is you with the view from our beautiful drone shot. It's just our scenic Zwartkops view of exactly where we are in Pretoria West. It's sunny, it's bright, and it's been great racing all weekend through. And up until this point, we've already crowned a winner or two as far as today is concerned, with the other classes, the support classes on 2 wheels and on 4 wheels. And we've also had the latest of which being Shay Harpal for the 1 hour dash, which was the race within this race, the SAES 4 hours of Zwartkops. It is round 1, and it certainly has been fun at this juncture of the race.
Been an absolutely incredible one, but 3 safety cars in. Strategies have now changed enough that you're on plan F by this point. So you're scratching your head, you're trying to work it out and figure out what's going to be the best opportunity. This also does play into the hands when I was chatting to Mike McLaughlin about their car. They're actually hoping not to change tires too much and not push the car too hard, as they're going to be taking it a bit easier. This works out in terms of being able to keep that pace and focus on the performance of the index.
Yeah.
For For those that have taken a cheaper pit stop by pitting under safety car, it's a bit of a gamble, but does work out. And as we get an aerial shot, I'm just trying to see, that is one of our backdraft roadsters.
Yep, Dan Hirsch.
Dan Hirsch into the pits.
Lucien Ranchanda might be getting into the car, or Fabian Lanz. We stand by for that as our transponders reset themselves, as you were, Steve.
So, yeah, going to be an incredible one there. But I've got to take my hats off to the drivers and teams working frantically behind the scenes to ensure that they can keep up with the pace, ensure they can keep these cars on circuit. And 4 hours around Zwartkops is not an easy thing to do. It may look like a very simple layout. It is a very high-speed layout. Lots of G-forces on the body, lots of G-forces on the car, and also the heat, and it's just very humid. 78% humidity at current is taking the energy out of not only those from overseas when across borders, but those that live locally here in South Africa.
100%. The racing drivers are working hard. Their pit crews are working hard. This entire championship and series is working hard. All these little mechanisms in different corners are coming together to make this harmonious event happen. We've been working hard here. Our pit crew's running up and down, getting us information. I've been using a wheel gun to change my jawline every now and then so we can get this commentary flowing out as smooth as possible. So you can hear it every now and then as we do our switcher overs. But in the meantime, we're going to do a quick update and keep some housekeeping. Class A leaders at the moment. It's Oleli Tlaka, who just got back into the car and under safety car conditions, taking advantage of the pits. That is Michael Jensen in the car R in the Nova Proto 2 in second place, Adjust for Sleep. And in third in Class A is Steve Clark in the backdraft. In Class B, leaders Wayne Roach, safety car into the pits, and that is actually our Class D leader, and Alfa Romeo also into the pits. An issue there. Class D leader is the one that will meet green light conditions first. It is Gabiani ahead of Pretorius in Class D, as well as the 113 backdraft of Giga there. And of course, we see the number 95 Gallardo, which has had a number of issues, which thankfully they have overcome. It seemed to be a gearbox issue after a shunt. They've worked out the electronic niggle and got them past that and back out onto the circuit. Stewie White's niggle at the moment is that he's attracting backdraft like flies. It is incredible.
It's like a first time in race pace, suddenly stacked in the middle, and he's having to try and work his way through.
I beg your pardon, yes. Now, it's a similar situation. When Stewie White went out to the circuit, he had tons of cars around him. Is the same thing. He's going to have to slice through the traffic a couple of times to get the car onto pace again, but shouldn't be much of a challenge. It'll be interesting once he gets acquainted with Michael Jensen, because the first part of the series in this battle was Stewie White versus Nick Adcock. Now it's Tolile Litaka versus Michael Jensen in the Nova Proto 2. Let's see what happens.
Beautiful shot from our iCam. This is the forward-facing camera, so the iCam has two cameras on it, one forward-facing, one rear-facing.
Yes.
But you can already see how the drivers are keeping to the outside line, focusing on the racing line, swing the car in, and these backdrafts, despite weighing 1 ton, are rather easy to drive. They're not these big heavy tanks you would think they are. They're very, very smooth. Their inputs are very easy. And a lot of drivers say you would think you would be more fatigued in it. It's a bit of hard work, but you don't feel it as much as you would think it is. And it's just a testament to the engineering that Backdraft has done over the course of many, 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 many years, building race cars and road cars down in KZN, that they've come up with a very affordable class that you can either purchase a turnkey, rent, and be able to compete on a national level.
Interesting, because this is the ultimate advert for this particular car. It is in third place at the moment. It's the gulf in between the first two and third place. It is Class A to Class D. That is a 2-class jump that Mr. Gabiani is making at the moment in terms of track position and overall position on the race, having lapped at this point 78 laps ahead of the competitors behind him.
I do want to point out that he is in the same car as Steve Clark. Steve Clark taking on after Mike McLaughlin on pit stop. But Gabiani has just been incredible with his pace at current. 78 laps in his run. He's really pushing hard. While Latlaka has done 89 laps around Zwartkops, a 2.4 kilometer circuit. And it's incredible. Already going and trying to improve his lap times every lap, but still traffic becoming an interference for him. But Michael Jensen is one that I want to really keep an eye out for.
Yep, let's keep an eye out for Jensen. We have an eye out for Litlaka at the moment, getting reacquainted with the Lambo and racing trim for the first time on South African soil. Of course, he's had a busy program overseas in the UAE, along with Stewie White and the crew. The entire crew has gone out to see what it's like in the 12-hour in the UAE, as well as the 24-hour, which they've competed in. So it'll be well on form as far as racing in anger is concerned. But at Zwartkops, it's always a unique prospect. There's always new challenges to face, and so far they've done so well in terms of recovering from starting out in the pits. And I'm rejoined, of course, by Chloe Grace Mpanza with some more insights about what's going on downstairs. We've had a couple of driver changes thanks to the safety car that came in fortuitously at this time. What's the body language of drivers coming out of cars? Like, is it a slump out of, to roll out of the car? Are they coming out strong, jumping out, enjoy an absolute glee? What's the picture now?
So you know what the thing is, pit stops, right? You might fully send it, right? And you've put in a great time, and you know that you did well.
Yeah.
Now it's, will Chloe do the same?
Over to you.
Is Chloe going to maintain this? And really, as much as, yes, we are a team, but you already see that the pressure is on. And the drivers that are taking over, they understand their assignment, especially if you got a car in a good position. It means you have to then make sure that, of course, you continue where your previous teammate left off. I mean, we see, of course, the Inter Africa, of course, Lamborghini with Chloe Litlaka, who's on now. And I mean, it's great. I mean, we talk about leaving the car in a great position. I think that's exactly what Stuart White has done. When you want someone to fully send it, go finish the tires, go finish the rubber, you send in a Stuart White. So I think he's done that. And now Chloe Litlaka needs to finish off the job. So it's really, really great, of course, to see the strategy. And I mean, this was necessary for Inter Africa because of the condition and the situation that they started in.
100% a recovery job that was well taken care of quickly and efficiently. And now I guess the task is keeping it all on the black stuff, navigating the back markers, making sure your consumption is on point, your aggression level is on point, because you have to factor in fuel and stops and when you want to time all of that, all with the variable of safety cars, because at any point a safety car could come in and possibly help your opponents in terms of they being, you don't want to push your car so hard that you're running out and start for fuel. But if you're lucky enough to get a pit stop, now your opponent is happy because you get me. So rather your opponent is disappointed, I beg your pardon, at the fact that, look, as much as you were aggressive and seemed like you were going to have to force a stop, now you're lucky because of a pit stop. So it really does neutralize a lot of the battles that we see going on.
It definitely does. And my question, pit stops, I mean, you guys talk about for the guys having to make way after, of course, you've been overlapped, right? And my thing is to you, the question to you, I get it when you're the guy in front.
Yeah.
But when you're the guy at the back and you see right now what we're seeing in picture, a Lamborghini in front of you, and you must somehow make way of it, but still you've got your own race. Talk to us about that driver's perspective.
Firstly, I can't relate. I've never been at the back. I've never ever been at the back. Let's just start there, okay? But in theory,
thank you for the clarification.
I gotta clarify, no? But if I have been at the back, if I were at the back, my thinking is be fair. All right. Look, there's a massive gulf in between Class A and Class D. So if a Class A car is coming past a Class D car, you understand the speed and performance difference. Like the pace these cars, these Class A's and GT3 cars are coming out at as compared to these V8s is incredible. So you have to be generous with your space and know how to place your car properly. Stay on the racing line, firstly, just like you see as Barland is doing there. Don't swing out the way in an unreasonable manner. It shouldn't be unpredictable. So the faster car has to make a way around. You just continue exactly where you are. Do not unreasonably try and change direction to accommodate.
The Chloe, who's the same class as you, is right behind you.
Now, at that point, it's very interesting. In that case, the Chloe should be smart and use the slipstream of the Lambo that's faster. And you've seen that a number of times. You've seen that a number of times. I think we saw it with the we had 4 classes, I think up to Class D with the GT Cup SA we had earlier today. And we also saw that earlier on when we still had the 1 hour dash. When some of the 1 hour cars were trying to get ahead. Shea Harpal benefited a bit from some of those battles. Andrew Horn struggled. It looked like Andrew Horn was on the back end of situations where he wants to overtake, but now there's back markers. He's the back marker, but now he wants to overtake Shape and must make way for Stewie White. So it's a lot. It is a lot. And so it's no wonder they come out of those cars tired, because it's quite a bit to navigate.
Can I get an update as well from you? Turn 4 with the backdrops pit stops. I remember when I was here earlier on, a lot of them were struggling. Where are they now? Have they gotten there?
Yeah, look, Harvey back onto the circuit now. He's fine, hasn't had the same issue. He was the most popular backdraft at turn 4. He seemed to be very interested in that piece of real estate. But now he's perfectly fine. We haven't seen another visit actually to turn 4 since, because when we saw that dust, I think that was the last time. The last time you and I saw a car there was the last time there was one there, period. So far on that front, it's been good. I think the only thing really has been about the timing of the safety car with Sichaba's V8 Roadster at turn 7. A sudden issue came for the car there, so he and Fikile Hulumisa are trying their best, I'd imagine, to overcome that issue. I know that in practice they had a braking issue, a braking problem, where there was a cable that needed to be fixed or something of that nature, and that was the issue then. I do wonder if that's the problem now.
You know what's interesting is that I think about 2 weeks ago they just took it out for fun, right? The very same car, and they had the exact same issue. Is that if it's not the brake pads, and it's definitely something else. The fact that come practice session, maybe something will go wrong. But then on race day, here they are. I mean, with 2 hours 9 minutes left into the race, they're still remaining. So it's always quite interesting how they feel that they don't get enough practice time because they always have the same issue. But come race day, here they are. And I think that's the also interesting thing about, I mean, we talk about Stuart White and Gloria Kaka in terms of the aggression. So Chapa brings that aggression. As an aggressive driver, all the time, you need someone to get the job done. He does that. And then Fikile will then, of course, then finish off the job. So it's also a really lovely relationship and understanding that they have between the two.
The synergy. And we've seen the other side of the synergy, I suppose, with some of these backdrafts. This one we have in particular here, Steve Clark has been at the helm, but we're going to see Mike McLaughlin a bit later on. That it's a backdraft car, but he's entered into Class A. For the sake of continuing in the point scoring standing for Class A, because initially they have a Class A entrant car. But in Class D, the leader is Gabiani in that number 16. Harun Pretorius, last year's winners of this V8 Roadster class, are in 5th position overall and 2nd in Class D, and in 3rd is the 113 of Giga there in 6th place overall. Dean Walson in the number 23, which we've seen visit the turn 4 kitty litter often. He now stepped into the car, having taken advantage of that pitting opportunity. We're on board now with Steve Clark as he makes his way around turn 2. He's cleared turn 2 and goes on now into 3, where unfortunately we saw some of the Samlin Racing Lamborghinis leashed as they were dealing with their issues. And you get a picture of the battle now between these 3, because they're in the same championship. And I just want to get a clear picture now. It's Gabiani further out ahead of them, but behind Clark are Pretorius, who's further back. So in terms of real time, with the way the timing looks and where positions are, some of these cars have to unlap themselves and get back ahead. So that's why we don't see Harun Pretorius in the picture there, because he actually is in 2nd place behind. He's actually in 2nd place behind Gabiani in that class.
I actually have to mention one thing that I appreciate about Team Pesty is the fact that as much as they've had their challenges. I think yesterday they were of course struggling with their lift pump. Now that is sorted, which is great. But the thing that I absolutely love is how Steve mentioned earlier on that it's more a self-owned team, right? So you look into the fact that who helps them out. You've got a James who's there, Emmanuel who's there. Of course, Aram also will help out in setting up the car. So it's really great to see that everybody is just so hands-on into making sure that Team Pasty is right up front to of course compete with the rest of the backdrafts.
Steve Koenig himself, Michael Koenig, his his brother. I've seen everybody under that car. My turn is coming. I'm putting down my application. I'm going to talk to Francois.
I think I'm going to do it before you.
The number 23 at turn 4. Chloe Grace and Banza, you
don't you dare. Don't
turn
you
4
dare. Don't
and
you
the number
dare.
23 need to have a conversation. What is going on? Okay?
I don't know what you're insinuating.
That's what I'm saying.
I am not a fan of what you're saying.
There has to be something in the handling of the car, the way it shifts weight at that point, because it is a tap of the brakes. It's not as hard or aggressive as going into turn 5. I don't know. There's something amiss there in terms of getting the front to bite under turning or under the steering input needed at turn 4. But hopefully they can get over that, because we've passed. Where are we at? We're almost at the halfway mark. So quickly, almost at the halfway mark. So yeah, they've fought well so far to get over it. Yeah. Issues seem to disappear, but now Wilson is the racing driver for number 23 Adapt Swiss Hotel School's car that would have to deal with that issue and endure, as it were.
So I think right now Wilson would agree to say that maybe the commentator's curse might be a thing, and I really truly do apologize. It was just a question at that point, so nothing untoward. I guess it's just timing more than anything.
Yep, and speaking of timing, let's maybe have a look at what those laps are looking like. We're on board with Steve Clark at the moment. Maybe we'll start with him. His most recent time, a 1:11.9. He is ahead of that Swiss Hotel School's Adapt backdraft. Let's see what lap times we're getting from Walson at the moment. 1:12.5. Quite the difference between the two of them there in terms of lap time, despite the fact that he's right behind him. I want to make a slight correction and adjustment. It's the number 31 of Van Heerde that's right behind Steve Clark there. So that's the lap time that we're seeing at the moment. Then when we go back to the front runners, Gabiani, lap time of 1:11.9. Okay, that's a bit lower. He's consistently stayed in around this time because his best time is 1:11.6, so 3/10 difference in terms of that is quite decent. He, of course, leads the class at the moment. And just to go back onto the circuit and leave the timing sheets, Xolile Tlaka now has 2 backdrafts to navigate past. 1 down. Let's see what happens with the next. Yep, quite easy. They made it.
To move over when there's no one on your back.
100%.
Yeah.
If there's no pressure for you, then you certainly can be a bit more generous in how you hop out the way. There is Steve Clark still making his way around, and it's a tactical move for them to stay onto the circuit, but it's brilliant to see that they're thinking of the bigger picture and maximizing what the regulations allow for them to do to remain competitive in the championship. And also they want to stay around also long term in terms of entering the races. For you to get into the SAS 9 Hours of Kyalami, you have to have a certain number of races competed in early on in the championship. There's a minimum requirement that you have to meet, so every round counts for you to be able to enter at the end of the year. So the incentive is there from all angles.
From the beginning for everyone, and I think that's the one thing, because if you look into the fact that last year South Africa was not at the opening, was not at Zwartkops rather. Yep. So it's great to see that they are a part of us, and also we're seeing more drivers. I mean, when you look into just the cars that I believe we had a 33 grid car, and you had the bikes about 40 bikes. So it really shows that everybody is serious about the championship. It is game on from the very first round, and we're going to see it hopefully go down to the wire, to the very last round, come of course towards the end of the year.
Yeah, someone who seems to want to take it down to the wire. That the Alvarez Alteza, still navigating the circuit. They seem to be struggling with something, man, but they keep on going. They had a couple of issues earlier on, and they're still out on the circuit. Gingerly they go, but they're still going nonetheless, which is a great thing to see. We have Gabiani at the moment who just cleared turn 2, and that's Tlaka getting past a couple of our backdrafts, the Edwards V8 Rogue. He just passed, and we're on board now with Gabiani at turn 3. We're going down the home straight, and not too long from now to get a proper perspective of how long these cars have to maximize on the straight line advantage. Tap onto the brakes slightly here, get a bit of curb, not too much of course, and open up the steering and allow the car to stretch and breathe a bit more. Uphill, slight uphill here, going up into later on in what will be the sunset, and just lava, nothing but lava on the tarmac. Get your braking marker. Somehow someone's lost their stuff. It's the 131 of Edwards. Yep, that is it. how fast it comes at you. That was the perfect moment for our viewers to understand how quick, how cat-like your reflexes have to be on a racing circuit. Because suddenly there was a massive, it becomes a massive car at the very least. From far it seems to be the two, but there Gabiani had to have his hand-eye coordination quite sharp, and Gabiani.
Back to what you were saying, right?
Yep.
Stops in terms of how drivers essentially think is that I'm not looking at this corner that I'm seeing right now. I'm looking at the corner ahead.
Yeah.
So I've already spotted that there's an issue.
Yeah.
So
100%.
how do I navigate past that? So it's really great to see how he handled that.
100%, and that we saw that in real time being applied. It looks like Edwards, I believe it is Edwards in the car at the moment, has managed to recover the car, and it's Glans, I beg your pardon, because we've got two Edwards as well as Glans in that 131. He's recovered the car and is able to get back out. We didn't see him past pit entry, so it remains to be seen. Let's say he's gingerly going. Look at that. The drone shot is doing miracles, showing us that Edwards might be getting into the pits because of the pace that he's at. But as it stands, we're actually we're at the 2 hour mark now. We've completed hour 2 of the race. We've got 2 hours of the race to go, and it is perhaps worthwhile in a moment as another back mark, two back markers is being cleared by the 95 Lamborghini. Yep, that is Glans rather getting back out into the circuit, and he's had to concede to whatever that issue is. Hopefully they can get the car back again. We are halfway through the race, so there's plenty of time for the team to try and fault find and get back out onto the circuit. I want to get a picture quickly of pace out at the front before we have a look at how the race has gone so far over the past couple of hours. We've got Dolele Tlaka still leading, and Michael Jensen, of course, behind him. Their best times so far have been 59.6 and 59.6 as well. Similar pace.
I'm looking at the difference.
The Alteza I was speaking about, that was going gingerly along now in frame.
I don't like it. You shouldn't.
It was an observation.
No.
It was an observation.
You know I love Sergio Alvarez and
Turn 5
and Marco D'Acunha. Really top 3 drivers. And I mean, after they went through what they went through last night, you were really hoping that they're going to finish. I mean, at some point they had 7 cylinders yesterday, but they fixed it. I think they left the track around 9 to 10 p.m. Just trying to make sure sure that they finish the race.
Yep, and see what safety procedure is going to be like now. Probably going to have a safety. Yep, there we go. We've got the flags so far, and we're probably building up to getting a board. Let me not preempt that, but we'll see if Sergio is able to get that car out on its own steam and recover it. Then we should be good with the waved yellows for the time being. But given how far off he is from getting into the pits, he's on the inside of turn 5, which is a tricky place to be. This is going to warrant for a step or two further into our safety procedures. So for the time being, no one may overtake as things stand. We're going to freeze current positions, but also this is an interesting juncture to get. Yeah, there we go. Safety car is out. Safety car board is out, so it's official. Full safety car. Not too long from now is going to peel out, and the cars are going to be running at safety car pace. Michael Jensen, there he is. We just got him in and out of frame there. The timing is absolutely perfect of Ramchanda in that bright yellow number 42. He's in the car now, and he's been enjoying himself. First time out in a backdraft. He's used to Formula V's. He's a Formula V champion, reigning Formula V champion, so he's loving the handling of the car, learning it's new. It's a new style to him at the very least, because he's more familiar with single-seaters. He went all the way from karting all the way into Formula V single-seaters, so that handling is all he really knows, and he says it's quite a difference. It really is quite a difference when you compare it to the backdraft. We've got Gabiani in the pits now, and a smoking... It looks like, okay, the hood has been open on the 131 there of Glans. Glans and Edwards. We'll figure out what the issue is not too long from now once we get some info from the pits. But
before also, I mean, we wrap that up. I mean, when you talk about Lucian, I think you also have to talk about the drivers that he's with, that being Fabian, Lance, and Jan Hirsch. I think also under their guidance and them just really welcoming to the team, I think that's also been really, really great. So it's been a solid 3 so far.
Yeah, very experienced too. And those are the kind of people you want to be exposed to if you are getting a first time around for your first rodeo around in V8 Roadsters. Alvarez being recovered at the moment, safety procedure underway. So for the time being, it looks like we'll be just getting the cars, some of which do not like this. One, for example, we've got a Gallardo behind the backdraft, heating up. They're cooling down now. A little bit clearer air for Xolile Tlaka, but some of these cars now are not going to be liking the blockage from free-flowing air to cool those radiators down and get temperatures down, as it is ever so sensitive for the cars to be running at optimum temperatures.
And I mean, also, the one thing about the safety car, right, is that now it brings the field so much closer. As much as you are trying to pull this gap so much, but now, because of the safety car, it means the Nova is now suddenly on the Lamborghini, and we know how quick, of course, that Nova is as well. So it's really going to be interesting to see the restart as to, of course, how, of course, then they go back into racing. Quick one, pit stop, but what I also wanted to find out from you, I don't know about you, but I love muscle cars, right? I mean, I guess we can talk about it while we're on the safety car. The Trans Am, what did you make of it? I mean, so much difficulty since, I mean, the first week, the car just got here, and it's not a great start for them.
Yeah, look, race. I think it's the nature of racing. We've had a number of stories like that, where a team just commits their all into being here, and has to overcome so many hurdles. And at that point, it just calls for the team to be even more committed. And I think Team Jacquet Racing rather has had that responsibility thrust on them to be like, you know what, we're here, we're committed to this, so we're going to try and get this car back together and put it out on the circuit, no matter how many times we have to do that. And that's pretty much what Sergio Alvarez and the team have had to do and endure with the 1111 Alteza. No matter, I beg your pardon, not the 1111, the number 88 Alteza. And no matter what comes their way, they're still going to have to rebuild it and keep going at it until the checkered flag falls. The races, there's always a chance. You either run out of, what is it? You said it first, actually. So you may as well finish the quote. You know?
That sometimes you just run out of time. Is that what I said?
Pretty much. No matter how many times I need to get a 13 span and a flat screwdriver in my hand, it's all about time. It's all about time. So I still will go at it. So
what a shot there, right? Seeing the Pesty Racing there, and right behind we're seeing, of course, that car of Glantz and Edward. So really, really interesting. And I love the drone shot. I think that's the lovely thing about technology as well. And not only are we getting to see the driver, but you get to see the full view as well of the track.
Yep. The drone shot is scrumptious. And I think it looks like a splash and dash there for Adam Pretorius. Slightly leisurely pace, understanding that the safety car is there, they can take full advantage of that. And we are at an interesting juncture. Did you spot something off screen there?
No, I was excited to see the fans, that even as hot as it is, they're still standing right on top above pit lane, and they're still enjoying all the action. So a big shout out to the fans as well.
Yeah, listen, max out on the sunscreen, and during the safety car, things are pretty much just gonna slow down for a lot more. We're going to get hotter and hotter, and temperatures flaring all around the circuit at the moment. We've got a bit of a switch up in terms of, I want to see if that turns into a driver change there with the Pesty Racing car, because Aram is able to go in a good 3 hours flat.
For sure.
I've heard Francois say. So I want to see if there's a driver change there, but of course the regulation does say a minimum of 1 hour 20. I stand to be corrected, but 1 hour 20 for each driver is the minimum incentive changes, so he cannot eat into the time of his teammate. Barent is the one with the insurance. Aram would have to step into the car for a minimum of 1 hour 20.
So currently on board with Roberto Franco.
Yes, they're back onto the circuit.
Man, I'm
Thank
absolutely
you.
I love this team. I mean, talk about a team that also doesn't give up, right? You have to put them up on that list. And it's, of course, that father-son duo that we absolutely love on track. I mean, from yesterday, after kissing the wall at turn 1 to turn 2, and having to also rebuild their car, and also today.
Yeah.
But they're back on.
See, no matter how many times it breaks down, you just get under that car, build it up, you get it onto the circuit.
But that's a nice thing about endurance, right? If there's time.
And as long as there's time.
And you've got the parts.
As long as there's time.
And you've got the parts.
You know what I mean? There's that. Yeah. We can't forget that. We're back in green flag conditions at the moment, and we're now counting down to the second half. We're 1 hour and 51 minutes remaining of the race as Roberto Franco gets around the circuit at turn 5. We get a shot of just how much light is coming at you going up that approach. You have to really hit your marker. At this point, it only gets more and more difficult to get that braking marker. You can see you got plenty curb there as the car jacked up. The iCam on board is helping us understand just how much body roll, how many forces are at play when it comes to the car going around the circuit here. Down into turn 8, heavy. You can see the nose dipping and diving a bit. Get in there, try to get some curbs, sometimes not. Go a bit wide on the outside. Some cars really do prefer to maximize on the circuit, go as wide as possible at that particular part. But now going into turn 1, the famous turn 1, which becomes a very, very small area. Even more when you get into turn 2. So many spins here. There you go. One down the inside, a Lambo. Looks like the number 95 Samlin Racing past Roberto Franco there, and naturally that would be the case given the performance difference. But yeah, turn 3 up until turn 4, you sort of get to relax in terms of steering, inputs and dynamics. This is where the engine takes the reins, and from there it's a slight tap off here onto the curbs again, and you start the cycle again. Go blind for a couple of meters and brake, and hope you got your brake marker at turn 5.
Yeah, no, I think more than anything, of course, you do need to keep that positivity on and off track. I mean, goodness gracious, when you look into then the other classes as well, pit stops, talk to us about, of course, who also is leading there.
Yep, we've got currently in picture the leader of Class B. That is Samlin Racing with Wayne Roach at the wheel. He'd be pretty chuffed with the performance at the moment. Then going on, we can maybe circle back. We know what's going on in Class A, of course, is Litlaka, Jensen, as well as Clark. Class D, we've got Gabiani, Pretorius, as well as Giga in 3rd place. In Class C, Van Zyl, Franco, we were on board with him not too long from now, and Alves, unfortunately, all the way down overall in 19th and trailing for Class C. And Class Wayne Roach, there he is, our leader for Class B, clearing turn 4 at the moment. He's the sole competitor as it stands, given how just the elements have come at Class B. They really have, and it's been a bit difficult for them to at least get past them as it stands.
When it rains, it pours, right? If it's not physical rain, there will be other challenges on track that stops. Why are you giving me that side eye? Oh, we're not talking about the rain? All right, cool. But funny enough, I was speaking to most of the teams. They've been saying they hope that it rains because they want, of course...
There's a battle for the front. That is a battle for the front. Jensen wants to get a lap back. Jensen needs to get past Litlaka and get back onto the current lap. Litlaka has completed 116 laps and Jensen's on 115. So Litlaka, of course, will try and make Jensen's life difficult. Jensen needs to pay the debts to the circuit and get that lap back. But Litlaka's like, no, you're not getting to the Mashonisa on time, my friend. Look how defensive Litlaka is going into turn 8. Make that Lambo wide as possible. That's exactly it. And now Jensen, find another way around, my friend. Let's see, going down into turn 1. Have a look down the inside. Late. How late can you go? Fair, very fair from Litlaka. Off goes Jensen. He's got to get back onto the current lap, and he's effectively very far behind Litlaka, even though they look like they're very close together in the same frame.
What did I tell you about a safety car?
Yeah, okay. Are you gonna do that to me?
What do you mean? I'm just saying.
It's the truth.
Exactly.
It's the truth.
It really does. So right now, where Janssen is, he's grateful for the safety car.
100%. Yeah, it makes it's a great equalizer. It's the gamble that some teams lay some of their strategies on. Most of the time, you prepare 80 to 90% and leave the 10 to 20% up to the safety car or some sort of factor. Then we've got a group of V8 roadsters here. Who's who in this zoo? We've got the trailing 113 of Giga there. We've got Wolfson in the picture. He's leading. Gabiani right behind him. It's a whole interesting picture there.
However, you must note for a second then, Prince, that Gabiani is the class leader.
Yep.
Jeez. What did he do? Oh my word. Car number 23, doing Wolfson and Gabiani a lap apart. Gabiani thought he was being given the room, and Wolfson decided not to give him the room.
Yeah.
And there was a coming together. Thankfully, they both seem to have escaped relatively unscathed. Gabiani, we thought he had right of way being the Class D leader, but there we're going to have a replay there. He stuck it up the inside. Could have tucked it in a bit more.
Could have.
I think Walson gave him the room, but Gabiani maybe could have tucked it in a bit tighter.
Oh my goodness. So there's something going on in the studio, and the seat to my left-hand side. Every individual who sits in this seat causes a car to spin around consistently. The only person who this thing has missed is Steve Credit. But so far, you, Sudhir, and Chloe are responsible for a lot of the things going on this circuit. So that's all I'm going to say.
I was outside. I was throwing oil on the track.
Okay, that's a different approach.
So I have exciting things to commentate on. No, I'm kidding.
That's a different approach to it.
Joking. Are we back on board with Gabiani?
Yep, leader, class leader.
Looks like he has escaped without any damage. And look at the lightest touch. Absolutely lightest touch.
Yeah.
As I said, he's leading the class by a lap. There are a bunch of guys sort of fighting behind him. There's a nice shot of the Gauteng skyline and the clouds that all seem to have lifted. There's bright sunshine outside. It's warm. There's no threat of afternoon thunderstorm, which is quite unusual.
Yeah.
If you've been in Gauteng for the last 2 or 3 weeks, Gabiani's on it. He's eked out a lap worth of lead for himself and managing it well.
No, it seems he's a lap behind from third. He's on the
he's
same
leading Class D.
Yeah, he's leading Class D, and he's on the same lap as Pretorius in second.
I got you. 25 seconds behind is Pretorius.
Yeah.
Steve Clark, who is in a similar car, although entered in Class A, so it looks like they're close together, but Steve Clark is in a different class.
100%.
Gabiani is in a good position right now, leading Class D. Steve Clark, Mike McLaughlin have another car that they race in Class A, sort of a crazy, no-rule sort of backdraft roadster that had some technical issues, and they decided, let's just use a regular car in Class A and maybe pick up a few points.
Yeah.
Lo and behold, they're running in the podium positions. Fantastic.
Top 3 overall.
Top 3 overall. Not just Class A, top 3 overall. Exactly.
So
we saw a slow-moving car on track. Was it the Polo?
Yeah, we saw a number of that was the Alteza. The Alteza of race that needed to be recovered actually from turn 5, actually, which we are at the moment thanks to our drone shot.
No, just a second ago there's a slow-moving car on the track. Yeah, I saw the Alteza being rescued. I watched that rescue on telly.
Oh, okay.
And there seems to be a slow-moving car on track.
Okay, I was keeping an eye on the timing there. Let's see where that slow-moving car is.
It was between 3 and 4. Maybe he was just getting out of the way of faster traffic. We'll keep an eye on it. These drone shots are great.
I can't get enough of it. It's the drone shot, it's the onboards, just and the transitions between each of them. It catches all of the action as it comes.
The production guys are doing a great job following people.
Phenomenal.
We got to step up our game to keep up with them.
Listen, I'm gonna do I was telling Steve right now, I need a wheel gun to change my jawline every 30 minutes just to keep it sharp. I've got spare jaws in my laptop bag, so don't worry.
Action has been frenetic, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We're back on board with Gabiani here, chasing Alfa Romeo Giulia of Fong.
There's the Alteza back out
There's
onto
the
the
Alteza,
circuit.
look at that.
Yep,
That's
they
pretty big.
managed to fix that issue.
I suspect, and I could be wrong, that he must have run out of fuel.
Interesting.
That's why he's out so quickly,
I'm
right?
gonna put out a note on that so we can find out and follow.
I suspect he ran out of fuel, which is why the moment he was back in the pits, topped it up and he was on his way again.
Yeah. Let's have a look to see. That would be great, because then if it's not something that they have to fight between now and the end of the race, it's fantastic. We just want to see them out on the circuit.
We're going to send Steve Koenig to go and find information to us. Steve, if you can hear us, we need some information about the Alteza. This Gabiani is chasing the Giulia, and the Giulia is keeping him at bay. Look at that. You would think there's a bit of a pace difference, but that Giulia has got the legs on him. Oh, look at it go. Down to turn 1, dab at the brakes, turn it in. He's struggling with a little bit of understeer. He's gentle through mid-corner there, drives it out to the left, nice and deep. Stay on the brakes, be patient. Misses the apex by a day. As I said, he's struggling with a bit of understeer. So turns it in, climbs on the gas, and look at that Alpha machine just go up the road. Beautiful, leaning into the camber, opening a gap on the backdraft. Looks great. Alpha race cars, come on. Alfa Romeo, one of the oldest. One of the brands with the longest motorsport heritage.
Yeah.
You know, it's great to see Alfa Romeo race cars on track. And Gabbiani can't close the gap on him. He's just keeping him at bay. Keeping him at bay continuously. And he's in a pack of other backdrafts, so he's having a good dice here. He's having a bit of fun.
No, absolutely. Some breathing room between Gabbiani and Pretorius at the moment. But it looks like the Zulia as well as Gabbiani will have to get their way past Hirsch. I think this bright yellow number 42 of Hirsch, but it's Ramchanda, I beg your pardon, that's in the car now. They took advantage of the recent changing opportunity. So Ramchanda getting more acquainted with the backdraft, the V8 Roadsters in race trim, driving it in anger. He's had an absolutely good time adding to layer upon layer of his already vast experience in single-seaters, so I bet this would bode well for him.
This is such a cool battle. I'm just watching it lap after lap.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and find out who's in the Alpha right now.
It was Fonk at some point, but I think it's Van Sale now.
Richard van Sale.
That's Van Sale.
Richard van Sale.
Yeah.
That was a great battle. It was great to watch. And as a racing driver, even if you're not, am I mistaken? Is Lamborghini going slow?
Slower.
Yeah, he's coming to pits. The car is crabbing.
I saw that.
Yeah,
so
it's either got a wheel loose, which I don't think would have manifested this late.
Big moment.
This could be the lead change. It's either got a wheel loose or it has a puncture. But that car looked like it was crabbing coming out of turn 6.
Massive moment. You can see it now thanks to that drone shot. Peeling into the pits. What does the pit crew do? Just get closer and see. The pit crew around the car now, getting an understanding what's going on. Looking at the right rear. The right quarter of the car is being attended to on the right side on Olile's door. Cars is up on the jacks now.
I'm pretty sure
it's going into the pits. Oh
no,
an issue for our defending champions. This is a massive moment in the championship already. Zwartkops serves it up. It's been coming in fast, it's been coming in thick, and unfortunately so far it's going the direction of Inter Africa Racing. And it's a hidden your hands moment, but the team is good enough, is fast enough, is prepared enough to find this issue and to get that car back out onto the circuit. What that translates to on your timing screen is the fact that now Jensen is going to pay that deficit of laps that he had and then some for a couple of moments. We get a shot of Lelitaka getting a break, cooling down a bit. It must be incredibly hot in there.
I'm surprised they didn't hand him something cool to drink and maybe open the door with the fan.
Yep.
It's always nice to be for your body temp to come down when you're relaxing.
Yeah, it looks like his water bottle is connected, his drinks bottle is connected, and I don't know, the frame of mind here, psychologically, I'm not getting out of that car because I trust my team to do it quick enough for me to get this thing fixed in time, and we're getting back out there and chasing that car, which is our closest, at least thus far, competitor out on.
So he's already gone further lap down. So Letlaka and White in the Huracan are now 3 laps off the leaders, Jensen, Nike and Adcock car. So they will know that the Lambo has quite a mountain to climb now should it be chasing for the lead. Steve Clark in the backdraft Roadster is 12 laps further back. So can the Inter Africa team sort out that problem quick enough to get the driver back out, Letlaka back out onto the track? If they can, they'll maintain that lead over Steve Clark, but their gamble of just entering a standard backdraft Roadster into Class A is now paying big dividends.
100%.
They third overall in the race, third in class is going to do them, a wonderful favor in terms of points. And I just found out that I was almost right about the Altezza. I said it was a fuel problem.
You called it.
I thought it was a fuel problem, and it was a fuel pipe, not the fuel. It was a fuel supply problem. But it wasn't. It ran out of fuel. A fuel pipe had come loose. The team just plugged it straight back in, clamped it in place, and sent the car out, and it's been circulating ever since.
Yeah, considering that they've been working so hard on the car, you'd imagine that a lot
Overnight,
of those parts, a lot of those parts were disconnected, and the triple and double checking, and
something fell through the cracks, didn't it?
Exactly.
So Letlaka still sits motionless in the pits, and he'll know in such a short lap, just a minute lap here at Zwartkops, and he'll see almost his nearest rivals putting another lap on them. So the number 1 Lamborghini goes down 5 laps behind the leader, and that's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt.
You know what?
And now they hand the driver.
There you go.
Some fresh water
to cool him down. It's literally pouring it on him.
Exactly. Yeah. As a driver, it gets so hot in the car, and now it looks like they're loosening his straps.
Yeah, just to get him.
That's not a good sign. Is that Stewart? Is that Stewart helping him?
Yep, he looks like he's just adjusting it properly.
He's getting his belts tight.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's cooling him down with some cool water out of a bottle. Hopefully they can get the car going. They've gone another lap down while we're talking.
Yeah.
Steve Clark is now 4 behind the Lamborghini, the number 1 Lamborghini. So if their team's talking to them, they may want to press on and try and jump into second place. Gabiani maintains his lead in Class D, ahead of Pretorius. And in Class C, we have Van Sale and
Roberto Franco.
Franco.
He's in 14th.
And we've got 19 runners at the moment showing. So that's it's a hot day. It's not the coolest day. The first race of the year, there's always a few gremlins and a few bugs. You've spent months preparing from probably the end of last year. Some cars were stripped down and starting to replace crucial bits. But you cannot prepare for every eventuality. And here we have a close-up shot of Inter-Africa Racing.
Gerald, team manager, just getting stuck here.
I'm guessing it's suspension. We've got the wheel off. Their team members in there with tools.
Suspension collapse, possibly. What could
the
crabbing move is weird.
Crabbing move would be a suspension issue, if not a flat tire. A flat tire would obviously would have been repaired by now, and the car would be on its way. Crabbing would come from a broken link.
Okay.
One of the multi-links would break, and then the toe angle of the rear wheel will change. Hence the car is crabbing because it suddenly has a lot of toe.
How many links does it have typically?
It depends on the arrangement for this car. They will have multiple links.
On top and the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. Top and bottom, and in some cases also longitudinally to keep the suspension from moving back and forward, so to control caster. And Gallardo has a multi-link rear. So these guys are busy probably replacing a link if they found the problem quick enough.
Look at the focus in Letlaka's eyes. He is just focused on getting back out onto that circuit. You can see how blank his mind is as opposed to the surrounds. He wants to get back out onto the circuit and race, because that's exactly what that car's meant to do, to defend the championship. But we're going to get some information from Nadine in the pits to get some more insight about that exact car.
I'm here with Gerald Ekron, our manager of Inter Africa Racing. Gerald, why are you guys in the pits? What's happening with the car?
Nadine, unfortunately, one of the back markers hit us and we had some contact and we broke the right rear suspension. But the guys are fixing it now. It's a pity, as we were the leader of the race with almost a lap. So, but we will go back and fight back strong and see where we end for the race. But at this stage, it's a bit pity.
It is a pity, but you know what, don't give up. You guys started in the pits. You managed to pull it right through to first place before the first hour was over of the race. And as we know your team, you guys have changed parts within 4 minutes in a pit stop. So I have full hope with you guys.
Yeah, we hope we can get it back out quickly. The suspension is not something that you change in 2 minutes, but we're going to try our best.
Well, wishing you guys all the best.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Ah, man, there you have it.
I didn't know the cause, but I knew there was a problem with the right rear suspension. You could see it from the behavior of the car. I know from having driven endurance races, you're in a rhythm when you're pounding off fast laps. Where you're comfortable. You're in a real rhythm. You're so focused. Everything is coming to you naturally. There's such a flow, and that's where Zolile would have been up until that point, and then to suddenly stop with this unplanned problem, this unforeseen problem, pull into the pits, stop, and now his adrenaline's going to be abating. His adrenaline levels are going down. He was in a rhythm with braking markers, acceleration points, and apexes, and now he's gotten to a point now that it's gonna take his edge off, and he's gonna take like a lap maybe to get back into the swing of things properly. And now they've gone 10 laps down to the leader. It's going to be a big ask from there. It's an hour and 30 remaining to claw back 10 laps. An hour 30 will be a massive ask. It's not impossible in endurance racing. Anything can happen, and as we've seen, usually does happen. So we're at a point where if that team can somehow get the car back on the road. Of course, when you're taking apart suspension pieces. Oh, is that our leader, Gabiani?
That's Gabiani's car, but I think Mark Owens is in the car at the moment.
You're right.
There we
it's
go.
Mark Owens, and they lose the lead.
How many laps? They were on the same lap with Pretorius. He was 24 seconds behind him at the time.
They've lost the lead in the class.
So
they've dropped down to 4th in class.
Yeah, that will equalize itself and get back onto regular running once Haram gets out of the car and Barrington back into the car.
See, we've got on board with Steve Clark. Steve is now...
Look at the steering inputs.
He's still in 3rd place. Oh, he's happy.
Yeah.
Big thumbs up.
A thumbs up to the
down the
wall.
pit lane.
Yeah.
Maybe checking, doing a comms check.
Yeah.
Can you hear us, Steve? Can you hear us? And he just, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Sometimes if the comms goes out one way or the other, it's nice to still have it operational. And you can talk to the team.
Look how slow the hand movement is with the steering.
Very measured. Oh, there we go.
Oh, we're back out
into Africa Racing. 11 laps back, and they've decided to do a refuel at the same time.
What is going on here?
They asked him to switch the car off.
He's switching the car off.
He had to switch the car off, and they had to earth the car while they're doing the refuel. So the marshal up front, the pit crew up front was calling for the car to be switched off while they were refueling.
Now, here's the situation. They're getting back out onto the circuit after a scenario verbatim. Gerald, team manager, said that cannot be resolved in a matter of minutes. It's either there was a misdiagnosis as to what the issue was, or they've actually managed to fix that.
No, I don't think he misdiagnosed it.
Or they're going to continue.
No, they wouldn't have continued.
No,
they wouldn't have continued with the broken suspension.
So they fixed it in a couple of minutes.
The piece that needed to be replaced was
easier
obviously
to access.
quite far out and easily accessible and easy to take off and put back in place. And when you're taking out suspension components, the alignment goes out.
Or I'm a conspiracy theorist. That was a pure mind game from Gerald, team manager.
No.
He was like, let's throw them off. Let's be like,
No,
this is
I
going to
don't
take
think
time.
so.
And make them relax. Meanwhile, the pit crews...
No, I don't think. I mean, they're 12 laps behind the leader.
Yeah,
they were one in front, and they've gone 12 behind. So I don't think they were playing mind games there. They just found the problem really well.
Really, yeah.
If you commented about Steve Clark's steering inputs, and it's an important point to mention when you did endurance racing. I recall years ago doing. Oh, we have a spinner, turn
That's
one.
Ramchanda into the kitty
no.
losing the rear.
Losing
the rear.
He's found his slicks have just let go. He's parked on the outside of turn 1. Is he still there? I hope he isn't.
Yeah,
he's recovered. He's recovered. He realized that somebody else had claimed that real estate before, so he had to move along. He's recovered nicely. He doesn't seem to be going too slowly. Yeah, I was saying to you earlier, I had taken some driving lessons, track lessons from one of the South African greats, Sarel van der Merwe, here at Zwartkops, in fact, and we had done.
We have Nadine.
I'll pause my story while we go to Nadine in pit lane for some insight.
I'm here with Wayne Roach from Sandland Racing. Wayne, I hear your car's out, currently in the pits getting repaired. Do you want to tell us what happened?
Thanks, Nadine. I think it was just a racing incident, to be honest. I think Zulile had a little bit of a dive down the inside of the last turn. I could have seen him. I could have moved. It was just a racing incident, but we're out, and I think they are too.
Actually, they've managed to fix their car. I think they're back out onto the track. Okay. Tell me, were you driving?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, and tell me, what does that do for your mind when that happens?
Well, you know, at the end of the day, we're starting the year off like we started last year. So let's get the bad one out of the way and then win the next 5.
That's the spirit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Let's go back to commentary.
Well, there you have it, Wayne Roach, upbeat. That's exactly the attitude you need, having to take knocks like that.
And now we know what happened to Leclerc.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming together with Wayne Roach,
Yeah.
2 Lamborghinis coming together on track. One was a back marker. It seems like there was a slight miscommunication as to who was going where, and there was contact, and one car came in for a quick-ish repair, cost them a few laps, and the other car is now out of contention for the rest of the day. Going back to Steve Clark's on board. Oh, we've lost him now, but we're back with Zolide, who is lapping at a decent pace. His last lap was a 103.8, perhaps finding out how good the repair was. In fact, he's just crossed the line again. He's on a 106.0. Going back to what I said to you earlier about being in mindset of lapping rhythmically for a long period of time, and his rhythm was broken by that stop. So he's dropped his lap times down to 106. He was going a bit quicker earlier when he was in a proper rhythm. I think he'll take a lap or two, build up pace again. We see Ramchandra is in the pits. It looks like he's complaining about a long brake pedal. That sort of checks out with what happened to him in turn 2. Stepped on the brakes and pedal goes to the floor. You try as hard as you can, maybe pitch the car into a spin so you don't hit the wall, and he recovered, came back to the pit slowly. They looked like they did a driver change, and he was warning, is it Fabienne?
Yeah, Fabienne Lance is getting in the car.
Excuse me, he was warning Fabienne that maybe there's a long brake pedal there, and he went off and explaining himself.
Yep. It's going to be a driver change for them. The first time Fabienne, of course, gets into the car. We've seen Dan Hirsch, we've seen Lucien, and now it's her turn to get the car back out onto the circuit in one piece. It's smooth running so far for the number 42 there of this team, but they're hoping to continue on that front going into what is the remaining 1 hour and 25 minutes of today's racing in the SAE 4 hours of Zwartkops. If you've just joined us, we're in the thick of it. We've seen so much happen. Our defending champions have gone out and come back several times this weekend on the Friday practice, and now in the race they dealt with an issue with a back marker. They went in, performed a mini miracle, and in a couple of minutes solved the suspension issue. The car is back out, the number 1 Lamborghini, our championship defenders, and we've also got in second place, in third place rather, a car that may seem like it shouldn't be in the class but is a strategic move. There's our championship leader in frame at the moment, Koleli Tlaka, in the number 1 Lamborghini.
Well, not the championship leader.
Championship
defending
champion.
The defending
I beg your
champ.
pardon. That's what is it? Freudian slip.
So we'll only know today who the championship leader is.
Yeah, we'll only know a bit later. And at the moment, as it stands, if it finishes like this, it looks like Michael Jensen in that Nova Proto 2. Artem Pretorius, Class D leaders in 4th place. And if the last time you heard anything relating to the SAES, you would remember that the V8 Roadsters were termed Class E's. We've had a switch up, fused Class E and D from last year into one class, that is Class C, and the old Class E is now Class D. So a bit of housekeeping for you there. If you're like, what is going on to my favorite series? We just have the Class E's as Class D's now, and the leader at the moment is Artem Pretorius, with Giga in second in that 113. Wilson in 3rd place. They've overcome a couple of hurdles but seem to be running smooth. And Mark Owens just got into the car and he is in 4th place in Class D. Ramchandra, well now it's Lance in that number 42 V8 Roadster are in 5th place for Class D.
Looking further down the field, we've got Denver Branders in 11th place. The Roach Lamborghini.
They were Class B leaders until they're coming together.
So they still showing on the leaderboards, but they will tumble down as other cars continue lapping. Van Heerden
now inherits the lead, having gotten their fuel clamp back on. they're now back onto the circuit and lead Class B, meaning they have to finish the race and they're championship leaders for Class B.
Oh, that's crucial.
Yeah.
If they keep driving until the end, they will be winners in Class B. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And then Fikile,
we've learnt about them. There seems to be a transmission issue that they're working out at the moment. We're seeing their pressure plates, their clutch plates is all out. So they're working, they're working on the transmission side of the car, frantically trying to get it back out. And the beauty about the V8 Roadsters, parts are plenty, and parts placed apace by the beautiful team that runs those 11 cars. The backdraft's absolutely awesome. So they should be able to get something replaced in and out very quickly and get back out onto the circuit.
They do a good job. You see the onboard shot of Netlaka finding his focus again, dropping the lap times down to the 103s, dealing with a bit of traffic. He'll be on old slicks now. The car starts to feel a bit different later in the race. It's not as smooth as it was earlier on. The brakes are shuddering a little. Everything's hotter. You start hearing mystery noises. You're like, oh, was that a noise? Was that a noise? And having come together with the back marker, he may be just a little more circumspect now. Every time he's faced with the car, should I get by him immediately or wait for the straight? That's what he's done there. He's passed the black and red, black backdraft, black backdraft. Jeez, say that 3 times fast.
Say that 3 times fast, trying to make your braking point at turn 5 with the sun in your eyes.
With the sun in your eyes.
Yes.
So he just passed the black and red backdraft, and he is now heading, if I could, I think turn 4. Lots of steering angle through there. Lots of speed up the hill. You can see the sun now starting to filter into the car. He's at 5. You can see the sun pouring into the cabin, not into his eyes. I've got a big head stick on the windscreen, so it'll block the sun from his eyes. Soon exiting 6, and then through 7. Is that the Pretorius car?
100%. That is the Pretorius car. That is our class leader for Class D.
That he's now the class leader, and you can see, looking into the sun, from our point of view, back up the hill, you can see the cars in silhouette, which looks quite cool.
Yeah.
A race car in silhouette with its wings in shadow. Netlaka approaching the Pretorius backdraft into turn 1. Decisive move.
Riding the curb plenty there. Yes. He had to. There was optimal space. The more optimal space was on the curb, really.
And he's pushing on. He's still 12 laps behind the leader. 12 laps is a big ask with time counting down an hour 19 minutes now. That is a big ask for anyone to go off and find 12 laps in that car. Is 12 minutes worth of lap time, when the car in front of you is doing exactly the same lap time.
Exactly.
It's not like they're ailing, or you can take advantage of a pit stop. So it's my understanding that both cars will stop again, because we haven't seen Nika.
Have not seen Nika, and Stewie would have to get back into the car. It would be a mighty stint from Netlaka if he were to close it from here. We have just over an hour remaining at the moment, so the likelihood is high that Stewie's going to finish it off for Inter Africa. And
I wonder, is it at this point they both have a stop to make, and if they make one stop each, those stops sort of cancel. Oh, we've got a car in the pit lane.
We've got, I think that is the, okay, it's not Kobani. Once we get a clear picture, it's the 131. Yeah, I think it's the 131 there of Glanz. No, was it Glanz? I think it is Glanz. No, it's not Glanz. It's not Glanz. It's not Glanz at all. Glanz is running fine. I beg your pardon. I'm going to get a clear picture now. It's the 113. It is not the 131. It's the 113 of Giga at the moment.
And Steve Clark comes in from 3rd position overall. There he is, the black and red car.
Yeah.
For a
splash and dash.
For a go-go juice.
Yeah.
It seems as though they are not making a driver change. I think Steve's happy to stay in the car.
Yeah. Giga just stepped out of the car for the 113, and into the car could either be Betancourt or Garcia. So we'll find out in a moment when we get the timers reset for that. So it was an on-song stop for both of those, and those are your, let's see, where was Clark? Clark was leading. Well, Clark is on the trailing end of Class A, I beg your
Correct,
pardon.
he was 3rd in Class A.
Yeah, Garcia in the car now.
113, yeah.
And they are in 3rd place for Class D.
Pretorius maintains the lead ahead of Owens in Class D. In Class A, it's still Jensen with a 12 lead lap over Letlaka. Try as he may, he's gone down to the 101s at the moment. He's firing away decent laps, and he's brought those lap times down by a number of seconds, sort of 5 seconds over the last 10-15 laps. He's dropped that lap time significantly, although all Jensen has to do is match that lap time, which is exactly what he's doing.
100%.
So it's 101 versus 101, and that will cancel out any advantage that Letlaka is trying to pursue.
Yep. We're looking at a bunch of avid time benders, if anything, here. And geez, Letlaka does seemingly have it stacked up against him, but he's going to push his best because that's the nature of the game. You just got to keep going, and you have to be there right up until the end. The points deficit, when you look at what it takes to mount a decent championship campaign, second is not horrible. It's not horrible at all,
second's
as long as
not
you're
horrible.
consistently there. But you don't want to be second, and that's the pain, that's the frustration. Under the circumstances also that it came with one class car coming together with another. It's like, oh man, there's just so many things to be irked by. But you just got to continue, and it's also unfortunate that the Class B, the number 95 of Samlin Racing out of the picture. Of course, Samlin Racing being our official event sponsors, bringing round one here to the for the SAS 4 hours of Zwartkops. Incredible level of commitment from the team since they joined on to the series and on our tour, and now it's culminated in a lot of advancement, growth in the team and transformation. We've seen 2 beautiful Lamborghinis out on the circuit, 2 beautiful entrants, and Class B is looking a lot brighter, so
healthier.
to speak. Yeah, a lot healthier.
We're on board now with the Class D leader, which is Barton Pretorius.
Yes.
In the backdraft,
and he's chasing, it looks like he's chasing Lance. The bright yellow number 42 of Lance is the one that's ahead of him in terms of position.
Track position, but not in terms of position
100%.
in the race. So let's see, this should be a good battle if the car up front is willing to give way to the class leader.
6 laps ahead, 6 laps difference between the two of them. I'd imagine there's always a little, friend in the same class. You're not just gonna be like, oh, after you.
Yeah, after you.
You're gonna remind them that when I get back on the same lap as you, my friend, I'm telling you,
we're gonna have a go with each other.
I'm telling you,
we're gonna have a go with each other. Yeah. Fabian Lance in 5th overall fifth in Class D. She's taken over from Ran Chandler, and she's doing a decent job there. Last lap was a 1:13, and
Class D is holding it down. As far as if you stack up the classes in terms of which class is ahead, obviously you're going to see Class A, but Class D is sitting second at the moment.
That's true.
In Class B, of course, having been demoted because of the incidents that came their way, Class D is really out there representing for the championship. Still on board with the class leader in the pit.
Oh, there we go.
Jensen.
Pit stop.
And did we have a driver change?
Nope.
Yes, we did.
Nika's getting in.
Yes, we did. Nika's getting into the car. I see someone holding their seat.
Yep, that's his insert.
There we go. Yeah, we're gonna.
So we knew this was coming.
Now. Yeah, we did.
We knew this was coming, and in the time they've been stopped, Letlaka has picked up 2 laps.
He has picked up 2 laps,
which was always going to happen. They're giving Nika a fresh set of boots, so he's going to have a whale of a time. Fresh set of tires, cooling temps.
Oh, man, I've been waiting for this moment.
The track is now rubbered in from race cars been running flat out all day. He should come out and fire in some quick laps. I wonder now, will Into Africa keep Letlaka in the car? Will they ask him to go to the end, or ask him to come in now and hand the car to Stuart White, and ask him to finish the last hour of racing?
Yeah, it's because now they're on staggered strategy. They've been set back, of course, by the incident, and also you've got the situation where Nika's getting a sort of textbook. He's getting a textbook stint in the sense that he's doing the required 1 hour 10 minute that is needed from each of the racing drivers in the shared cars. So that is something that really will be interesting to observe in how it shapes out. We've got a bit of updates, of course, from from the pits. We're going to hear a bit later about that. But the Trans Am of Tafani, Moore and Brown, that's seen better days really. They've had to fight their way across a number of battles for them, but we haven't seen them feature on the circuit in a while. And we're just getting a quick view there of our race leader at turn 4, losing the rear at turn 4.
That's a big one.
Who walked into the commentary room before this incident happened? Stephen Koenig. Yep, the turn 4 curse has shifted to Stephen Koenig.
That was the leader, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the class
that is
leader.
class leader. Yep.
So Barn Pretorius, we wondered if he'd catch up to Owens, who was ahead of him on the road. Gets a nice big oversteer through turn 4, backwards into the kitty litter, a bit of dust in his race overall, inside his helmet, in his nose, and that will annoy him for a few minutes. And in the meantime, Ryan Nyka has entered the game, reeling off laps in the sub 1 minute. Just waiting for his time to update. And he's just crossed the line, so we should get a lap time soon. I'm just going to wait for it to update. He's flying. Nyka is flying. He's 10 laps ahead of Leclerc. Steve Clark with their stop, they've fallen a bit further back. So the Inter Africa Racing team has consolidated that position in second place. It's not the worst thing in the world when you're trying to mount a campaign. I agree with your sentiment, Prince, that it's early days. Second place is not a bad thing. Some guys fell off earlier on. The damage in terms of points could have been far worse. Nova, we know, runs like clockwork. You know, it's part of the trick of that car is that it's light on its feet because it weighs so little. So things tend to break less often, which is always a good thing. And we've got a time from Nyka. His first flying lap was a 1:01. That's his first lap out of the pits. Bit of traffic, dialing in, getting his eye in. Leclerc matched him to 300ths of a second.
Matched him to 300. Yeah, there was some dust
goes
there.
wide.
Yeah, there was some
through
dust
turn
there.
4.
Yeah.
That's the dust that was dragged on from Pretorius, I think, from his off-track excursion, and Leclerc went right through it. The car understeered all the way to the outer curb, and that would have been a moment that he would have preferred to avoid. Back on pace, and he knows he's got a job to do. And again, Prince, I wonder, does the team leave him out or bring Stewie in low fuel, fresh tires, and have an absolute flat-out blast to the end?
Yeah, and given the circumstances when going into the race, there was a significant deficit. Stewie was there, but in the meantime, we got Nadine in the pits with some more insight.
I'm here with Jacket Racing. So they're in the pits. Alistair, do you want to start with what happened to the car and why we're in the pits and retired at such a young age?
Well, maybe if my co-drivers had done a better job, we would have been fucking going. Sorry, start again. Cut.
No, we can't. We are live, but don't worry. Please forgive him for swearing. Moving on to Sean. Then, Sean, do you want to tell us what happened?
Technical issue, ECU potentially, or something else. We're not terribly sure. It's electrical. The car's hitting a rev limiter, which doesn't exist, and it happened in about the 57th minute. And Fabio can tell you more.
Okay, Fabio, do you want to tell us the rest of the story?
I didn't hear Sean's version, but it's quite simple. The car went fine for about an hour, and then it started missing, and after about, was an hour, because it was at the same time that the other cars came in, and it missed on the one lap, and then it cleared out, and then it started again. I thought it was fuel surge, and then I was thinking, look, we've only done 45, 46 laps, and the car's good for 100 laps, so it can't be that. And then it's hardly made it back to the pits, and I think it's electrical fault. We're not sure what it is. ECU, like Sean said, or maybe the ignition coils. We'll find out. But till then, it was going well for an hour.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to see that you guys are retired and in the pits. At least now you guys can enjoy your beer, and hopefully we'll see you guys in PE.
You will.
Loving it, and we will see you in PE.
Awesome. You're not allowed to talk to me anymore on camera. Let's go back to commentary.
Someone's got to kids. Someone's got to go to the jar and put in a couple of bucks. Yeah, there were some bucks there. But yeah, those are the issues that have been facing the Trans Am. We're on board here with Toleli Saka, who with Inter Africa face their own issues, and we're trying to get around the idea as to whether or not Xolile would get into the pits at some point and get to in the car, but I don't see a reason why. If you consider, look, 10 laps is a lot. 10 laps is a lot, and
you know what's
and
worse?
The pace they're literally on the same pace in terms of running. We've got the best laps that they've set in the 59.6s at the moment. Nike has actually gone. Okay, maybe it was back mark.
Do you know what's worse?
102.
Do you know what's worse? Ryan Nike is about to come up behind Letlaka again.
Yes, I saw that. Ryan Nike was at turn 3. Now he's on the same braking mark, and he's about to add to those laps. So that might then beg that question.
Letlaka is going to look up in his mirror and he's going to go, oh no.
And Ryan's on new boots.
Fresh rubber.
Ryan's on fresh rubber, so yeah. There's quite a lot for the team to consider at the moment at the Inter Africa stable as to where they stand on strategy, because as far as Just for Sleepers, it's been a textbook race for them. Nothing untoward has come their way, and the closing stint so far is looking really good with Nika, young Ryan Nika, a moment that's been building up for a while now. He's had little running in this particular car, lots of running around it, testing, getting ready for the prospect of racing, and it's the first time he gets to drive it in anger. And Letlaka at the moment getting past the 113 there with I think who's in the car at the moment. Garcia's in the car, clearing a back marker. Will soon have to battle off young Ryan Nika. He really is getting the times in hand over fist there. His advantage of having new rubber, of course, is evident as we avoid the curb there with Letlaka on turn 5, moderately wide onto the exit there. Now have to clear back marker. It is not helping because he has a Ryan Nika right on his rear quarter at the moment. Ryan Nika having a look down the inside at turn. Yep, at turn 8, and he made it stick. He made it stick.
Of course, he is the race leader, so I think Letlaka knows it's not a clever move to slow him down. You know, there's no real gain there. You're not going to hold him back for 10 laps or make him lap himself 10 times.
Exactly. If it were a lap or so, it would make sense.
It makes a big difference, especially if you're going to take another pit stop. So I don't think he made it too difficult. As we said, Ryan's on fresh rubber. It was a slow lap from both guys. There's a lot of traffic in that lap. We should see some more indicative times in this lap or the next, where the cars are a bit more spaced out and they get the braking zones and apexes to themselves. So we'll watch the lap times. That was slow for Solidos, a 105. The lap before he did a 1 minute flat, I think it was. Ryan Nika did a 103, and
with the traffic didn't do
with the traffic favors, exactly, with the traffic. Letlaka now 10 laps behind overall, and Steve Clark 8 laps further back. Sorry, Letlaka is 10 laps behind.
Look, I see Letlaka finishing this race, to be honest with you. I really do, because it's the nature of the game. You just have to take the swing that's come at you, and at the moment, I could be wrong, could stand corrected, but I really see him braving it and taking it head on. At the moment, we've got class leader. I beg your pardon, from an angle it looks like class leader, but it actually is the orange V8 Roadster with the stripe down the middle, 113. That is Garcia, who's in the car behind one of the other backdrafts that's been running a quiet race, I might say. It's been hardly mentioned. We've got, I think that's Lance now trying to reel those front two in at the moment. The bright yellow of Lance making her way down the back straight.
Fabienne, it's Fabienne Lance, you're right.
The distinctly colored number 42, which Nadine Wilkin knows all too well. She got a hot lap in their car with riding shotgun alongside Dan Hirsch. They were able to get her a seat fitted for her, and then she was able to enjoy that. That must have been quite fun. And around.
So if we look further down the field. So we have class leader in D is Owens, and Pretorius is just a lap further back. So that could be interesting into the last hour, should there be a pit stop or unscheduled pit stop in that space. Chasing Pretorius is Garcia. He's only 9 seconds behind.
Really?
Yeah, he's exactly 9 seconds behind, and Meyer is showing as 9 seconds behind. So there's 4 cars, the 3 cars covered by 20 odd seconds, and that could be a interesting situation should we have a safety car.
Yes.
That will bunch them all together, and they're all on the same lap. Fabian lands the Hirsch Ramchanda Fabian Land's car is 4 laps adrift, so they just going to try and drive it to the end. They are currently 5th in class. Rossi is leading Class C, which is a good effort, and 2nd in Class C is Roberto Franco. And if we look, there are no more. Oh, the Campos car in 19th place is the 3rd car in class.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they're in the pits, of course. They've got an issue that they were dealing with. Let me try and see in my notes somewhere.
Yes, you did mention earlier.
Yeah, we had a chat with them. Unfortunately, they're out. But nature of the game, they'll come back swinging. You know, they take a blow and they're gonna give one back and swing back, going into the next round. As is the case with the number 32, the Jacquet Racing car that's seen so much trouble, and now it's an electrical nickel that is mysterious. Don't quite know what the issue is. It's always good when you can identify it, but if you can't, it's a tough one, because you have to now go through the car bolt for bolt. And we've got a bit more insight from Nadine in the pits.
I'm standing here with Dean Wilson and Mark Harvey Wallbanger, not because he bangs walls, but because he ends up in the sand pit. So how's it going with the new color car? Are we happy?
Yeah, very happy. It needs a couple of tweaks, but in general, the car's amazing. I had an epic first session until I went off and started doing sand castles, but that's racing. It was good though.
You're supposed to build sand castles at the beach, not at the track.
I know, but I'm still stuck in December mode.
Okay, and so I think the new color's working then. We're back to white.
Fantastic, yeah. It looks really good. The car's fantastic. It's slightly different to the other one, even though they're the same cars. But man, what fun to drive. I had epic races, lots of fun with Gavin and with Declan. So, yeah, fantastic. At the time of my life.
I'm so glad to hear. We've got 1 hour to go, so I'm wishing you guys all the best for the last hour.
Cool. Can I just also say thanks to Backdraft for building this amazing car. Brian and his team are phenomenal.
They are, as well as the pit crew, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Today was faultless. Today was really faultless, so yeah, fantastic. Great.
Awesome. Well, there you have it. Well done to Backdraft and to the Swiss Hotel School Group.
Pleased at Swiss Hotel School Group team there. All smiles in the Backdraft class. That is race leader, Class A leader as well, Ryan Nika, you have in frame. Behind him is Loleli Tlaka, somewhere adrift in 2nd. Steve Clark in a strange looking Class A car, but he's not too familiar a sight, but tactically it makes perfect sense for them who are normally competing in Class A for them to remain as Class A competitors. They are in 3rd place, and Sean Moore in 4th place. And also, I beg your pardon, that ends it for Class A, because we've got 3 Class A cars. We've got Wayne Roach in Class B, who unfortunately had to bow out with an issue having come together in a racing incident with the Inter-Africa car. And the number 88 Alteza is the little engine that could right now. They have to finish this race to be championship leaders for Class B. So stay tuned for that. Number 88 still going with De Cunha in the car. Alvarez has made way, as well as Pretorius. Then in C, Class C, we've got Rossi leading at the moment in that number 33 Alpha. Then we have Roberto Franco in 2nd place. These are defending champions of what we knew to be Class D, so of championship pedigree there. And they're now going in for the fight with a group of other cars joining the class, and this should be definitely an exciting championship for them. They're looking good and having overcome a couple of issues too. It has been the smoothest of days for them. We're still on board with Fabian Lanz at the moment, dealing with 2 competitors ahead of her, one of them being Garcia, who just entered, and we've got the 113 years of Garcia. That is Garcia on the right. Fabian Lanz had to get the nose back out there on the inside because it looked very close. It's quite a long nose there in front of that V8 Roadster, so you need to be very spatially aware of where you are and where you're going. So good instincts there to pull out a bit. But yeah, we're looking at Class D, the leaders. Mark Owens, number 16, Mark Owens in the lead. And we've got Nadine. We'll continue with the running order. Nadine is in the pits with some news.
I'm here with Sichaba Matseko, from Kobani Racing. I hear through the grapevine you guys have been in the pits for an hour. What's going on?
I think everything that could go wrong went wrong. We had an amazing first stint. I think we started around 6th in class. I pushed the car, ended up leading the race for a while, but it looks like I might have pushed it a bit too hard. Got a puncture just towards the end of my stint. Came straight into the pits, changed a tire. As my teammate Figile, just trying to start the car wasn't starting. Turns out we lost a fuel pump. They replaced that. He went out. Not 15 minutes later, comes back in. Car just cut out. Then we got a weird noise from the gearbox, and they stripped it out, and the pressure plate just split into 3. So listen, it's one of those days.
Sounds like there's some serious gremlins in that car. Yeah. Shame, I see Fakile is ready to go out again. Are they almost done with repairs?
Yeah, they're almost done. They're wrapping up now, just bleeding the clutch. Listen, I think at this point we just want to cross the line. Yeah. It happened. Just fight till the end. Yeah. We'll come back another day and fight.
Oh, that's the car starting up. So hopeful for you guys to get that checkered flag, right?
Thanks so much. Yeah, hope we make it.
All the best.
Cool.
What could go wrong did go wrong is one of the worst things you want to say for the first race of the championship. But again, the fighting spirit remains, and Team Kobani will be back out onto the circuit not too long from now, which is fantastic news because we have an hour of racing to go. We're just under an hour of racing, 55 minutes and counting down to go, and it's been an incredible ride. We've got so much to look back on. But before we do that, if you just arrived, for some reason I hope is very forgivable, because we've had 3 hours of endurance racing, even more hours of racing, period, and you've just joined us. Welcome. It is the SAES 4 hours of Zwartkops. You're joining us live on YouTube and live on Supersport channel 212. It is great to have you here. We've been entertained, we've been scared, we've been thrilled. We're all sorts of shapes, different from what we were at the beginning of this, but we're having fun. And it's been great to have the YouTube interaction. It's been brilliant. There's some questions coming in. We've had Steve Cyclopedia, or Encyclostevia, addressing a lot of those technical questions about the shape of our class, the form of our series, how the different classes are decided. All of those interesting interactions are really, really enjoyable. Keep them coming. And the coverage has been enjoyed by people from across the planet, people overseas in the States, making very, very complimentary comparisons in terms of coverage and how we're doing today. So fantastic efforts put together by the production team, and a thank you to all the fans for vocalizing this and letting us know we're doing a good job, because we're probably going to double up and double down going into the next round and try and improve on this even further. So a thumbs up and a thank you, hats off to you. But as for understanding what's going on over the past 3 hours, so much has happened. Steve Koenig, let's look at hour 2 as one of the cars just peeled into the pits. Who was that?
That looked like it was the 113 of Garcia getting into the pits and might be doing their final pit stop of the race, because it's under the hour mark.
Exactly.
Did a little bit of basic math to try and figure out when cars are going to get in.
Yeah.
Roughly, it's actually not. That's Chaba's car that's just come into the car. Fakile, who's behind the wheel, now getting stopped and out of...
Hold on. That is not Sichaba's car.
That is
the number 55, if I'm not mistaken. As the number 55 backdraft, they have a similar livery, so it has been a bit of a challenge to recognize them. But this is the plain white striped, not the red and white striped. We've got a driver change at the moment. Yeah, it's the only time to do this. And I guess with 55 minutes remaining, this is a second stint going at the moment. Yeah, it is the number 55 backdraft of that is Denver Brandes getting out of the car at the moment, and into the car goes Da Silva. Mario Da Silva should be in the car as it stands. So we're gonna get a quick driver change there. Da Silva probably adding now to what was an earlier stint. They've split their stints into smaller stacks that ultimately add up to a minimum of 1 hour and 10 minutes, which is the regulatory period each racing driver has to have behind the wheel of a car in the SAES endurance races. Someone who's adding to their quota is Fabian Lantz, who stepped in at the mark where that final 1 hour 10 minutes was due, and so did Ryan Nyker, who leads the race overall and in Class 8. They overcame the suspension issue after the coming together in a racing incident with the number 95 of Samden Racing, and he also is back out onto the circuit and is going to see the race through, going into approaching the falling of the checkered flag at the end of the day.
Bit of oil going into the engine doesn't hurt, just to give it that extra little bit across the line. And remember, these engines naturally start going and using up a bit of oil, especially in long races, so it's always something to just top up, same as checking brake fluids and just where the water is as well. Well, don't really check where the water is, otherwise you're going to have it with extreme heat coming at you. But with this 51 minutes to go, basic math done on the cars, we should be seeing cars coming in now or within the 20 minutes remaining for a final splash and dash to get themselves sorted and back out on circuit. So for anyone wanting to go any further, that's what's going to be the challenge. Don't think any of the drivers and teams will be considering putting on a new set of boots under the hour mark, as it will just take up far too much time. Considering they've only allowed 6 people to get on the vehicle at one time, changing all 4 tires is just time consuming, especially if you're in this Alfa Giulia that's out there. Absolutely stunning vehicle to go and see, and really has done an incredible job of just circulating, keeping very consistent. Performance and index is actually on the cards for the team.
Yeah, that's it bodes very well to get some silverware purely based on your discipline and consistency. And Nadine is standing by with some news from the pits.
I'm here with Lucian Ramchanda. So, first endurance, how did it go?
I think it went quite well. We managed to stick to the game plan, running low 12s. Towards the end of the session, the brakes started to go away, which is why I had a spin in turn 2. As I got in there, I hit the brakes and then the rears just locked and it shot me out. So I'm hoping Fabian can nurse the car to the end. We're doing reasonably well. I would have liked to do a little bit better. But yeah, really enjoyed it.
And for you as a driver going from a single seater to a backdraft, tell us about your experience.
Yes, this is a completely different ball game altogether. I mean, in Super V, it's a sprint. It's a 10-lap non-stop action from start to finish. Whereas here is more about managing the pace, managing the tires, managing the brakes. And yeah, I enjoyed it. It was lots of fun.
Awesome. Well, we hope to see you in a backdraft again.
I hope so too.
Thanks, Lucian. Okay, let's go back to commentary.
Well, we have Lucian Ramchanda all smiles after his run out in the V8 Roadster. Looking forward to seeing him further. Formula V champion. We have donning the helmet, but this time getting into the V8 Roadster. His teammate Fabian Lantz has there been a driver change? I think still Garcia behind Fabian Lantz over there, and behind them I do believe that is Philip Meyer now in the number 23, the Adapter Swiss Hotel Schools V8 Roadster.
They're trying to aim for that performance of index as well to just keep on circulating, but Garcia has been that feather in the cap for the team, going and performing quite well, considering in practice he was struggling a little bit with the car. Pretorius in second place. They did set the fastest lap time in their class, doing a 1:11.4, but unfortunately with the pit stops coming into play and also just timing out there on the track, also the pace of Mark Owens and his teammates have been absolutely rocket ships out on the circuit to ensure that they keep going. Do want to point out, track getting a little bit dirty out there, very fine racing line to be picked. The inside line's got a lot of marbles, so is the outside, so you've got to really try and get the car all lined up. And with the sunset and the reflection off the circuit, doesn't make it any easier. This is trying to thread the needle at close to 200 kilometers now.
Yeah. It's going to be a tight session of threading between now and the falling of that flag. So let's see how teams handle the pressure as the window narrows to claiming your honors for your first attempt and your first statement made to your opponents. Look, it's so strange for me to say opponents and competitors, because everyone here is so friendly with each other. It's almost you want to sort of shake them into competition mode at times. So why is everyone so friendly? But such is the nature of this community at SAES, and come and find out for yourself. I would argue that it still isn't too late for you to come by, but at this moment, practically it actually is, because we only got 47 minutes left of this race. You got to make sure then to join us for round 2, round 3, round 4 going on later into the season. Make sure to catch us bright and early. Come out and camp on the side. I mean, look at this. This is what you stand to enjoy. We're going to come back to Zwartkops again later on in the year for another round, and it's definitely going to be your chance then to enjoy the scenic view that you see right now. Slight season change, of course. We're going to face all of the elements throughout the year. You saw what happened last year in PE. I mean, everyone came off a better racing driver, a better swimmer, some might say. You know, a combination of things. But all of it is something we want to enjoy with you right here at our circuit. In the meantime, someone enjoying the curbs out at 6 and 7 is Philip Mayo's gotten his turn in the car. He's going to close it up for the Adapt Swiss Hotel School's V8 Roadster, which is in a new trim, new form. It looks really good. I like that white with the black and yellow stripe. That's the second of the teams. We're on board with Fabian Lantz at the moment. Garcia right behind her at turn 2. That's the second of the V8 Roadsters that have changed back to the white livery, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, with also the new cars coming into play, it does go and change things up. One little new addition for those keen-eyed folks that have seen on the backdrop is a little hood that's sitting on Fabian Lance's back the boot of the vehicle. The reason for that is to actually help guide air in towards the diff to try and cool it down. They've got open diffs, so it's trying to cool everything down there to ensure that there's a little bit more reliability out of it. So you'll see some has the new hood, others not, but expected to be coming in the future. As we do see, that is Garcia trying to get past Fabian Lance to lap her.
Yeah.
But the thing is, she's not advised. She can't just jump out the way. She can hold her racing line, just can't put up a fight.
100%.
Doesn't make it any easier to try and sling it past at turn 5, turn 6, especially in the sunset.
100%, and he's just adding to the deficit of laps that she has, considering that narrowing window. It's like, oh, you really have to just make sure you finish and just go about a disciplined way of defending that space and making your competitor work for the position. And you can see, oh, someone's got a plume of smoke. Is it a lockup or exhaust? That looked like a lockup. It looks like in the pits. The Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini is in the pits once more. What is going on? Oh,
Stuart White getting in the car.
Stuart White is getting in the car. I never saw this coming. I thought he finished with new rubber. Oh my goodness. Ladies, and listen, all of our viewers right now just need to brace themselves for the ultimate aggression.
So we've got a quick replay of what's went on, and tail turning around, unfortunately, going and landing up the wrong way around. 131.
I think it is. I want to have a look at who's in the car now. I know both of the Edwards have had their go in the 131. I think it's Glance in the car from now. Is it? Oh, Jordan.
Jordan Edwards in.
Oh, Jordan's back in the car. Okay.
Now this is going to be interesting. Stuart White getting on with a new fresh set of boots. Everyone might be wondering, why is it 2 people, one on the nut runner, one holding the tire? Well, that's because of the 6 only allowed to touch the car, and you can't have 4 people just going straight on. Very, very interesting though to see how this is going to change. But our Class D battle, I want to just bring you back to it, as Fabian Lance was a key part in what's gone on. Garcia trying to get past, has Philip Mayer chasing him down. The gap between the likes of Garcia and Mayer for 6th and 7th overall position and fighting it out for 3rd in class is 2.4 seconds.
That is going to be a hot battle. There we have it, right? That's Garcia over there, and we have Philip Mayer being the slices in the sandwich. That has Fabian Lance looking like mayonnaise from this distance. But I think Philip Mayer is going to try his best to get past Lance as quick as possible so he can hunt down Garcia, who's going off quite literally at the moment, at least, into the sunset, under braking now. And is he guessing at his brake marker because it's so bright out there? It's hard to tell, but he makes it and makes it stick now. Around 6 he goes. Philip Mayer reeling in Lance quicker and quicker. He's closed that gap as compared to when we were seeing it with the drone shot. He avoids the curb there at 6. At the exit of 7, he gets a bit of it now. Wide as possible, trailing Lance wheel for wheel. Late on the brakes, and deeper he goes. He's really reeling in Lance at the moment. By the time we get to turn 1, he should be side by side. And he is. Lance won't make it too difficult. She knows where she's at in the race, and he's going to be late as possible now at 2, so he can reel in Garcia.
Oh, Garcia locking up into turn 2 and off. That is Garcia off. That is 3rd place in the dust. He's still trying to get himself going, but that is exactly what Philip Mayer wanted. And now Garcia having to just try and scrub those tires clean. Pressure getting to him right at the last, down into second gear, plus you braking. If you run it all late, it's not going to work. And these cars don't have ABS. That's exactly what happens. I mean, take a look. High speed come off. He's lucky to get the car out of the kitty litter just by keeping the momentum there. Usually we've seen quite a few cars get beached, and he's able to just get it going. But that is our third place change over for our Class Ds. And take a look. Well, our National V8 Roadsters and Fabian Lance is also taking a look up against our third place. Philip Mayer having a big yellow machine diving at him and going, what on earth are you doing? But one for the ladies saying, you best hurry up, otherwise I'm going to make short work of you. She has got the slipstream. She will be 1 or 2 kilometers faster in a straight line.
She will. It's fair. It's all's fair. 4 laps in between there, but all's fair. Look, just harking back to what we've seen now with Garcia, I mean, that was a tough ask. Pressure, man. Look, Philip Mayer was a car led to one car position back. He was still behind Lance at the time. He still had a bit of breathing room. I wish he could have held on a bit longer. Yeah, physics looked at Garcia and was like, no, that's not my mandate, bruv. Nah, miracles are not my mandate. And into the kitty litter he went. And now it's Philip Mayer and Lance. I guess Lance was like, oh, so you don't have a Garcia to deal with. You'll deal with me now. It's you versus I. And despite our 4-lap gap, she has to unlap herself. Oh, in the meantime, let's go down to Nadine in the pits and we'll come back to this battle shortly. We're yet to get that audio as promised from Nadine, but we will shortly. In the meantime, the battle continues. Ooh, Philip Mayer goes a bit squirrely there, but we've got Nadine back ready for us.
I'm here with Kulile Leklakla from Into Africa Racing. Kulile, how was your stint?
Wow, that stint was a very difficult stint. You know, it's racing. We had an unfortunate incident. We touched on the last corner with one of the Galados, and we sustained some suspension damage. During that part of the race, we were leading by 1 lap. We were strong, we had pace. But yeah, it's one of those things. This is racing, eh? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Yeah. But it's 4 hours. We'll carry on the fight.
Yeah. Look, Kulile, I must admire you and your team. I mean, you guys started in the pit lane today, you know, with 25 cars or so ahead of you, and you guys managed to pull to the front within the first hour. Then, obviously, this unfortunate incident happened. And again, I think you guys were a good couple laps behind, and again, you managed to pull through to second place again. So, good comeback.
I mean, this team is amazing. I've always said that. We've been together for 3 years. We stick together through thick and thin. We are brothers, and we take pain together. We take joy together. We are hoping that, I'm really hoping for a miracle. Right now, we are still second, but we are a couple of laps down. But you know what? We'll fight till the end. We'll fight till the end, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can say and agree with me at first point that anything can happen in motorsport, right?
Yeah. This is motorsport, you know. You know, we've got pace. I mean, we were, at some stage of my stint, we were quicker than the leading car. So it's okay. It is what it is. It's very hot in the car, but we have to stick it out. What can we do? Yeah, and it's 4 hours of racing. Let's go. Let's see. Yeah.
And have we got the lucky shoes on?
Yeah, we've got the lucky shoes. Yeah, so we decided to go like this with Stuart and hope that this will bring us some sort of luck. If this brings us luck, we will race like this the whole year. Yeah, let's see.
Thank you so much, Kulile. Yeah. Enjoy your rest now, and let's see what happens.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we can go back to commentary.
Now, how about that? The lucky shoes still have an opportunity to work. It isn't all said and done, because we've got 38 minutes counting down to the checkered flag falling. Ryan Nike, as it stands, just set one of his fast 59.4 is the fastest lap we've seen all race, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is the fastest we've seen all race.
Yeah, not all weekend, all race long. we've dropped into the 58 deads, and that was also Ryan Nyker. So Ryan Nyker is knocking on that door to break all sorts of records. In the meantime, we're on board with, is it still Gabiani in the car at the moment? I think it is Owens now, yeah, in the number 16. We're on board with Owens at the moment. We're just clearing turn 6 and 7 now, going down into 8. As you can see, the shadows are lengthened. We're at that point in the race, and we're counting down minutes now, no longer hours. And just reflecting on that interview now with Xolile Tlaka and just a general perspective he's giving us of Inter-Africa Racing, that the spirit, team spirit is there. They just have to keep chugging along, hoping for a miracle, and you know, you just rely on the team for their strengths. The team was there for repairing the car and getting suspension back out. Xolile was there to push in for his stint to not give up, and Stewie's now in the car to close up the remainder of the race to play to his strength as well, which is putting in heater after heater of laps, and he just set in the fastest lap of the race soon after Ryan Nyker thought he had it with a 59.3.
Well, that's it. I mean, name a racing team that's ever, or even manufacturer that has ever had an easy time that's just won outright without any competition. Hasn't happened in any history. And this is one thing, Inter-Africa now needing to really dial up the work. Stuart White, despite going through traffic, set that lap time, which is incredibly quick. So he's now trying to improve and close down to Ryan Nyker. Remember, they've done their final pit stop. Has the Just for Sleep done their final pit stop? Is there still a little bit they need to chuck a bit of fuel in that may take it away? They're doing sub 2 minutes or sub 1 minute, even just a minute. I mean, Ryan Nyker, there we go, caught up in traffic. 1 minute 0.9 by the end of it. Still got the lap difference, while Stuart White on his last lap time a 59.9. So just going and closing down. He's made up a second in the last lap time. So he is trying everything, clawing away at the likes of the Just for Sleep. So Inter-Africa throwing the hat into the ring properly. New set of boots means that he's got everything to push. Only thing that comes down now is how long can they keep sustaining this pace, and will we see the Just for Sleep get into the pits?
Oof, the likelihood of that. Well, let's see. Just for Sleep does have that cushion, as you've highlighted, Steve, so we'll see. In the meantime, we're on board again with Stewie White. Quick adjustment of his visor there, getting in his eye. It's a very narrow window and sort of strip of light that you have in these cars. He sits so low. He's a tall figure, of course, but you sit so low in this car that the amount of vision that you have to maximize on it. And I'm pretty sure the visor was getting in the way of the light there. We are at turn 2 with him, I do believe. Look at that. Yeah, that amount of steering input definitely means we're at turn 2. Ryan Nyker is clearing 5 and 6 at the moment. Why does he want? He's got the circuit all to himself and he's enjoying it to the max. You can see he's putting down those impressive laps, but he's also not as aggressive as we saw him, Nyker, as early on. So he's in the 59.9s at the moment, so he's managing the pace. Stewie, visor down again, he's approaching 5. That is a very, also he keeps adjusting his visor depending on where he's at the circuit. For turn 5, he turns his visor down because that's how bright it is. It is not Prince Ndiweni's ability to exaggerate things because he's a commentator. It is purely that bright, and he definitely has to adjust for that corner so he can meet his marker and not miss and get around the circuit cleanly as possible. Just look how aggressive and focused he looks. I mean, he's getting everything out of that car. It's qualifying trim is one thing. It's a raging bull right now, and he's going to try his best to shave that gap, which at the moment sits at 9 laps of deficit.
Incredible stuff. Slight alterations he's doing. There's a little dash off to the side
you can
adjust engine mappings and such off to the side as well. So he's trying to get everything out of the car, but also maybe running right close to their fuel limits that they've gone and allocated for themselves, just to push that a little bit further. Something we have seen before. Cars running out of juice by pushing that a little bit too hard. So they've got to keep that in mind, especially when you're starting to work in how many milliliters can you have left in the tank. Not liters, milliliters, to ensure that you get the quickest lap times.
Yeah, get it across the finish line with fumes if you need to. The calculation comes down to a very risky territory of metrics and measurements. In the meantime, he's going to have to measure how to get past the 2 backdrafts in front of him. Makes light work of it off course, and it's the best place to be getting past back markers. It's down the straight. Going down into turn 2, no traffic ahead for Stewie. That's exactly what he wants now, because it's the same scenario that Ryan Nyker has, and that's why he's able to bang out out all of these impressive lap times. He's back down into the 59.8s. So he's found a 10th. We've got Roberto Franco. I'll confirm which Franco it is, but the Franco VW Super Polo is back out onto the circuits. There may have been a driver change, and they've had their fair share of troubles, and they've overcome them. And I must remind you that the scene right now, it's frantic in the pits. We're seeing countdown timers into the minute frame, so we must now hark back to the regulations when it comes to the limited time these teams have. As soon as we hit that 5-minute remaining mark, pit lane closes. So get yours in quickly, get it in now. Whatever you need to do, get it done. But if you're in the pits and that 5-minute hits, you are not leaving. And that's exactly what was make or break, crown or do not be crowned a couple of years ago for Inter Africa in particular. So yeah, it definitely is something that we do need to be wary of. But as it stands, pit lane still open, and yeah, the throttle's still wide open at the moment when it comes to Stewie White.
So Gavin Rook coming out of the pits there, and as you were talking about the 5 minutes, I could hear the cringes right through the planet, because that has caught out a few people over the course of last season. That lastminute.com, unfortunately, was a make or break for 2 years running, to say that. But an incredible running for it. But Stuart White now really dialing it up. He has not gone off the throttle. He's trying to close up that gap at a rate of knots. I do want to point out, though, our national V8 Roadsters, okay, despite using something that's, well, can't compare to the GT3s, they've still been a car that you really want to climb into, currently running 3rd and 4th overall during the course of this race, while fighting it out. And with the likes of Steve Clark going and jumping into a production model, he's showing exactly that he's incredible, along with Mike McLaughlin, to draw that pace out of the car despite the odds stacked against him.
Yeah, and he still needs to stay within the average and aggregate pace that is demanded of a Class A car, and he's managed to do that all race long. That is impressive.
Yeah, you have to get within 103%, not even 107% that we spoke about earlier. So
even finer margins.
That's it. Of the previous year's pole position fastest lap time, which was a 58.
Wow.
So having to do that, they literally on the limit of what they have to do to be able to keep in.
Flat out.
Incredible stuff. Owens still keeping a lap ahead of Pretorius at the moment, but that is coming down. Gently, but surely, Pretorius is dialing up the wick. So Bono Pretorius, the youngest of the pairing, getting into the car, going and chipping away at Mark Owens' time, just trying to get that little bit closer. Remember, they want to maximize points. Last lap time for him, a 1:11.9 versus Mark Owens, a 1:12.5. There is a big deficit there, and as soon as all the bigger cars are coming around and throwing you offline, that also comes into fray. So you've got to be aware of where the cars are. And when you're looking at like the Norman Nova prototype that's around, you got to think about when you see it in your mirror, you blink and it's next to you. So you've got to consider it 3 corners back and ensure that it doesn't take your racing line. You've got to maintain it.
Yeah, we saw something similar happening in a class-for-class situation. I don't know if it was Garcia or one of his teammates in the car at the time, but at turn 5 something happened there. But in the meantime, there's a very close battle there between Meyer and Garcia. Hardly time between them. Let's keep an eye on that battle toward the end of the race. But yeah, they certainly come at you quickly, Steve. We're now 30 minutes remaining of this race, 25 for an open pit lane, 24 rather for an open pit lane, because we just passed the 29-minute mark. So really there is nothing in it for the remainder of the day's racing.
That's incredible stuff. I've got to say, looking at some of the racing going on, got to take my hats off. Steve Clark setting a personal best for the team, a 1:11.3. Also trying to push that car a little bit further. Did they cater for it in fuel, though? That's going to be the next question. We did hear the likes of Leclerc going and saying, we're aiming for a time. We did hear previous drivers going and saying, we're aiming for a 1:12, like Lucian Ranchanda. They've got a goal set time for the team. If you're pushing over that, you're suddenly using more fuel. You're hurting those tires more, and it's going to impact you. And what you did at the start of the race may be the nail in the coffin for the end of the race.
And effectively, that discernment of what the target is, the discipline in saying you're aiming for that time, is encapsulated in the Index of Performance Championship. You get rewarded for that type of consistency throughout the year. Your ability to hit the mark every single time is something you're going to get a crown for at the end of the year. And Steve Clark and the likes of the backdrafts are definitely hot contenders when it comes to that particular championship. In the meantime, it's Garcia who soon will be making way for Litaka ahead or behind him. So Garcia just set a time of 1:11.7. That is 2/10 faster than the time set by Steve Clark with the 1:11.9 recently, and that is also a second, just under a second faster than Philip Mayer ahead of him.
Incredible stuff. Fabian Lance still being in the fray of it as well as they go and really fight it out, getting busy out on the circuit there as the sun starts to set here at Zwartkops, and Garcia chasing down to move his way back into third place after a huge off into turn 2 just by late braking lockup and the works going into it.
Yeah, he's going to have to put the pedal down to recover off the deficit he gained himself there in his battle against physics. He seems to be winning with physics. Him and physics are in agreement at the moment, especially as far as lap times are concerned. You can see a bit of the dust off the back of the car now, but that's in the past. What's ahead of him is Fabian Lance, and who is beside me is Chloe Grace Mbanza. Chloe, what's been going on in the pits in the closing moments, the dying moments of the race for today?
All right, first thing first, I'm so happy that Steve finally also got the commentator's curse. I truly much appreciate it, because a lot of energy has been thrown on my side. So I'm glad that now it's all three of us on the left-hand side of you, Prince. But I mean, going back to the pit lane, just spoke to Wayne Roach as well.
Oh, while you make that point, before you build it up, did you see what just happened there between the number 55? I think it is... Who's that? Is that Garcia? Yeah, it is Garcia. He was trying to get around Da Silva. Yeah, it was Garcia trying to get around Da Silva. And he's trying to catch back up with the likes of Lance ahead of him. The thing is, there was so much glare, it was hard to tell, but I knew that was definitely a backdraft and one of the trailing back V8 roasters, and that was the likes of Garcia there. But yeah, I beg your pardon.
No, it's all good. I mean, we're talking to picture currently, so no need to apologize for that, Prince. But I mean, going back to Samlin, they've gone to say that they are packing up as well. I mean, because the race is basically almost done. So they are also looking into, of course, preparing for the next race. Actually, interesting information that I got is that with the Lambo that Damon is driving, is that the manual that it comes with, it's about 1,500 pages. So that's how much information that they need to take in to understand the Lambo just a bit better. So they've got a lot of work cut in for them as well, which is going to be exciting to see come PE. And then of course the rest of the pit lane is also saying, listen, it's been hot, it's been great, but more than anything, it's great. I bumped into Sia Chabalala, and he was saying that, listen, I'm really enjoying this, just staying here after, yes, we've done our part, but seeing how fast these cars as well. I'm like, bro, you do two wheels. I mean, what do you mean? So he's enjoying the action on track as well, backing actually into Africa, which I found quite interesting. He loves the speed, right?
Yeah, I've seen him lurking around the Inter Africa pits a number of times. I know, I'm not surprised.
No, so it's really truly been great, and also had the conversation with Sergio Alvarez at some point, and he was also just alluding to saying, I mean, it's been a long one, but our goal, our dream was just to finish this race.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And it's a smart play with Alvarez, because remember, they're the remaining Class B car.
Yeah.
So they are championship leaders with this battle between...
Oh no, you're
Philip
kidding
Mayer's
me.
lost it in that battle, in that toe-to-toe battle for third and fourth against... Who is that?
My goodness.
Who just lost out there? That was at the Philip Mayer of the Adapt car, Swiss Hotel Schools, lost it against... We're going to get the replay now just to get a clear picture.
Let's see.
Oh no, there it is. Oh jeez. Oh, there it is. Turn away. Which turn is it? Chloe Krezenpanza.
Turn 4
will
is where we are.
Just now.
It's our usual turn. Turn 4.
Dutchman Browndeck just lost out now. Dutchman. Oh man.
Literally with 23 minutes remaining. It's absolutely so sad to see that incident happening right now.
Yeah. So unfortunately for them, that's what happens in racing. It's exactly what happens in racing. And in the dying moments, look at that beached. There it is. Philip Mayer outreached now after contact with Browndick. Browndick, yeah, he needs a push. He needs a push out from the marshals. And what that does, you see that yellow barrier around our timing and our strip telling us about the racing drivers. It means we're in raved yellows at the moment. Oh, jeez. The closing and dying moments.
You know what?
That was a proper shunt. That was a proper punt in that battle for third and fourth. And we've got the boards out now. Yeah, we're getting into safety car conditions not too long from now. But it means that it's a concertina again of the field, and particularly between first and second. Now, the picture with Stewie White and Ryan Nyka at the moment. Ryan Nyka is on fresh tires, but not as fresh as Stewie's, so a couple of laps older.
Yeah.
Stewie just got on now in place of Xolile Tlaka for the recovery job that remains, which is unlapping the team and just going as aggressive as possible in hopes of a miracle and hoping off that pays dividends. But in a nutshell, we've got two racing drivers with the most aggressive temperament at the moment in Class A, left with what is over 20 minutes of racing, let's call it now, just depending on how long this takes to recover Philip Mayer from the beached position he was in. He was running fourth in the championship Class D, that is Philip Mayer.
Yeah.
He was running fourth at the time before he got into that collision with the Browndick, the number 31 Browndick over there.
So while
he was third in third position while taking out there. That is that is going to make for some interesting conversations.
No,
Chloe.
definitely. I'm looking forward to that conversation afterwards. But while on Ryan, while we're in the pit lane, I bumped into one of Ryan's supporters. She says, "No, I am the super bonus mom," is what she said she was. And she was just going on to say that it's interesting to see him drive so well at this age. I mean, saying she was alluding to the fact that he doesn't have a driver's license yet. So it's really great to see Ryan, of course, also do well. Jensen, of course, just got into the car now. So it's really nice to see also that strategy that we've been talking about. So it's when you have three drivers, you're going to have to give everybody a chance. So now the competition, really, it's Stuart White and Jensen.
Yep. Who's got the most courage going into this? Who's the most aggressive? Because both of these cars have incredible abilities on a different spectrum. Beautiful handling ability and just aerodynamic profile for the lightness also of that Norma Nova Proto 2, and it's going to be them against the grunt of the Lamborghini down the straight. This is going to take a while.
Listen,
this recovery job. Okay, we've got the recovery vehicle in now.
You can even see Philip how frustrated he is.
Yeah, he's gotten dug into the KT litter there, which is a very, very difficult recovery with the car on its own ability. That's why now the recovery vehicle is called for. And this, we said it before, this isn't even commentators' curse. This is just common knowledge. The Zwartkops Atlantis is just a very popular place for any of the cars, really. And it doesn't discriminate. Doesn't matter which class you're in. Could be Class A, it could be Class Z. For all it cares, you are going to visit that kid litter if you're naughty around that place.
Quick one.
Yeah.
So when you look into the battle for first now, and looking into the timing and of course that safety car, who's at an advantage and really who needs to do better after we go green flag again?
I think Stewie White would be at more of an advantage because it kills the momentum. It goes either way. But right now, looking at it, we can look at both perspectives. Stewie White could be an advantage because it kills the momentum that Ryan Nyka had. The laps that Ryan Nyka was putting in consistently could have been an advantage in terms of maintaining that gap and keeping a Lambo, the Inter-Africa car, in a lapped position. Michael Jensen might struggle to get into a rhythm that quickly and get into the kind of hot lap pace. But on the contrary, Michael Jensen is an advantage because now Stewie doesn't have the benefit of those new tires that were getting into optimum temperature and that were really reaching their peak performance at the right rate. So it really is give or take, and it's leaning towards Jensen being an advantage. It's like a 51-49 split in my eyes, I think. But the thing is, I have faith in Stewie White. I still think he could actually make something of this situation. If he's, because they're closer together now, it's also a race for position. It's not the math that comes into someone is on one end of the circuit and someone else is on the other.
100%.
So Stewie won't mind diving Michael Jensen in this situation. And that's why I'm backing Stewie White.
And that's why he was brought on, right? So let's find out what Steve has to say, because I can see he's eyeing us as we talk about this.
He differs with me, so I really want to hear his logic behind it. In the meantime, we've got the recovery of Philip Mayer. He's gotten out onto the runoff that is further ahead of the Kitty litter there, turn 4, and he's back out onto the circuit. So we're going to get racing conditions back underway with the safety car that does not go further than it looked like 4 minutes of recovery, and we've got just over 17 minutes of racing to go. Steve, what do you think?
Well, I think the Proton that's leading out is currently a very beautiful safety car, I won't lie. Looking at the math, now you got Michael Jensen, who was in the car, they handed over to Nika. Remember we were worrying about the cheap pit stop?
Yeah.
That's completely gone.
Yeah.
There's no need for a pit stop now because they've spent time behind the safety car. Means that Stuart White's advantage, if they had to pit, is completely taken away.
Yeah.
So this is going to run in the favor for the Just for Sleep team. Into Africa, unfortunately, due to the race, I think won't get out of second place at the moment, considering you've also got Nika behind Stuart White.
Yeah.
At this moment, he's going to be trying to put a lap on him. So
No,
I think that's pretty much done. But Garcia is 8 seconds off Barnard Pretorius, who is currently second of the class national V8 Roadsters.
Yeah.
Now, we did see Philip Mayer, unfortunately, with that contact, he's lost out of position to Fabian Lance. So that is down the order.
Yeah.
They're going to be working hard to try and reclaim some laps are lost.
Yeah.
Because they spent a long time sitting, waiting to get going. And I mean, it might seem like 2 or 3 minutes, but when you're in the car and you see in the cars, it's an eternity.
Yep.
So I've got a funny feeling. Keep an eye on our Class D. The 113 and the 262 are going for an all-out brawl with one another for second place. And Garcia is really in an opportune moment to move up in through the order. So Bestie Racing's got to get the hammer down here. They already lost out to the likes of Mark Owens, who is a lap ahead of them. So, unfortunately, closing that down is not going to happen too quickly. But the threat from behind of Garcia is real.
Yeah, let's look at that. I'm just looking at this deficit. 10 laps, 14 minutes. 10 laps and 14 minutes for Stewie White in that battle with, that is Michael Jensen. In the car at the moment, we're back under green flags. It sounds and it looks like, as the roar of the cars, the decibels just increased a bit. And we've got Stewie White now immediately having to deal with traffic, get past the number 55 V8 Roadster, as well as the class at one point class leader, that is 262 Barton Pretorius. Ahead of him now is Mark Owens, actually leading Class D. And in Class C, what's the story there? Rossi, there's the Norma Nova now trying to clear Barton Pretorius, who looks dusty as ever. Turn 4, popular destination for the overtakes, also popular destination for a bit more untoward racing styles that involve a lot of sand. But under braking goes Barton to close it up for Team Pesty Racing, who are ever the picture of consistency. He was talking about the temperament of the car. It's like on the day when it's good, it's excellent, and at times it can be temperamental, but things have gone relatively well, I think, for Team Pesty Racing going into the weekend.
Yeah, focusing on just keeping up the charge at this point, trying to keep it consistent in their pace. One car I've really got to take my hats off to is Sophia Racing, the Toyota LTs that overheated whenever they stood on the throttle, so they had to slack it off, and that was in the earlier parts of today where it was extremely hot. They battled with the car during practice, qualifying, everything, but that little car is absolutely hammering it around the circuit, and it's all they need to do is cross the line. First you have to finish, 100%. And that is very true words.
100%. And at the moment, all Ryan, I beg your pardon, Michael Jensen needs to do. Look, our timing has confused us a bit because during the safety car, we had the Adjust for Sleep car and transponder reflect Michael Jensen as being the driver in the car. We saw the change very clearly, but now it's back to Ryan Nika again. I wonder what the situation is there. We'll get some clarity in a bit. But in the meantime, all that the Adjust for Sleep, in theoretically and mathematically, according to our calculators, all that he needs to do is match those times that Stewie White is doing and really maintain and coast down to the finish for him to secure it. On the other hand, a truckload of miracles need to come the way of Stewie White. Backdraft battle, V8 Roadsters converging on turn 6 and 7 over there. Just a number of them. Steve Clark, a part of them, even though he's in Class A. We've got, let's have a look, see now, it's just silhouettes now because it's so bright. But we've got the trailing cars of Lance. We've got Garcia in the picture at some point, and Rossi clearing the scene, doesn't want to be part of that in Class C. And let's have a look under braking now, going into turn 2. Mark Owens is checked out of that battle. He's got a nice buffer with Garcia, and he, of course, is our Class D leader, so he's not going to have that issue at the moment. The oh yes, that is the Brown Deck. The Brown Deck V8 Roadster that was involved in that incident at turn 4 now. That's going to be an interesting conversation for a bit later. Behind Steve Clark, tucking onto inside, he's of course a Class A entry. They're neatening things up. Ryan Nyka was not satisfied with matching the times. He puts in faster times again. Turn 4. Who is that? That is Steve. Is that Steve Clark? Yeah, it looks like that was Steve Clark. Lost it. That is incredible. Jeez, for him to be able to recover that is very fortunate for him. And yeah, he seems to be running again. We're going to get another look at it now.
Turn 4 got busy on entrance. He was already on the left-hand side into
100%.
the marbles and dirt.
100%.
And lost out the drive up the hill. But really, really busy times for Steve Clark.
We looked away for a moment. Literally a moment. I mean, wow, so much can happen. But yeah, it's Baron Pretorius under braking now, turn 2. We're looking at the running order for Class D. It's Owens leading, Pretorius in second. That's our second place over there. And we've got Garcia in third in the thick of things. Lance in fourth. Philip Mayer, who recovered after having lost out to that Brown Dex incident with Gavin Rook at turn 4. He's in 5th place. Jordan Edwards in 6th. Da Silva, who was featured a couple of moments ago in that convergence of V8 Roadsters onto 6 and 7. He was right in the thick of it there. He's in 7th place. Gavin Rook in 8th. And Figile Ulumesa, is he back out onto the circuit?
It looks like he may actually got the car out. So the team's frantic work on it
paid off. Yes, we spoke a bit with Chaba Mashego, and the changes, they were still preparing at the time to get the car back out onto the circuit, and it has been running since then. So they're in the running to close up and be the last of the Class D cars.
Incredible stuff. And there's races within races, having multiple classes in it, which is fantastic to see. I mean, we've got our national V8 Roadsters, we've got our Class A, Class B, Class C, Class C that are running. But I mean, incredible to see the drivers having to push that a little bit further, having to navigate traffic. Not only is it hard to get past the back markers, but to be one of the slower cars and not have your race fouled up. Like we have Steve Clark around the outside and Stuart Wright arriving on the scene.
Exactly. Both of them are going to experience the wrath of the slow pace of a car comparatively lifetimes away from you. But again, races within races. So it really all means just to get out the way as neatly as possible. Stu's going to have to clear the likes of, I think that's Owens, as well as, who is it in the 33? Ahead of him, that is Class C leader Rossi right now in the Alpha. So, yep, there it is, down turn 5 there, go hard on the brakes. Done quick as possible, quick as you want, keep it neat. Stewie's just going to have to bring that car home a pace. He's not going to tap off for any reason. He knows the math. He definitely knows the math is there, but he also, like myself, probably is wishing upon a star. Golile Tlaka also wishing upon a star right now for something to come their way. So Stewie's going to have to push all the way through. The silhouette of these cars, combined with the glare of their lights from that particular angle coming down from turn 7 to 8 is incredible.
Especially the Alpha, I've got to say, right? Yeah, the Alpha it's just immaculate. Any chance you get to walk around and see it, it's just incredible. Steve Clark having a difficult time as we do see this Sphere Motorsport moving out of the way. Not to get too fouled up, though.
Not to get too fouled up, and we shouldn't forget to mention Class B leaders. As it stands, leaders of the championship in Class D are the Cunha-led Alteza, which is where are they at the moment? I want to get them in frame quickly if it's possible, but the fact that they're going to finish is what's going to make the difference and put them, there it is in frame, approaching turn 4 as we sit at the moment. They're really looking good to be the leaders, and they're going to be chuffed with the kind of effort they've put into it. Sphere Motorsport have had to work hard all weekend. It's not just the race there, so yeah, they're going to be chuffed.
That car is definitely in limp mode. You can see
it. Yeah,
it's just circulating at this point, and there on our drone shot coming up the hill, night and day difference between the competition, but they want that car to get to the line. After the entire weekend where anything could have gone wrong, they had it all. They managed to get it up and going, and they're still pushing on. It's incredible. It's a little tank engine they could to get across the line. I think it's incredible for the team. But the stress, I don't think any of them have got single fingernails left in the pits.
So what would you be doing? Either you bite them off, or they come off as you're trying to reach for something in a moment of passion, trying to save your car from losing positions and the honors that you've worked so hard for all weekend long. We're in the minutes. We're in the single digits of minutes now, Steve Koenig. It's just over 7 minutes to go until we see the checkered flag fall. Fabian Lantz is trying to see the position fall for it is Garcia ahead of her at the moment. She's trying to change that quickly as she can, but she doesn't have much time. Fabian Lantz 4 laps adrift of Garcia as compared to him. He is only 1 lap adrift of the class leader Mark Owens. So yeah, it is battle of the deficits at the moment, and Fabian Lantz can get racy. She certainly will if she's given the opportunity. Garcia has to make sure to make that V8 Roadster as wide as possible going into the close of the race.
Well, it's going to be interesting because now you've got the Swiss Hotel Schools coming at her at a rate of knots, and they are looking to retake their spot away from Fabian Lantz at the moment. They want to get back into 4th and get back into the fight with Garcia. Yeah. Fabian Lantz is using Garcia as a slipstream as we got one turnaround at turn 2.
Mark Owens just lost it at turn 2. That is Owens. He was the leader of Class D. That is leader of Class D who just lost it.
Okay, so the question is, did Pretorius just get a lap back on him? That is where it's going to be.
Where was he at that point? Oh no, we're going to find out just now. If we get them both in frame, considering we see Mark Owens now, then he's safe. It looks like he's safe.
So under braking into turn 2. Oh, braked way too late.
Yeah, he's safe. He's safe. That is not Pretorius now passing. That is Garcia. Yeah, he's safe. Still has the championship, the champion lead, let's call it, until that flag falls, because this is calling the championship quickly business. I'm staying away from the curse that dons this left-hand side seat here. I'm steering clear. Let me keep quiet.
Well, that's definitely having your eyes as wide as saucers coming off. I mean, incredible pace. Managed to just save it, and what he did was actually very clever. He lost it into the kitty litter, but instead of aiming the car straight, he utilized by turning it to the side, creating more surface area, slowing the car down quicker and trying to get it back out. Problem with that, it could have got stuck in the kitty litter. That's what it's meant to do. The kitty litter is to slow you down, bring the car to a stop safely, that the drivers don't get hurt and the cars don't get terribly broken. But we've seen a couple of times you're going to need a snatch strap to get it out.
Exactly, and you're going to need a lot more than just a snap strap to get it out, to get out of the pits right now once they close. In a couple of seconds time, pit lane will be closed and you can't do anything to continue the race. If you're in there, you're stuck. But obviously I don't imagine anything of that nature is going to happen for any of the cars at the circuit at the moment. As we count down, it's 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The pit lane is officially closed with 5 minutes and less remaining of the race. It's all said and done as far as pit stops and changes are concerned. It's now 1,000%, I suppose, in the remaining and dying seconds of the race, up to the racing drivers to do their best. Whatever happens now, it's just all up to them. They have to will those cars along if they come apart. Stewie White has willed his car along and then some from start to finish. The man has been, that is a tricky position to be in. Turn 2 just turned into a slither of tarmac with the number 33 Alfa Romeo there, making that very difficult. I think that's Rossi. Yeah, it is Rossi who made it quite tough for Stewie to get past, but he cleared him by the time they got to turn 3, and now it's turn 4. He's got Steve Clark ahead of him, and he's going to be reeling them in the closing laps. Probably should get a good 4 laps in. We're on maybe another 3 laps, we'll see, considering how the lap time, the time remaining on the race on the counter is tumbling quick and thick and fast. And we've got turn 6 and 7 there. It's just been an absolute beauty to enjoy the circuit on board. It's just one thing to watch from a distance, but to be on board, to see the drone shot perspective is just broadened as to the elements that these racing drivers are facing. The longer shadows, you can see them extending over the circuit now. If you thought the brightness of the sun, the glare of the sun on those particular braking points you have was troublesome, even the shadows can be an issue. That transition from dark to light and light to dark is something that throws them off, but their skill set is of an international pedigree, and at the moment the pedigree for Class D still remains as Mark Owens. He went off at turn 2 but kept his position. Lucky for him, Bottom Pretorius wasn't too close to mitigate that gap. A massive difference, of course, between the front 2 in Class D and 20 seconds. 20 seconds between, it looks like, Pretorius, who's in second in Class D, and Garcia in third. That is a lifetime, considering how the window of time is at, what, 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes. 20 seconds is now suddenly massive.
Careful. One mistake. That's all it takes. One mistake. One outbreaking yourself moment. One that you put offline. Anything can happen. It can be something that's not even your fault. Can change how the race is going. So the Pesty Racing are going to now take it a little bit more cautiously. And this is where a lot of the drivers are going to look towards the Just for Sleep to see where they are on track to try and get them in front and let them cross the line first. That means they take the checkered, you get the checkered, race done. You don't have to do that extra lap. So a lot of the teams are going to be reporting in, where is the leader? Tell me where he is, whether they need to come off the gas, whether they need to keep going. For the likes of Bottom Pretorius, though, he can't do that because Garcia is trying to still get into the fight. Also, it's risky. As soon as you come off the gas, as soon as you have that little bit of a relaxed moment, that's when the mistakes come in. Because you're now taking your head out of the game from it.
You can't tap off at any moment during the 4 hours. Whether or not you're in the car too, you can see how tense all of the teammates, all the members of each and every one of these teams were in discussing the prospects for their cars, the troubles they're overcoming. You're on edge from start to finish, and someone who's been on the edge has been Ryan Nyker from start to finish. His quali pace, practice pace, all of it has just been incredible. Scintillating stuff for him to get acquainted with this Nova Proto 2 on a formal basis in racing trim here in South Africa. And he's really set the standard high for himself and the team to match. All of them, incredibly enough, have been on very, very similar performance terms. Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen, as well as Ryan are very, very close together on performance times, whether that's qualifying or in the race. That bodes well for qualifying generally because of the aggregate format. It bodes well for Index of Performance Championship 2. So that's 3 championships that they stand in a pretty good position to be competitive for, as we're now counting down seconds of this race, this SAS 4 hours of Zwartkops. Remaining Ryan Nyker going wide, signature wide, out of turn 5 and into 6 and 7 at the moment. The sun sets on a race that's been exciting for him, a weekend that's been exciting for him. He's got his whole family and friends and schoolmates all out here to see him don the kit of the Just for Sleep team for the first time in official racing trim. It's been an incredible display of his ability, his preparation talent. And overall, if you look at the setup with Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen, they've been so consistent over the couple of years. 15 seconds, 14 seconds remaining of the time on the clock. And it's been an incredible journey and run for this wonderful team. Battles came the way of their opponents, and somehow luck, Lady Luck, sung well into their ears, whispered sweet nothings, and they seem to have loved the melody. Never put a wheel wrong all weekend long, it seems. And now in the dying seconds, it's Ryan Nyker, considering the prospect of what has been an incredible weekend of racing and what potentially will be an incredible championship going into the year. It's in his first race, and he has the honor to bring it home for the Just for Sleep Nova Proto 2 team, with Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen riding shotgun with him in this wonderful, wonderful piece of engineering, artfully and masterfully done. Have the Nova Proto 2, the Just for Sleep team, claimed the checkered flag for the SAS 4 hours of Zwartkops, the round 1 of our championship in 2025. Incredible stuff over the entire weekend. Stephen Koenig, where the goosebumps at? Because I am shivering.
I think there's no more skin. It's all just goosebumps.
Your hair.
And, oh no! That is Stuart White. That's gone off. Stuart White gone off in turn 4, straightened up. He's getting himself going, but definitely a frightening moment for the Inter-Africa. Not exactly what they wanted, and the bucking Bronco going through the sand.
10-4. 10-4. I'm done with 10-4. I'm done with 10-4 and its people. They know themselves. That, wow, what was that? In the dying moments of the race, turn 4 claimed another. And it does not discriminate from Class A all the way to Class D. Stuart White having an oopsie there. And you know what? You have to tip your hat to Stewie White. I mean, the circumstances for Inter-Africa racing, they fought all race long from start, from lights off up until this very moment, dropping and collecting the checkered flag. Stewie White had the pressure mounted on him because he's fighting from starting in the pits, not having been able to complete qualifying as regulations would permit, having to overcome an issue there. Fighting from the pits, working through traffic, getting into second in a matter of laps. The most aggressive racing driver you will see, and the most neat, slicing through the traffic and getting there. All race long, has to pressure this team that claims victory now into making some sort of mistake and some sort of error, and they didn't crack. But neither did Stewie, because they had to be perfect all stint long. Hand over the reins, of course, to Xoledi Tlaka. He put in his effort and put in as hard as he can, and they saw that, the best option now, as we crossed over the 3 hours mark and we only had minutes remaining of the race, was to hand it back to Stewie and again apply that pressure, put the hammer down and try their best to pressure the Suggest for Sleep team into some sort of mistake, some sort of error, and hope a miracle comes as the mathematics continue to go against Inter Africa. But you know what, the tenacity won at the end of the day. They never gave up, and second place is exactly what is going to salvage the entire championship picture. If it comes down to what is your worst result, you'd rather have that as a second place as a not finishing at all. But at the end of the day, here's the moment that Ryan Nyker, Nick Adcock and Michael Jensen have been waiting for. In the embrace of Nick Adcock as Ryan Nyker there, the well dones are pouring around. You can see the relief in his face. You can just see the relaxation now starting to set in. He's been tense all weekend. A handshake there from our CEO, Wayne Riddell. It's an incredible display of talent from Ryan, having jumped across a number of cars. It wasn't just the Norma Nova Proto 2. We've got the Inter Africa Lamborghini now coming. Our top three now taking formation. The team manager of Inter Africa, Gerald, now approaching Stewie to give him his congratulations, and massive effort for him all race long. It's just so much emotions. I can imagine what it's like to decompress for all the teams now, because there's so many different packages of problems they've had to deal with all race long.
I think Gerald's the only person that's still standing after seeing the car go off into the distance. But absolutely incredible stuff from the Inter Africa. And you can see Stuart White busy saying that as he turned in, the rear snapped out. Had to go and snap it back, and unfortunately landed in the dirt. Thankfully all okay, but the car definitely going to need a clean after that.
Oh, incredible stuff. Incredible. Get the water ready, get all the cleaning equipment. The work never stops and the commitment never stops. It's from start to finish, and that explains then the level of emotions that you see from everybody stepping out of their cars, the teams now joining their racing drivers to get into an embrace, to just celebrate the fact that it's months and months of work, up to years of work for a couple of people. But in the case of Ryan Nyker, who claims this win, I think that is Mark Owens about to get out now. Class D winners are Mark Owens and Gianni Gabbiani here. Celebratory stuff for them, and officially handed the trophies are Class A winners and overall winners of today. The Norma Nova Proto 2 team, the Just for Sleep, Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen, as well as Ryan Nyker. Celebrations all around. Stewie White over to celebrate and congratulate Michael Jensen. Fine effort, fabulous effort from the entire collection of competitors there. It's really world-class stuff that we've seen. I mean, the reactions we've seen to the racing we saw here, it doesn't come out of our mouths. I'm actually quoting that. This is what our viewers are telling us, that this was world-class racing that we saw here, and it only stands to continue going into the rest of the year. You just see the body language instantly has shifted. Everyone is a bit more relaxed now and a bit more chilled. We're talking and debriefing already going on there between Xoledi Tlaka, Stewart, as well as Michael Jensen, getting their second place awards there from Wayne Riddell, our CEO. The pit crew also in attendance there from Inter Africa Racing. It's just a moment to reflect on what's been a very interesting day of racing.
Now, Backdraft going to be happy as they can. Going and taking a production model that you would see as National V8 Roadster. Mike McLaughlin and Steve Clark getting third after a weekend of having to replace the big behemoth of a car, the carbon car, that's not able to get it. Pete Brudenheim also going and celebrating as well with the team, but absolute smiles. Steve Clark looking really, really worn out. Mike McLaughlin's also been in and out of seats throughout today. But what an achievement on their side, scoring points for Class A and staying alive through the fight.
Oh, you can imagine how everyone feels at this moment in time. And it's incredible to think, just to read that out and hear that statement being told to you, that a production backdraft is sitting in podium position.
Overall.
And in a podium overall. mind you, not just, it's absolutely incredible to see and brilliantly calculated from them. Champagne's going to begin to be sprayed there in celebration. But in the meantime, as we get an overall view with our drone shot of our podium, let's maybe have a look at the overall view on the finishing for each of the classes. Of course, in the lead, Ryan Nyka claiming top honors for today's racing. Stewie White in second place and Steve Clark in third. In Class B, the number 88 of Sphere Motorsport, Dacunia brought it home. Alvarez as well as Pretorius contributed incredibly well to them becoming Class B leaders. All they had to do is finish, and finish they did, because you just have to be there or thereabouts. But in the meantime, Nadine down in the pits hearing from the winners.
You got this, Nadine.
Okay, so Nick, what can you tell us about today's performance from your team?
Oh, hi, Nadine.
Hi.
No, we set the pole position, we won the race, that's what we came in to do. This car is designed to race in endurance, and we're delighted with its performance. Had a great race. My stint, I was out for 90 minutes. Good race with Stuart, putting on a show. He drove very well. And then I handed over to these guys, and particularly Ryan, who's new to us this season. He's driven incredibly well. He's been fast, he's been safe. He's done everything we ever wanted from him, and he hasn't made any mistakes. So he's got a good future. We're looking forward to the season with Ryan.
Awesome. Well, Ryan, I did hear that you did do some training with Rico Barlow. Do you want to tell us a bit about that training?
Yeah, we did some testing in Cape Town and then some in December. We had like a fuel issue that was bugging us, so we didn't really get a full taste of the car until this weekend, and I was nothing to complain about really. Just did everything I wanted. So, yeah.
Well, huge congratulations, Mike. What can you tell us about your day?
I had an easy stint. Besides the problems with the engine when I went out, I think it was overheating, so we boxed just to make sure everything was all right. And then I was told into Africa I had a problem with the suspension, and then it was just cruising home. Be safe. And then I handed it over to Ryan, and as Nick already said, Ryan did a stellar job today. Congratulations, your first win. Enjoy it. Many more to come.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, congratulations to you all. We'll see you guys at round 2. Okay, just got to dodge a few things here. Okay, so into Africa, second place. I mean, it's not first, but what a comeback.
Yeah, we're happy with the second place.
Yeah.
We'll take that. And yeah, congratulations to Nick and Mike and Ryan Nyka. These guys did well. They were strong all week, and yeah, they kept it in the black stuff. And yeah, this is what happens when you're consistent. You win races. Yeah, we will take it to PE. We'll see what happens there. We had pace. We were trying to match them. In pure pace, you can't beat this guy in pace. And when we had the suspension failure on the contact, it made things even more difficult for us, but no excuses. This is racing. We'll see. It's a long season. We'll take it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the best for the season. Stewie, you guys started in the pit lane today, and you guys managed to get up to first place before the first hour of the race was over.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was a really good start to the race. We obviously had a lot of pace. We had a credible battle with Nick, thanks to him as well for a close battle and keeping it clean. But I think the big up this weekend must go to Kolile for the stellar performance he's been putting in and improvement he's made. Also thanks to the whole team, Gerald, Luciano. Thanks also for traveling all the way to come help us. And I think we have a very strong season ahead. Obviously, the luck wasn't completely on our side, but as motorsport, we got a banker in, and we're already doing better than last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. And we'll see you guys in PE for round 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, Mark, can I ask you to come over here a little bit closer? I've got a cord. So, we arrived with a carbon car, ended up racing in a backdraft, and took a podium overall with a backdraft.
Yeah, well, it's like a fairy tale, it's unbelievable. Obviously a lot of luck went our way, but here we are.
Yeah. And you, Mike, anything from you?
Well, I think that, the Backdraft production series has proven itself time and time again. I think that all of our cars finished today, and so naturally, without the carbon car at our disposal yesterday, it was a natural choice. Just sort of put together a strategy overnight that could see us hopefully here if we had a clean run, and like Steve said, a bit of magic there, but here we are. So yeah, we're very, very chuffed, very proud of Backdraft.
And we are proud of you. Well done, guys. Okay, so we'll send it back to commentary. We'll see everyone for PE for round 3 in April. Round 2, sorry.
Well, there you have it in the glorious stance. There you have it in glorious stance, the top 3 for the SAES. 4 hours of Zwartkops. They worked hard, they came, they saw, they conquered, and they're ready for more. And we have to look towards PE. As it stands, though, you definitely can see the important note I took out of what Stewie White was saying. We got in a banker, we're already doing better than next year. That mentality of constant improvement is exactly what earned them those positions. And this is the final standings as we see them. Rico Baller Racing's Michael Jensen, Nick Adcock, and Ryan Nike in first place. Inter Africa Racing, Oleli Clark and Stewie White in second. Backdraft Racing's Mike McLaughlin, as well as Steve Clark. A fairy tale, in Steve Clark's word. A fairy tale is what they've accomplished today, having to put a production backdraft in top 3 overall amongst Class A GT3 cars, a GT3 and an LMP3 performing car. That is something to write about. Incredible.
Yeah, I've got to say, great works. And same as the backdraft racing SA, Gabriani and Owens going and winning their national V8 Roadster round 1, maximizing the points, getting ahead of Team Pesty, despite having that little bit of an off. Didn't compromise them too much. Team Pesty will take second place with Bonham Pretorius and Horan Pretorius. And then we got the G Runnastar Racing of Benincourt and Garcia and Greg, who went and had a phenomenal time out there. Really had to work hard to make up some time after some very difficult circumstances out on the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Car 23 of Dean Walson, Mark Harvey, as well as Philip Mayer, overcoming a couple of niggles there towards the end for an 8th overall, coming together with the number 31. I think it was the brown deck car at turn 4. We've got in 9th place Scuderia Rossi, another of the car in Class C, and another of the adage or notion that make sure you finish. And they took Class C honors in the same way that that is Class B was taken by Sphere Motorsports, who were further down the running. But in 10th place, we have Glans Edwards, as well as John Edwards, as well as Jordan Edwards in 10th place. An impressive finish for first-timers and rookies.
Well, that's one way you got to do. And moving on to the rest of our drivers, because it has been incredible. We got Mr. Branders going with De Silva. They came out 11th overall. Great drive on their side to move forward. The Dutchman Browndeck did land up getting a bit caught out into turn 4, but you cannot take away some really good driving on their part with Gavin Rook and Richard van Heerden. And the Graphics Supply World Racing, David Franco and Roberto Franco getting across the line, having a great stuff, and finishing the race despite all the odds, despite an engine that was on its way out, and I think at this point is down all its cylinders. Despite being a V8, it's only got 2 left in it. Sophia Motorsports of De Kuna, Van Heerden and Alvarez gets across the line and have really defeated the odds.
Yeah, 100%. The odds seem to defeat the rest of our runners. The DNF for Team Kobani, some transmission issues. Their pressure plate split in 3 or 2 or something of that nature. In 3. Samlin Racing, unfortunately for them, some niggles. They, I think it's Nathan and Wayne came together. Unfortunately, a racing incident for them with Inter Africa. Inter Africa lost out, but it wasn't as bad. But we've got a few more insights from Nadine down in the pits.
I'm here with our CEO, Wayne Riddell. So, Wayne, I think it was a pretty successful day, and you?
Listen, to start off, look up, still blue skies. Yeah. We never had a drop of rain. We had 10 days of rain getting here. I'm just blessed. I really am. So what a wonderful weekend. We had a festival of motoring this weekend. We wouldn't just normal, traditional endurance racing. We brought a whole lot more. The bike guys thoroughly enjoyed it. They put on a really good show. The GT Cups, I mean, wow.
Yeah.
All right. And that's
16 cars.
100%. And that's for the year. I had a little meeting with the guys. All those 16 are already committed for PE, and there was about 4 who couldn't make it due to date clashes. So the potential 20 Porsche cars for PE. Just a wonderful day. This race, I always tell people, endurance racing seems boring, but it's like a pendulum on a clock. Swings this way, swings that way. I mean, you had Inter Africa hunt down from the back of the pack, all right, within half an hour to take the lead. Who does that?
Yeah, twice had to.
Exactly. And then to be dealt a punch by Lady Luck. It just hit them in the gut, put them right back on the back foot. They nearly got into trouble. They were worried about overheating problems. So it was all over the place. So that's great racing. Steve Clark and Mike, they were nearly out.
Yeah.
Went and took another car, a Class D car, and put it on the podium. I love my sport. I love what I do. So yeah, I'm super chuffed with us. We had a record turnout of spectators for the event. We've had a record competitors. We've had a sunny day. I think it's just been really job well done to everybody, and I'm very chuffed. If this is how my season is starting, I'm so looking forward to the rest of the year. But let's talk about PE quickly for the listeners or the viewers, and that is we race into the night in PE. If you realize, last year PE was round 3, which left us with armbands, wings, and rubber ducks and rubber suits because the rain was really bad. So we changed the program up and we brought them forward by 1 round. So we're on round 2. So there's a better chance of better weather. I don't think it'll be as sweltering hot as it was today. The humidity was really, really high today. I don't think we'll have that in PE, but PE is the windy city, so we must remember that. And some breaking news, you heard it here first. We're actually doing a proper motoring festival. So there'll be exhibitors, cars, dealerships, all the accessories to go with it. Some of the dealerships were doing hot lap rides in their cars at the track as well over that weekend. So we got all of that. We got the GD Cup coming down with us again. We got all the bikes. Yeah. Remember, PE has got a big bike contingent, so they will probably join. I'm really looking forward to PE. I think it's going to be a sterling operation. BBR's back. BBR. Yeah. Sorry, Rico Bala and BBR, I get confused. So BBR is back because they had business commitments. So they're, as you know, they're always a podium placing. Yes. Marius Jackson is back for the next round, so that's good news. I think all round we're looking good. The G&H, I've got their new weapon out for PE, so that's going to be some excitement there. And I also know that Samlin Racing are bringing a third car for that. So I'm all round. I think we got a stellar weekend lined up, and that's only 6-7 weeks away. Yeah. So
It sounds like there's a lot to look forward to.
Absolutely. So, I'm just very happy with what everyone has done. And, champion to everybody else. I think you guys have really done a good job. The studio seemed to be good. Everything seemed to work well today. So, stellar performance by everybody. You guys all made me look good. So, thank you very much.
Anytime. Well, there you heard it from the boss man himself. So, make sure to see us in PE. We'll see you there in April.
What an incredible weekend of racing that we can reflect on and look back on, and also already what we're looking forward to seems to be jam-packed. Plenty to look forward to there. But Steve, I think the sun sets on a beautiful weekend of racing, and prospects for the championship are really looking good for the year. What has come and gone that bodes well for the racing we have for the SAES Championship?
Well, I think the entire championship from 2024 has been flipped on its head. Yeah. We've changed up the script there, and I'm looking forward to new contenders going and fighting it out for the trophy. Yeah. Old rivalries have definitely been reignited and are ablaze at this point after Zwartkops. So I've got to say, it's going to be a bit of fun. The big news coming in of having more of the manufacturers being at the circuits, being there is incredible. But after today's racing, we had a couple of safety cars that chucked the spanner in the works, but still had some proper side-by-side moments throughout the entire field.
Yeah, it was, I think, 3 or 4 safety cars. We have a safety car count that Steve is always the first to initiate. I think 3 safety cars in total. And one or two of them were quite interesting in the timing. One was literally on the hour. And I think that was the last one, the second last one, the right one of the only 3, but the one right in the middle, the second pit stop was, a safety car was right in the middle of the 3 on the hour. And that seemed to bode well in terms of pit stop, driver change strategy, particularly for the Class Ds, because I don't recall seeing them scramble too much and be offset by the day's pit stops and interruptions. Things seemed to come well for them on that front, and they weren't really offset. The real action for them was on circuit. Turn 4. Let's talk about turn 4. Let's talk about turn 2, which has been rearranged, new looking real estate we've been joking about all weekend. But certainly was interesting for Class D.
Incredible stuff. And it's just, I've got to say, there's been the racing of endurance racing, and also the sprint racing has been incredible. MRSSA joining up. We have also had the inaugural race of our GTSA out on the track and putting on a stellar performance. Our National V8 Roadsters have kicked off their championship well. The SAES having our Class A's, B's and C's all fighting it out. This year is going to be huge, and there is no reason to miss any of the race days throughout this entire year. You blink, you have missed a huge story.
Yeah, absolutely. And we try our best to be as transparent as possible with our viewers, our fans, all the people come and join us and enjoy the sport with us. This is what it's all about. The moment we look back and reflect on just how much it took to get here, how enjoyable it was as a collective, and just how much of a bright promise it is going into the future. Round 1, of course, is an event we enjoyed through the sponsorship of Samlin Racing. It was officially sponsored by Samlin Racing, and we absolutely loved the fact that, again, symbolic of the commitment going forward into the future, and that's why PE Round 2 is going to be even bigger. It's a motoring festival, not only motorsport, but motoring, which, again, an even bigger community element, and it really bodes well for how we're going to enjoy that weekend of racing. But we thank you so much for joining us on our YouTube stream, live on Supersport 212. It's been an absolute pleasure having each and every one of you enjoying the sport that we love so much. In a nutshell, we love what we do, and we just continually would like to welcome you to that journey going out into the year. We're looking forward to seeing you again for Round 2 later on in the year, and absolutely been a pleasure to be alongside an incredible host of talent, Steve Koenig, Chloe Grayson Banza, Nadine Wilkin, as well as Sadir Matai in PE. Be sure to get there. Round 2 on the 5th of April. We're going to race into the night. That is definitely going to be exciting. Be sure to mark that off your calendars. It's Round 2, and it is 5 hours of racing that we're looking forward to there. Make sure you're there.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for joining us here at Zwartkops for Round 1 of the South African Endurance Series. 4 hours of Zwartkops completed. We'll see you down in Quebec. And on behalf of the entire SAES team, we'd like to say thank you very much. Have a safe time and enjoy the racing.
Of course, it is that time where we crown all of our racing drivers and teams for the hard work they've put in for Round 1 here with SAES. 4 hours of Zwartkops certainly isn't easy, and we definitely have to take a moment to acknowledge it is a racing tradition, but it once you come here and experience your time alongside them and see the work they put into it, it's definitely an earned ceremony that we're about to enjoy now for the day's racing.
Well, that's the thing. It's the crowning achievement. It's the one you take home to the family and say, guess what I did over the weekend? And you can prove that you managed to do it. Getting to the end is one thing. Getting to win is a completely different story throughout all our classes. Performance index, which is only going to be found out right now in prize giving. The likes of our National V8 Roadsters, our Class C, our Class B, our Class A's, which are our top runners, and the overalls getting the victories at the end. A huge celebration occurs, and this is where family, friends, teams all go and support one another. And I've got to say, the camaraderie is fantastic. you can feel the atmosphere getting so electric when it gets closer to the time. And as soon as that award gets put in your hand, man, you get goosebumps up and down your arms. The teams go wild. It's a surreal experience that very few in the world get to experience.
And since we're hopping on and hopping poetic about what it's actually about and how much we enjoy this passion of ours, if you look at, I don't know if you got a chance to see what was going on behind Wayne Riddell and Nadine as they were speaking and reflecting on the race. I think I saw at least 12 or 13 young people take turns to go and take a picture with Stewie White to celebrate with him. A lot more was happening outside of the frame, but I specifically saw quite a significant group of young people just taking a moment to celebrate with Stewie. And it shows you, again, we keep getting it on display, just what it's about, introducing as many people as possible to the sport and showing the different elements of it as well. And we've got, of course, the Africa Race Together Foundation that is the institution that embodies that notion, alongside the SAS, that it is more than just getting into the racing seats and putting the visor down. There's an entire community that comes together to bring this production, to bring this business, to bring this motorsport event, to bring this catering, to bring this entertainment into the flesh and be able to invite anyone to come and enjoy it. So that was quite an enjoyable thing to see.
Getting to experience even behind the scenes of how to work on cars and a variety of different cars, from your higher GT3s that are the absolute pinnacle of where you want to go, the Norma Nova Proto, it's unimaginable to have. 100%. And then you've got all the way 100%. Down into the likes of our national V8 Roadsters, the barebone basics are out there, and you get to see the same parts that are in your general road cars. You get to see how it's all worked on in a professional environment, get to ask questions with each of the mechanics and the teams, but also getting an insight of behind the scenes of motorsport, marshalling coming into it, officials, commentary, production, all that sits into an absolute fantastic time. And right at the end of it, you get to enjoy the celebrations of the prize giving. And that is what everyone wants to get to, because that is the cherry on the cake, that finishing flag. And if you're going and experiencing it for the first time, man, oh man, you are in for an absolute treat and a wild ride.
100%. Do you remember the time last year towards the end of the session, the ceremony rather, at SAS, 9 hours, how we had Deputy Minister of Art and Culture, Minister Peace Mabe, celebrating with Wayne Riddell on the podium. That was a sight to behold. She really enjoyed herself and had a jaw. But I want to ask you, Steve, what you think about, we were reflecting on the weekend as a whole, GT Cup SA, and is this not a poetic sort of moment in history here? I mean, how long has it been since we've seen so many Porsche 911s descending on one grid here in South Africa? 911s in particular.
If I talk about that, my age is going to show, and I'm already getting the grey hairs. But it's
too late. You're messing up the whole glare with your grey hairs, bro.
Okay,
so
fair enough.
Let's own it.
All right. Well, put it this way: I wasn't even a teenager at that time to go and see the amount of Porsches out there. But it's just been incredible. Even going back to the MRSSA, having the multitude of bikes there, going and having 42 bikes entering, having your classics, having juniors giving it all that they've got. So you had the 1000 cc's. You also had those that are in the unlimited class that went faster than they've ever been, trying to push the boundaries of what they can do, going and jumping onto new machinery specifically for this season and continuing forward throughout the year. The game plan of having more and more. I know there was whispers in the pits, and this is going a little bit. The whispers were they had 42 entered. They're aiming for over 60 come round 2, which would make them the biggest category on the day.
Incredible. That bodes well, definitely, for the championship. We heard from Wayne Riddell how big the community is in PE. So we could be snowballing. This could be a bit of a two-wheeled avalanche here going into our championship. And we know they're on with us for the whole tour. So it's looking really good in terms of the number of entries.
Is it too late to get my entry in?
Never too late. Never too late, my friend. We're obviously going to have prize giving coming up not too long from now. We're going to be back at 7 sharp for the prize giving. Do stay tuned for the moment to celebrate a beautiful round of racing.
is a form of art. I'm never gonna look back, cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change, slowly take a step today. I will never be the same, cause that's what it takes. chance to be ruthless. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me naked, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. gotta focus on yourself, on your faith, on your dreams, on your mind, on your health, yeah. You gotta work, never tell, keep your head down, find what you love and excel, yeah. Push and pull and repel any hate, go create what you want, feel compelled, yeah. And once you finally get a taste of the race, you'll never look back once you felt that. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. About others way before myself, yeah. I guess that's why I feel like I go through hell, damn. Wasting time on your dreams instead of mine, yeah. About to turn this franchise around on a dime, man. It's all about finding your right state of mind. It's all about turning the worst into fine. It's all about time and the work and the climb. From the thirst we will rise, I'm immersed in this life. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first.